revisionists are faced with the growing discontent of the poor peasants. Membership in the League of Communists has dropped considerably in the countryside. In Croatia, 122 or 21.8% party members were peasants in 1953. In 1968, Croatian peasants make up 10,430 or 4.8% of party members. In order to promote a big holder/capitalist solution in the countryside, the Tito clique has organized its general agricultural cooperatives. These entities engage in collaboration with private landholders on the basis of contracting, performing various services for private farms and act as purchasing agents for peasant produce. In 1959 there were 4,803 such general agricultural cooperatives with revolutionary membership of 1,502,000 peasants. Recently, the monopoly given to these cooperatives in purchasing of peasants' produce has been lifted. It has resulted in cutthroat competition between different buyers for the peasant's favor. The alternative to these middlemen has been an all-out capitalist kulak-type cooperative. Politika has noted the new phenomenon of private cooperatives, which are organized on a similar basis as the enterprises of the groups of citizens in Baljevac country of Serbia. This occurred in the areas where the general agricultural cooperatives were forced to close because of losses. The fault found with these private cooperatives, helpfully notes Politika, is that they as yet engage only in trade, and do not attempt to develop agricultural production. In this way the Tito clique encourages the rise of the kulak associations, which rise on the back of the rural proletariat, the growing number of landless peasants who hire themselves out either to the cooperatives or to the individual kulaks. A German firm advertises in Yugoslav newspaper for cheap labor. Hartmann and Braun AG in Frankfurt is a world-renowned company of measuring and regulatory techniques. Our products include the widest range of measuring devices, as well as the devices for direction and regulation. We are offering jobs to qualified mechanics, electromechanics, electro-installers, building locksmiths, locksmiths, tool specialists, qualified turners, engine workers, female workforce. We offer a salary according to performance, a 5-day work week and social security by contract. Inexpensive meals. Room and board guaranteed. Vjesnik. August 31, 1968. Students rebel at Belgrade U. Last summer there occurred a serious student uprising at Belgrade University. It was a further attack on the comprador bourgeoisie. Despite the student movement's weaknesses, the Belgrade students' uprising was a genuine revolutionary movement for the same reasons which Mao Zedong gave in explaining why the Chinese students' May 4th movement was a genuine revolutionary movement. That is because it rightly opposed a government of national betrayal which conspires with imperialism and oppresses the people. It passed the test for determining whether a student movement is revolutionary because it integrated itself with the Yugoslav workers and peasants in word and in practice. No other East European opposition movement managed to perform this task with these politics in such a mass way, ever since the need for it arose 12 years ago. Yugoslavia has come full circle. Its people, led by the working class, waged a revolutionary war against Hitlerite fascism and in the process wrested state power from the native bourgeoisie. The fruits of the socialist revolution were, however, soon usurped by a group within the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, which, led by Tito, embarked on the road of capitalist restoration, an expression of its comprador interests. On the evening of June 3, 1968, a group of students attempted to enter a concert hall near the student city in New Belgrade where a pop music performance was to be given. They were rudely rebuffed by the organizers of the event, who had previously agreed to hold the concert on a nearby field. A scuffle broke out. TI brought more students out of the dorms. One large crowd gathered. Within minutes a small group of police came to the area. They were followed by a much larger group of their helmeted colleagues who charged the crow, beating as many students as they could. Soon they retreated, leaving a fire truck behind them. The scattered students quickly dredged around the truck, which became a platform from which the student leaders denounced the broad suppression by the police. they decided J march to the Marx Engels Square in the Centei of Belgrade and protest the police terror J the intolerable social conditions. Shouting militant slogans such as "We want jobs," "Dow with the red bourgeoisie star. Whedon TWA capitalist restoration," etc., the student marched down the highway leading to the Cent of Belgrade, across the river Sava. At T bottleneck, where the highway is crossed by railroad bridge, they met hundreds of polio in an attempt to avoid the clash. The students sent a delegation to negotiate with the Pollock. The delegation didn't even reach its destinati when the barrage of rocks started flying fix the police lines. The students retaliated kind. They also burned the captured fire TN and pushed this gigantic torch towards then advancing policemen who were now using firearms. A worker, Dragan Savi 6, 17, was sh. Tens of other students were badly beaten. C student recalled how two policemen who were escorting him to the police station enumerol 20. 1. The benefits the Yugoslav society had given students. Each philanthropic deed they enjoined was confirmed with one blow of the JF stick. No doubt the Yugoslav society has any merits, as the student in question was treated for severe beating. The pools of wood around the student city dried as the dawn announced the new day. At 8:30 a.m. on the morning of June 3, the students held a rally in the student city. They announced the police terror and demanded the dismissal of the police chief Bugger I6, chief the murderers, who had further compromised himself with a cynical claim that the police didn't use firearms. In a banned issue of LE University periodical student, the atmosphere of the rally was described in the mowing way. In their speeches the students tinted to the more and more expressive social differentiation in society, the question of unemployment, the examples of strengthening of private property and the undeserved enrichment of one stratum, the difficult position of LE working class and the need of constant provisions. Act of 1949, passed just before India was to become a republic, with a view to keeping her firmly 36. Bound to the chariot wheels of the British Crown, Vihesh lays down clear provisions by which all the existing British laws or those subsequently passed by the British Parliament as well as all other British enactments would have validity in India also from the date she declared herself a republic. These laws would operate in relation to India and persons and things belonging to or in any way connected with India. This Act of 1949 made it clear that the British laws would continue to have the same validity in India in respect to the above matters after she declared herself a republic as they had before the proclamation. The fact is that we in India, the citizens of free India, continue to be even now the subjects of the British Imperial Majesty. The simple conclusion, and the only conclusion, that flows from all this is that imperialism covered up its rule in India with the cloak of parliamentary democracy in order to frustrate the liberation of India and the democratic revolution. And to make this cloak look convincing, India's constitution was made into the most voluminous one in the world, full of contradictory statements and boring even to the most eager student of political science. Fundamental right indeed. Take one example from the fundamental rights provided for in the Constitution. The freedom and independence of the Indian state is such that it is unable to confiscate the British or any other foreign capital in India. There is a clause in the fundamental rights of the Constitution which forbids such an action without legitimate and adequate compensation. This clause, like many others, was borrowed from the Goy Act of 1935. More, this clause in the Constitution curbs the state's right in this regard to an even greater extent than the one in the 1935 Act. India's parliamentary democracy an imperialist device to safeguard exploitation and stop revolution. The traitorous Dangiite and neo-revisionist cliques ceaselessly preached false notions that the British imperialists were forced to concede sovereign power to the Indians and leave India because of the strength of the national liberation struggle, and that the Indian rulers, after securing the reins of power in their hands, proceeded to introduce parliamentary democracy in the country. These have no relation whatsoever to reality. The truth is, after Russia and the colonies of the Tsar comprising 1/6 of the world broke out of the world imperialist system in October 1917, the Indian bourgeoisie's ability and role to lead the revolution for national salvation ended. From then on its role was strictly limited to containing the enormous power of national revolution within predetermined limits and using it as a lever to gain concessions from imperialism. Later, during the Second World War, in the changed circumstances, the Indian bourgeoisie had to give up even this role, since the anti-imperialist solidarity of India's workers, peasants, and all other toiling people proved more dangerous to it than imperialism. On the other hand, imperialism also began to devise new ways to meet the new situation unfavorable to them. Faced with this situation, imperialism entered into an alliance with its two most reliable and safe allies in India, the big bourgeoisie and the big landlords. This alliance does not mean surrender of power by imperialism. On the contrary, it means that imperialism retreated one step in order to blunt the power of the national liberation revolution by means of a new tactic and to continue to exploit India's workers, peasants, and all other toiling people with an even greater ferocity. The imperialists needed the ruse of parliamentary democracy to achieve these two objectives. This explains why the British imperialists themselves introduced, built up and nurtured the system of parliamentary democracy in India with the help of the big bourgeoisie and big landlords. The toiling people of India played only a secondary and passive role during the counter-revolutionary machinations and during the transfer of power. Only a conscious revolutionary role of the advance guard of the toiling people could ensure activism of the toiling masses. We may, therefore, recall here the role played by the leadership of the Communist Party, which is supposed to be the political organization of that advance guard. Role of the leaders of the CPI. As is well known, at the time when imperialism and the native big bourgeoisie and big landlords were jointly hatching plots and working to cripple the national liberation struggle, the revisionist leadership of the CPI did not come forward to lead the people to achieve victory in the national liberation revolution. Nor did this leadership call upon the toiling people of India to advance along the path of class struggle in order to frustrate the imperialist conspiracy. Nothing of the sort. On the contrary, what this counter-revolutionary revisionist leadership did amounted to advising the imperialists to choose the most suitable ruse to cover up the ugly features of their heinous conspiracy so that the people might be made to swallow the same with the least difficulty. So, instead of organizing people's struggles to throw out the British imperialists, the number one enemy of colonial India, this renegade leadership of the CPI preferred to 37. Submit a memorandum to the imperialist cabinet mission. In the memorandum the renegades spoke of ending British rule. But it is clear they were not even thinking of ending this rule through a revolution. To do so, one does not submit memoranda to the imperialist oppressors. The only way to achieve liberation of India from the clutches of imperialism is to throw it out by the revolutionary force of the people. This traitorous leadership, by this memorandum business, was cynically spreading among the people the poisonous revisionist notion that imperialist rule, the grip of imperialist exploitation and oppression, could be ended by submitting petitions and memoranda to the imperialists themselves, by appealing to the good sense of the imperialists. Further, in this memorandum these leaders demanded that the imperialists prove their sincerity by declaring India independent and sovereign. As an additional proof they demanded that the British government should also declare that all British troops would be removed from India within 6 months. What did these demands amount to? By these demands the revisionist leadership was only trying to increase their own political prestige among the people by showing off their anti-imperialism while in fact serving faithfully the needs of British imperialism. They demanded of imperialism essentially what it itself intended and needed to do in order to prolong its existence in India. These renegades were not at all concerned with overthrowing the existing social-economic structure and the backward semi-feudal land relations, the mainstay of the British in India. They were happy to demand only the withdrawal of the British troops from India, because it had already become impossible for the British economically, politically, and militarily, to continue to station troops in a vast country like India after the Second World War. The British were not in the least worried over these demands because these exactly fitted in with the new tactic of imperialism of ruling India not directly, but through trusted local agents. This is neocolonialism, pure and simple. and the CPI's traitorous leaders have since then been peddling this neo-colonialist domination of imperialism as the victory of anti-imperialist revolution, as national salvation star. Opposed to this road of neo-colonialism that imperialism carried through, endorsed by the CPI leaders, there was another road, the road of people's revolution, which alone could bring national salvation. To defeat the imperialist conspiracy it was necessary to organize revolutionary anti-imperialist struggle and carry it through to the end. To do this it was necessary to develop anti-feudal struggle in the backward countryside where imperialism has its main social base, as the main component of the 38th liberation struggle. But such anti-feudal struggle can only be a bloody, difficult, and protracted struggle, and such a struggle began in Telangana defying the Petitionwala leaders of the party. The revolutionary communists led the heroic Telangana peasants in armed struggle against feudalism and for the overthrow of imperial's rule. But in the conditions that existed then, Memorandum Wala party leadership succeeded, with the help of Nehru, Bhabha, and the Tit clique, to force the heroic communists on peasant revolutionaries of Telangana to surrender with arms to the reactionary Nayar government. What the revisionist traitors are doing now. The conditions in which the revisionist CL leadership succeeded in betraying the revolutionary Telangana struggle do not exist now. Revisionists can no longer succeed in stopping the revolutionary tide in the old way. That's why they have launched a new struggle to defeat the sacred constitution, that is, defending people's interests by defeating their class enemies through the battle of the ballot box, through elections. This struggle is, however, merely a development of their old capitulationist policy. Today, these renegades stop nothing in their effort to convince the people India is independent, that the constitution is sovereign democratic constitution and that reactionary Indian state is sovereign. Fraudulently preach that there is nothing entirely wrong with the constitution or the called parliamentary democratic structure exists in India today. The trouble is, according to them, the enemies of the people have managed to grab power and are desecrating the constitution and pushing the people deeper and deep into misery. So they have started the ruse parliamentary democracy and constitution are in peril, being misused by the ruling Congress party, and call upon the people to rally in defense of parliamentary democracy the sovereign and democratic constitutio. They claim this to be the main struggle in present and also prescribe the weapon to be us in this struggle, the weapon of so-called ADT franchise conceded by the constitution. Years ago, they could at least criticize, doubt cautiously and mildly, the Constitutional Assembly, which framed the constitution, undemocratic and not representing the overwhelming majority of the Indian people. They did in their memorandum to the Cabinet Mission. But the situation has changed since then and these renegades now do not dare and to express the mildest criticism. They concede that in the conditions prevailing in India today, which is like a volcano about to erupt, even the most cautious criticism may prove fatal for them and their masters. So, they are exerting their utmost to falsify history and spin out all sorts of arguments to justify this falsification. Their shameless peddling of the parliamentary path, of the forming of the so-called alternative democratic governments, the so-called non-Congress governments is the necessary logical outcome of this. These renegades are seriously working to contain the revolutionary tide within the four walls of the struggle for ministerial good, within the limits of the constitution imposed by the imperialists. They are prepared to go to any length, and in fact are already going, to disrupt any struggle that threatens to spill over beyond these limits. This explains why they have been so furiously spreading all sorts of slanders against the heroic Naxalbari struggle and those who support and uphold it, and have been borrowing indiscriminately all kinds of anti-China slanders from US imperialists and Soviet revisionists to detract from immense and growing prestige of revolutionary China and Chairman Mao among the Indian masses. World imperialism led by US imperialism, though in its death throes, has succeeded in enslaving India's economy. This has been possible, first, because big bourgeoisie and big landlords of India, have long since entered into an alliance with imperialism, having no longer any role to play in THO national liberation struggle. Secondly, because of THO capitulationist treacherous policy pursued by THO CPI leadership. The degeneration of THO Soviet Union into an imperialist power and its active participation in imperialist exploitation and oppression of India, which it is trying to preserve and safeguard as part of THO world imperialist camp, add a new aspect to THO Indian situation. To throw away THO trammels that bind them now and to liberate themselves, THO toiling people of India must first of all complete THO revolution that is long overdue. Agrarian revolution is THO axis of this revolution, which is to take place under conditions when imperialists exploit and oppress India indirectly. To organize this agrarian revolution they must first of all tear off THO deceptive mask of THO so-called parliamentary democracy in India. And this can be done successfully only by thoroughly rejecting and repudiating THO electoral politics. We must not forget that imperialism, feudalism, and THO comprador bureaucrat bourgeoisie exploit and oppress our people with impunity by means of this electoral politics. The revisionist cliques of THO CPI and THO CPI are frantically going about peddling their rotten theory that THO constitution offers opportunities, even if limited, and that people should take advantage of these limited opportunities to defend their rights and improve their living conditions. This is absolutely false and has not even a grain of truth in it. There is absolutely no opportunity, not even limited, which THO people can use to their advantage in any way under THO existing semi-colonial, semi-feudal structure in India. This is THO ironclad fact. To deceive THO people with talks of taking advantage of limited opportunities offered by THO constitution is an unpardonable crime. This is done by THO revisionists and neo-revisionists in order to help prolong imperialist feudal exploitation and oppression of India. This is THO essence of their electoral politics and parliamentary path. The national enterprise is blasted by the U.S. operated ASEAN gun. US and Japanese monopoly capitalists are feeding the baby comprador capitalists, while the exploited masses are leading a miserable life. The Indonesian fascist military regime is entangled in an ever-growing financial and economic crisis of its own making. This situation is prompting the fascist regime to quicken its pace of selling out the country's interests. Addressing the foreign monopoly capital representatives, affiliated to the so-called Business International Indonesian Roundtable, headed by Elliot B. Haynes, in Jakarta, on September 13, this year, the fascist chieftain, Suharto, said his regime is extremely appreciative of international cooperation, which is directed to combat misery still prevailing among the majority of the world population. According to previous reports, the roundtable conference was to be attended by 60 representatives of US, European, and Japanese giant private enterprises, including Caterpillar, Chrysler, Standard Oil, US Steel, Westinghouse, and Philips companies. It was the second time the fascist military regime was auctioning vast areas of the country, containing enormous mineral, forest, and sea resources, to the monopoly capitalists in such a public meeting. The first was at a conference held in Geneva, in November, last year, sponsored by Time Incorporated and attended by top executives of American, European, Japanese and Australian companies. At that conference the regime's then economic minister, Hamengkubuwono, said, "The popular worldview is that Indonesia is Suharto AUCT. To foreign. Cap. From the Afro-Asian journalist, November 1968. A treasure house of resources. I may inform you, in all frankness, that nobody, and that includes ourselves, knows exactly the wealth we have in and on the ground and in our seas. Indonesia is waiting for you to bring your advanced technology, your experience, your capital, and your entrepreneurial spirit." Situation. Adam Malik, the regime's foreign minister, gave, then, these assurances: the chances of political stability and the re-establishment of an orderly society are better than ever before. This will be your challenge, gentlemen. From our side, we are ready to play our part as a major country of this region, willing to share the burden of the responsibility of regional peace and prosperity, which, in turn, will be the region's springboard to help preserve peace in the world. What is the situation in Indonesia today? Let us take note of what the Indian news magazine, link, of August 25, has to say in this respect. The magazine says, nearly 3 years after the abortive coup of 1965, there are no signs of peace or orderly development in the country. On the contrary, not only the Central and East Java, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi, but also a number of minor outlying islands are seething with discontent. What is happening is just the reverse of all that the Indonesian Revolution had stood for. According to many observers, what is important is not the extent of popular discontent bursting into partisan actions, but the growing feeling in large sections of the population that there is no alternative to armed action. Political failure, coupled with the general sellout of the nation's economic interests, has alienated the rulers not only by Gt. US and Japanese monopoly capitalist octopus ruthlessly sucking Indonesia's wealth. The fascist regime makes the rice bags fly higher and higher while unemployment is swelling. WS Indonesia. Monopoly. Illists. From the working people, but also from the intelligentsia. The fascist military regime's policy in Indonesia's economic field is well known. The aforementioned Indian magazine reports, there is no branch of the national economy, which has not been thrown open to international monopolies. Transport, mining, forests, plantations, communications, oil, fisheries are being offered to foreign collaborators, who are being tempted with manifold concessions such as a long tax holiday, right to repatriate capital, freedoms to convert profits into hard currency and guarantees against labor trouble or demands for nationalization. Nationalist undertakings are being handed back to their former owners. A new class of compradors, which is closely allied with military officers and Iwan. Important bureaucrats and which monopolizes political, administrative, and economic power, is being created. It should be added here that, besides giving guarantees to safeguard foreign investments by concluding bilateral agreements with the respective governments of private investors, Suharto signed in July a new law concerning an agreement on the Convention of Settlement of Disputes between the fascist regime and the foreign nationals about capital investments. Yet, according to an thorough report from Bonn on September 12, most of West GER businessmen, listed as prospective investors in Indonesia, developed a waiting attitude and gave thorough consideration before plunging into direct operations in the country. Anxiety was still growing, the report stated, over possible negative developments that might affect their capital in Indonesia, although for them, it was widely believed, the Indonesian foreign investment laws were more favorable compared with those in other countries such as Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Australia. Since the issuance of the foreign investment laws in 1967, foreign capital invested in Indonesia had amounted to $300 million, about 3/4 of which is U.S. capital. The U.S. monopoly capitalists have set up 6 huge concerns, specially, to plunder the underground resource CES and offshore oil deposits. Last July, the fascist regime sold 25,000 square miles of land, extremely rich in nickel deposits, in Sulawesi Island to the International Nickel Company of Canada, 25,000 square kilometers of oil-rich region in Jambi, central Sumatra, to a French company, and a tin mining region located between Sumatra and Kalimantan, which is almost equal, in size, to the whole of Holland to Dutch capitalists. Almost 4 million hectares of forests have been sold to foreign monopoly capitalists, particularly Japanese. Warning. Fishing rights have also been given to Japanese, South Korean and other fishing companies. The chairman of the Indonesian Fishermen's Association warned that if the current methods in fishing applied by the foreign companies were continued, fish supplies in the Indonesian waters would be destroyed within 4 years. Voices of concern were also heard about the fate of the forests. 6 foreign banks, 3 of which are Ameri. 41. Ken, have been set up. Import and export are now indirectly controlled by foreign monopoly capitalists, while many national undertakings and factories etc. have been closed down. To sum up, the country's economy, under the fascist military regime, is deteriorating rapidly. Here are some figures though boosted by U.S.-led imperialist countries with credits, loans and grants, totaling about $600 million, during the 2 years and provided with many foreign technical advisors and economic experts. The fascist military regime is unable to stop, or even to slow down, inflation. The regime's finance minister disclosed that at the end of September, this year, the volume of money in circulation was 91 billion rupees, and compared with the 2.7 billion rupees in circulation in December 1965, 3 months after the September 30 events, it constitutes an increase of more than 3,300%. Cost of living index in February, this year, was 866,062 as compared with 6,968 in February 1965. Because of the continuous rise of prices, taxes etc., a high government official, living in Palembang complained, recently, that his salary was just enough for paying his electricity bill. According to the figures released by the Indonesian State Bank, the exchange rate of the US dollar was 500 rupiahs at the end of October, this year. It was 42.50 in February 1966. Corruption is rampant in this country, now. The bureaucrats, particularly, are resorting to all kinds of tricks to enrich themselves or to get enough money to subsist. Unemployment is continuously increasing, particularly because of the closure of, at least, 50% of the national enterprises, thus, creating an army of cheap labor reserves for the foreign capitalists. Sinar Harapan, a daily paper, reported in September, that among the 41 million Indonesians composing the country's manpower 4 million are unemployed. 12 million semi-employed while 17 million are casually employed. At the end of last year, about 9,000 university graduates were unemployed. In northern Sumatra thousands of peasants are being forcibly evicted from land they have been cultivating during the last 2 decades and more. This land has to be handed back to the former owners, the Dutch tobacco companies. Crime increase. Crimes in Jakarta and presumably also in the other regions have been astonishingly increasing in the past few months. According to Anthara, the Jakarta police statistics show that the January-August period of this year recorded 10,817 crimes in the capital only, representing a 31% rise of those in the same period of last year. Reports of crimes are daily filling the Jakarta newspapers. Many cases of armed robberies and hold-ups are committed by members of the armed forces. Facing the insurmountable crisis in the economic, political, and social fields, the fascist chieftains are, daily, living in mortal fear of the imminent danger and comeback of the Indonesian Communist Party. Dr. Shafruddin Praranegara, former finance minister, has said that the current economic problems cannot be overcome if Indonesian leaders refuse to improve their morals and mentality. He described Indonesia, today, as a mental hospital. In frantically trying to overcome the ever-growing difficulties it is facing, the regime begged for, and was promised, a loan of $500 million as a loan from the U.S.-led imperialist countries for 1969. Remarkably, it is exactly the same amount the Indonesian fascists in power were reportedly begging from the U.S. imperialist bosses in return for their sending of cannon fodder to Vietnam to support U.S. aggression. The worsening economic crisis in this country has been readily 42. Exploited by U.S. imperialists to turn it into a military base. The U.S. Assistant Secretary of State, Murtry Godley, visiting Indonesia last June, asked Adam Malik for further informations about the result of the anti-communist drive in the country and about the regime's position in regard to the Vietnam question. Just 2 months later, Reuters reported that the Indonesian army had considered sending troops to Vietnam in return for $500 million of aid from the U.S. Also at the beginning of August, Reuters reported from Jakarta, that the ASEAN Ministerial meeting, held in the Indonesia capital at the time, had moved a step closer to the founding of a military bloc by reviewing some security problems, including the Vietnam problem, American presence in Southeast Asia, British military withdrawal from the area, etc. Previously, the Army Chief, General Panggabean, stated that Indonesia had a very important role in the maintenance of peace in Southeast Asia. Military Pact. Adam Malik declared in August that the fascist military regime was willing to join the ISPAC, which comprises Japan, the Philippines, Thailand, South Korea, the Saigon regime, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, and the Chiang Kai-shek clique, of which 8 have military agreements with the US, while Malaysia has a military treaty with Britain, through whom she is connected with the US-controlled SEATO and NATO. Present US President-elect, Richard Nixon, according to US News & World Report of October 23, last year, urged that ISPAC should be turned into an alliance actively dedicated to concerting whatever efforts might be necessary to maintain the security of the region. On August 10, Adam Malik described the offer of Japan's Foreign Minister, Takeo Miki, to the Indonesian fascist military regime to join the ISPAC as a sign of goodwill. Meanwhile, according to the Indonesian Navy newspaper, L. Inayan, capitalist or workers' organizations. Are the old-line trade unions primarily organizations of the workers, or are they instruments of the capitalist class? The Communist Party of Australia has been re-examining the present-day role of the trade unions in Australia and has come to the conclusion that the unions have been turned into their opposites, dominated as they are by a trade union bureaucracy whose policy is in the interest of the capitalist class and at loggerheads with the interest of the masses of workers. It is completely utopian, unrealistic, says the February 6 issue of the Vanguard, organ of the Communist Party of Australia, to think that the trade union bureaucracy can be destroyed through the union ballot box. It is the same as thinking that the capitalist class can be destroyed through parliamentary elections. Further observations on this question are given below, reprinted from the Australian Communist, number 32, the Theoretical Journal of the Party, and the Vanguard. A commentary on the position of the Australian Communist Party by Ensan Magathasan, General Secretary, Ceylon Communist Party, is reprinted in full. We urge a careful study of these documents and invite our readers to send in their comments. Underscore. Recently Vanguard received a letter from a worker on the subject of trade unions. He pointed out that this year the Congress of the Australian Council of Trade Unions would be held, which would provide rank-and-file unionists with the opportunity to raise matters concerning, i.e. organizational structure of the trade unions, with a view to turning them into more effective weapons in the struggle for socialism. A central idea expressed in the letter was that if the emphasis was placed on rank-and-file organization and the unions did not confine themselves to their own economic demands but took up broader issues such as pensions, prices, education, peace, etc., the struggle for revolutionary octal change to socialism would be greatly advanced. Vanguard was glad to receive the letter. Fundamentally it showed a desire to struggle, to get grips with the job of getting rid of US domination, overthrowing capitalism, and winning atheism and independence. The letter also showed a deep dissatisfaction with the trade union bureaucrats. What the author of the letter wrote expresses is a growing feeling amongst the Australian working people, a striving to find the revolutionary path forward. In Australia the two main obstacles which divert the working class and other working people from the revolutionary path are trade union and parliamentary politics. Trade union and parliamentary politics can line the working people to capitalism. They put carrot linkers on them, limit their vision. Trade union and parliamentary politics, the native country of the present ruling race in China. Furthermore, after the signing of the Sino-Russian Treaty of Aigun, Engels penetratingly pointed out, when at last England resolved to carry the war to Peking, and when France joined her in the hope of picking up something to her advantage, Russia despoiled China of a country as large as France and many put together, and of a river as large as the Danube. Lenin also pointed out that the task of the Russian imperialist policy in Asia was to seize the whole of Persia, complete the partition of China. By these brilliant conclusions, Marx, Engels, and Lenin fully exposed the aggressive and unequal nature of the Sino-Russian Treaty of Agun and the Sino-Russian Treaty of Peking Tsarist Russian imperialism had imposed on China. Even according to the unequal Sino-Russian Treaty of Peking, Qinbao Island is indisputable Chinese territory. The Sino-Russian Treaty of Peking stipulated, from the estuary of the Ushiri River southward to the Xinkai Lake, the boundary line runs along the Ushiri and Sungay-Cha rivers. The land lying east of these rivers belongs to Russia and the land west of these rivers belongs to China. According to established principles of international law, in the case of navigable boundary rivers, the central line of the main channel should form the boundary line which determines the ownership of islands. Qinbao Island and the nearby Kapatsu and Chilichin Islands are all situated on the Chinese side of the central line of the main channel of the Ushiri River and have always been under China's jurisdiction. Chinese frontier guards have always been patrolling these islands and Chinese inhabitants have always been carrying on production on these islands. During the Sino-Soviet boundary negotiations in 1964. 57. The Soviet side itself could not but admit that these islands are Chinese territory. On September 27, 1920, the Soviet government led by Lenin declared that all the treaties concluded by the previous Russian government with China are null and void, and it renounces all the seized Chinese territory and all Russian concessions in China and returns to China gratis and forever everything the Tsarist government and the Russian bourgeoisie seized rapaciously from her. This great testament of Lenin's failed to come true because China was then ruled by a reactionary government. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the boundary question between China and the Soviet Union could have been reasonably settled. The Chinese government consistently holds that boundary questions left over by history should be settled through negotiations and that, pending a settlement, the status quo of the boundary should be maintained. The government of China has, in succession, satisfactorily settled complicated boundary questions left over by history with her neighboring countries Burma, Nepal, Pakistan, the People's Republic of Mongolia and Afghanistan. But the boundary questions between China and the Soviet Union and between China and India have remained unsettled. The Chinese government repeatedly held negotiations with the Indian government on the Sino-Indian boundary question, but they were disrupted by the Indian reactionaries. In 1964, the Chinese government held boundary negotiations with the Soviet government, during which the Chinese side made it clear that the Sino-Russian Treaty of Agun, the Sino-Russian Treaty of Peking and other treaties relating to the present Sino-Soviet boundary are all unequal treaties Tsarist Russian imperialism imposed on China when power was not in the hands of the peoples of China and Russia. But, prompted by the desire to strengthen the revolutionary friendship between the Chinese and Soviet peoples, the Chinese side was willing to take these treaties as the basis for determining the entire alignment of the boundary line between the two countries and for settling all existing questions relating to the boundary. Any side which occupies the territory of the other side in violation of the treaties must, in principle, return it wholly and unconditionally to the other side, but this does not preclude necessary readjustments at individual places on the boundary by both sides on the basis of the treaties and in accordance with the principles of consultation on an equal footing and of mutual understanding and mutual accommodation. However, the Soviet side refused to accept the above-mentioned reasonable proposals of the Chinese side. It refused to recognize the treaties relating to the present Sino-Soviet boundary as unequal treaties and obstinately refused to take these treaties as the basis for settling the boundary question between the two countries in its vain attempt to force China to accept a new unequal treaty and thus to perpetuate in legal form its occupation of the Chinese territory which it seized by crossing the boundary line defined by the unequal treaties. This great power chauvinist and territorial expansionist stand of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique was severely condemned by the Chinese side. The Chinese side clearly pointed out that if the Soviet side should obdurately insist on such a stand and inexorably refuse to mend its ways, the Chinese side will have to reconsider its position as regards the Sino-Soviet boundary question as a whole. Not only has the Soviet revisionist renegade clique refused to settle the Sino-Soviet boundary question through negotiations, but it has incessantly disrupted the status quo of the boundary and created border incidents. After the Sino-Soviet boundary negotiations were sabotaged by the Soviet revisionists, and particularly since Brezhnev and Kosygin assumed power, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, motivated by its counter-revolutionary needs for allying with U.S. imperialism against China and diverting the attention of the people at home, has sent large reinforcements to the Sino-Soviet border, stepped up its disruption of the status quo of the boundary, occupied still more Chinese territories, carried out armed provocations and created incidents of bloodshed. Take Qinbao Island for instance. During the icebound seasons in the 2 years and more between January 23, 1967 and March 2 of this year alone, Soviet frontier troops intruded into the Qinbao Island area of China on 16 occasions, and during several of these intrusions they wounded Chinese frontier guards on normal patrol duty and looted Chinese arms and ammunition. The latest incident in which Soviet revisionist troops intruded into Chinese territory, Qinbao Island, to carry out armed provocations has further revealed the ugly features of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, which has taken over the mantle of Tsarist Russian imperialism and is pursuing its social imperialist policy of aggression. They regard as theirs those places which Tsarist Russian imperialism occupied and have made further claims for places which Tsarist Russian imperialism failed to occupy. They are the new Tsars of today. It is absolutely impermissible for anyone to violate China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We will not attack unless we are attacked. If we are attacked, we will certainly counterattack. Should the Soviet revisionist renegade clique cling to its reckless course and continue to provoke armed conflicts on the border, the Chinese people, following the teaching of our great leader Chairman Mao, will certainly wipe out the invading enemy resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely. 58. I absorb fresh blood from the proletariat. An important question in party consolidation. Peking Review, number 43, editorial of Hunky, number 4, 1968, October 25, 1968. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is an open party consolidation movement carried out on an unprecedented scale by revolutionary methods. In scope ID depth, in profundity of ideological criticism and repudiation, and in thoroughness of organizational consolidation, it far surpasses any previous party consolidation movement launched since liberation. This is a great struggle being waged by the proletarian revolutionaries China who uphold Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong's spot, to smash the revisionist faction within the Tate. This is a great struggle in which the broadest evolutionary masses all over the country, acting in espouse to Chairman Mao's call, expose and repudiate Hina-S Khrushchev and the rest of the handful of Rene, Chairman Mao made a penetrating analysis of the intellectuals in our country, pointing out that they are in 3 different states: left, intermediate and right. Those who take the firm stand of the proletariat, they are a minority. The number of intellectuals who are hostile to our state is very small. The majority have the desire to study Marxism and have already learned a little, but they are not yet familiar with it. Some of 64. The Soviet Revolutionary Organization Fighters Committee for the Re-establishment of a Marxist-Leninist Party in the Soviet Union has issued an article which sharply condemns the crimes of the Soviet revisionist clique of renegades in betraying proletarian internationalism and calls on the Soviet working class to raise its iron fist to clear away these renegades. Title and text follow. Peking Review. January 17, 1969. Heroes' Blood and Renegades' Fears. Chinese volunteers numbered at one time 40,000 to 50,000 in the ranks of the Red Army. They were mostly workers recruited by the Tsarist government during World War I to do backbreaking work in industry, road building, and construction of defense works. They deeply understood the objective and significance of the Great October Socialist Revolution, and their volunteering to defend the fruits of the revolution from being encroached upon by the enemy was an outstanding expression of the proletarian internationalism of the Chinese working people. Rising bravely and resolutely in defense of the fruits of the Great October Revolution as early as 1917, advanced representatives of the Chinese workers joined the ranks of the Red Guard in Petrograd, Moscow, Perm, Vladikavkaz, Petrozavodsk and many other cities throughout the country. Chinese units began to be set up in various parts of the country in the first months of 1918. The first Chinese battalion came into being in Tiraspol on the bank of the Dniester River. The young Chinese revolutionary and communist Sun Fuyuan was the organizer of this battalion. On May 9, 1918, Pravda carried an appeal to all revolutionary Chinese socialists signed by Sun Fuyuan, calling on them to join the Red Army. The Russian Communist Party and the Soviet government endorsed his activities, and V.I. Lenin paid great attention to the setting up of Chinese detachments. S.I. Arilov, chief of the Operations Department of the People's Commissariat of the Army and Navy, recollect, I can well remember how attentively V.I. Lenin listened to the reports given him on the organizing of Chinese international detachments. Recalling the glorious heroic exploits of the Chinese volunteers of the Tiraspol Detachment, N.I. Podvoisky, chairman of the All-Russian Organization Commission of the Red Army, declared that the Chinese fought like lions in battle. On the northern front, many Chinese served in units under Civil War hero Kazimierat Jurakhokov in the Shenkursk-Kolmogory-Arkhangelsk region. Remembering the Chinese volunteers' valor and self-sacrifice in battles against the White Guards and British and American armies of intervention, this hero said about one of them, Jan Wenqi was an exceptionally honest and brave fighter. In the most arduous moments of battle, he was always in the front ranks encouraging his comrades. Application was made to confer the Order of the Red Banner on him for his valor. A Chinese volunteers detachment was set up in Perm in the spring of 1918. Together with the Russian Red Guards, it formed a special detachment which was sent to put down the rebellion of the White Guards, the socialist revolutionaries in the Votkinsk district. The mission involved a hard-fought battle. In taking Babka village alone, more than 140 Chinese fighters lost their lives, among them Kuo Fu-chen, head of the detachment, who was the first to storm the enemy position. In the fierce fighting near Barda, the Chinese detachment lost its respected political commissar Ko Wang Qing, who was captured by the White Guards after being wounded. He was cruelly tortured and hacked to pieces after being murdered. The Chinese fighters' combat effectiveness won high praise from their comrades in arms, the fighters and commanders of the Russian Red Army. Writing in his field diary in autumn 1918, a commanding officer of the 29th Infantry Division said, "Our fighters always talked about the Chinese comrades. We all knew they treasured their weapons and always kept them within sight. They particularly cherished the little machines, as they fondly called their machine guns. They kept intact and retained more bayonets than we did. They paid attention to military appearance and discipline. They wore their red bands. I found that they were very well disciplined. They not only unconditionally carried out battalion and company commanders' orders, 65, but also those of platoon and squad leaders. The Red Army fighters maintained strict discipline. The Chinese comrades treated us like brothers. They always had a smile for people they happened to meet, and would pat them on the back and shake hands with them." Reporting on the stubborn battle spirit of the Chinese internationalists of the 21st Moscow Regiment, the Information Liaison Division of the Political Department of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Southern Front said, "There is a battalion composed of 500 Chinese internationalists in this regiment. The Chinese are well disciplined, can stand hardships and are unyielding in battle. By their example, they have inspired new fighters of the Red Army arriving at the front for the first time to be steadfast and courageous, and thus have played a very big role. The Chinese have a very good influence on the Red Army fighters. Even when they are wounded a number of times they go on fighting after dressing their wounds." Those were years when Chinese workers in many other cities, including Petrograd, Voronezh, Tagil, and Zlatist, set up international detachments to fight the White Guards. A model Chinese regiment was formed in Nizhny Novgorod in 1918. A Chinese detachment was formed in Vladikavkaz in the spring of 1918 under the leadership of S.M. Kirov. Presenting it with the red flag, Kirov said, "You are fighting for the victory of the Russian Revolution and at the same time for the freedom of oppressed China." The commander of the Chinese battalion and member of the Russian Communist Party, Pao Chi-san, spoke in reply at the presentation ceremony. On behalf of the Chinese volunteers, he said, "Revolutionary Russia has become our second homeland. We pledge ourselves to be her loyal fighters and to be soldiers of the revolution." The Chinese battalion was often sent where the fighting was fiercest and the struggle most important. The courage of the Chinese detachment and the gallantry of its commander were reflected in the citation to Pao Chi-san in 1921. The Chinese detachment commanded by Comrade Pao Chi-san has never complained, although it fought far from home, with no assurance of supplies, lacking uniforms, and sometimes going hungry. It had to fight small groups of bandits as well as organized and well-equipped troops under counter-revolutionaries in the North Caucasus Mountains. It fully carried out many combat missions and became real examples of internationalism and models of true defenders of the rights of the working people. Kirov presented his own Mauser to Pao Chi-san in recognition of the latter's gallantry. G. Alikov, who took part in putting down the counter-revolutionary rebellion in Vladikavkaz, wrote, "Pao Chi-san's Chinese detachment fought shoulder to shoulder with the Russian, Ossetian, Georgian, and other units for 7 days and nights and courageously repulsed the attacks by a superior enemy force. Many Chinese comrades heroically gave their lives in this battle and were buried in the tomb of the war dead. With respect, people cherish the memory of their Chinese comrades, heroes of the Civil War." A monument was erected in Ortjonikij city in 1960. The inscription on the monument reads, "In memory of the Chinese comrades who laid down their lives for the North Ossetian Soviet power in the years of the Civil War. The working people of the North Ossetian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic." Khrushchev came across this monument while visiting North Ossetia in spring 1964. Acting on his orders, his lackeys obliterated the word Chinese from the monument. No words are adequate to describe this action. What can one call this pack of two-legged animals in the Soviet Union who trample underfoot the honor and exploits of the Chinese heroes whose lives were dedicated to the Russian proletarian cause under Lenin's red banner? What can one call these types who bellowed in 1966 that monuments to Soviet-Chinese friendship when destroyed in the Cultural Revolution, when as far bad as 1964 they had besmirched the monument to the Chinese heroes who shed their last drop of blood for Russian worker-peasant power? What can one call these types who in 1965 supplied the weapons for murdering 500,000 of true communists in Indonesia, these types who, while aiding and abetting the enemy of the Indonesian people, slant-crowed the fine sons and daughters of the Indonesian PKI, fighting, guns in hand, for the happiness and freedom of their country? What can one call this Khrushchev-Brezhnev clique which embraces the renegade Tito and helps his American master bathe the proletarian cause in blood and strangle the world revolution? There is no need to waste time or to comb through various languages for words to brand these two-legged hyenas. What they fear is the time when they must echo to the peoples for the blood shed by the fighters fought for Lenin's cause. When Brezhnev and Kosygin sent troops to occupy Czechoslovakia, they trcmbled with fear because, with the disintegration of the community of hyenas, the time to settle accounts with them was drawing nearer and nearer. 66. They have betrayed the cause of the workers and peasants, and trial by the workers and peasants awaits them. It will be a summary trial. They have betrayed the cause of Lenin and Stalin, and trial by the Bolsheviks awaits them. The verdict is not hard to predict. Raise the iron fist of the working class, and clear away those creatures who dyed the red banner of revolution the black color of betrayal. The monument stands in the city square in Ortjonikij, which the masses refer to as China Square. The common people cherish the memory of those who shed their blood and gave their lives in the struggle for their cause. No one can erase the memory of these heroes. People remember them, and will hand out due punishment to those who futilely try to tarnish the brilliant images of these heroes. That day will come. It is not far off. Fighters Committee for the Re-establishment of a Marxist-Leninist Party in the Soviet Union. Soviet revisionists step up counter-revolutionary collusion. March 14, 1969. With Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang. FFHE Soviet revisionist renegade clique is stepping up its counter-revolutionary collusion with the Chiang Kai-shek bandit gang, public enemy of the 700 million Chinese people. This clique not long ago sent a journalist to China's territory Taiwan province, where the Chiang bandit gang is entrenched, to pay respect to the gang and engage in criminal plots against the Great People's Republic of China. This is a barefaced provocation by Soviet revisionist social imperialism against the Chinese people. The Western press and news agencies disclosed that, under instructions from the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, a Soviet citizen going by the name of Victor Lewis went to Taiwan province to carry out secret activities in the capacity of a journalist in the latter part of last October. During his stay in Taipei, Lewis met with Chiang Ching-kuo, defense minister of the Chiang bandit gang, with whom he had an exchange of views on plots against the Great People's Republic of China. On behalf of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, Lewis extended an unofficial invitation to the Chiang gang to send newsmen to visit the Soviet Union. An AP report from Moscow disclosed that Lewis had, in a statement after his return to Moscow, shamelessly lauded what he called the positive features of the Chiang gang and done his best to prettify its criminal rule on Taiwan province. At the same time, Western and Japanese bourgeois news agencies reported that unofficial contacts between the diplomatic personnel and journalists of the Soviet revisionist clique and the diplomatic personnel and journalists of the Chiang bandit gang in Washington, Tokyo, Ottawa, and other places have increased remarkably. The Chiang gang has also encouraged its diplomats and journalists to mingle with Soviet revisionist diplomats and journalists abroad. These facts show to what depths the Soviet revisionist renegade clique, collaborating with U.S. imperialism, has sunk in its criminal collusion with the Chiang gang in viciously opposing the Great People's Republic of China. The current counter-revolutionary collusion between the Soviet revisionist renegade clique and the Chiang bandit gang is by no means an isolated incident. For a long time this clique has hobnobbed with the Chiang gang and actively served the U.S. imperialist plot of creating two Chinas. In 1963, the Soviet revisionists flagrantly allowed the Chiang gang to sign the notorious Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty as a sovereign state. In their press and periodicals, they have time and again described China's territory Taiwan province, where the Chiang gang is entrenched, as a country and called Chiang Kai-shek, public enemy of the Chinese people, president. On many occasions, they have carried the flag of the Chiang gang in their periodicals. On numerous occasions they sat together with representatives of the Chiang gang at international conferences. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique has now gone so far as to send Victor Lewis to Taiwan province to collaborate with the Chiang gang. This is new evidence of its sinister activities against China. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique's intensified collusion with the Chiang bandit gang in rapidly opposing China fully shows its feeble nature. Socialist China, which has become ever stronger through the tempering of the great proletarian cultural revolution, is the greatest obstacle to the clique's collaboration with U.S. imperialism in a vain attempt by both to redivide the world. The gangsterism of Soviet revisionist social imperialism in carrying out aggression and expansion abroad has met with strong condemnation and opposition from the people throughout the world. The invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia is a noose the Soviet revisionist renegade clique has put round its own neck, and the noose is now becoming tighter and tighter. In the Soviet Union, the people's struggle against the Soviet revisionists' fascist rule is gathering momentum. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique is finding the going tougher and tougher. It is in these circumstances that Soviet revisionist social imperialism has been trying in every possible way to oppose China by colluding with U.S. imperialism and the reactionaries of all countries, even sinking so low as to set store by and make use of the stinking political corpse the Chiang gang. This is an indication that the Soviet revisionist renegade clique is beset with difficulties at home and abroad, and that it is in an impasse and vainly trying to put up a last-ditch struggle. But, no matter what rubbish Soviet revisionism and US imperialism may have collected to form an anti-China and counter-revolutionary holy alliance, they are inevitably lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own feet, and their efforts can only hasten their own doom. 67. History of Japanese Revisionism. In the following article written by a member of the W.R. Editorial Board, J.S. Merrick deals with another aspect of the Korean-Cuban Japanese Communist Party XLS. Japan, industrial imperialist power. What is to be the role that a Marxist-Leninist party will fulfill in an industrial and imperialist state? This is the question facing the proletariat of developed countries. Are the workers in the era of capitalism, imperialism, and neocolonialism to gauge their struggle according to feudal relations? How are the workers to regard the bourgeoisie, who are, in fact, the class enemy of the proletariat? Here we will examine the history of revisionism in Japan in light of these questions to see how mistakes of the past are rooted in the revisionist path of the Nosaka Miyamoto leadership in the Japanese Communist Party today. Even during the feudal Tokugawa period, Japan had started to undergo changes which would bring it to the industrial age. The great mercantile cities of Tokyo and Osaka were already far larger than the European cities of London and Paris. The Meiji reorganization of the state in 1868 wedded the state with great industrial interests. The great Osaka money-lending and rice merchant families of the Tokugawa period, like the Konoike and the Kashima, became the bankers of the Meiji era. Mitsui of Tokyo, along with Ono and Mitsubishi, were among the firms financed by the government, which had established a program of extensive financial subsidies to business enterprises in new fields. This gave rise to a group known as the Seisho, or privileged merchants and businessmen with political affiliations. By the beginning of the 20th century, not only was Japan on the way to becoming a first-class industrial nation but also an imperialist power as well. During the Sino-Japanese War and Russo-Japanese War, Japan seized Taiwan, the South Manchurian Railway, Kwantung Province of China, and the southern part of Sakhalin, then forcibly annexed Korea in 1910, and took possession of Tsingtao and the South Sea Islands of the Pacific in World War I. By the 1920s, Japanese industry was highly concentrated and developed. For example, workers in factories with 500 employees or more constituted 35% of the total factory labor force. In factories with 100 or more employees, the number of workers was 58% of the total. Banking, industry, and mining were in the hands of the Zaibatsu like Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Yasuda, and Sumitomo. This concentration even exceeded that of Germany. After Japan's defeat in the imperialist War of the Pacific, the United States quickly assumed Japan's place in her former empire and took over her neocolonial ambitions, even using remaining Japanese military forces in Korea and China to suppress the people until the U.S. assumed full military control. Under the U.S. military occupation, all aspects of the life of the Japanese people were under the absolute authority of Gen. MacArthur, Supreme Commander of U.S. forces, until the Japanese bourgeoisie could actively resume its political, military, and economic power. At this time, the Japanese Communist Party welcomed the American military occupation as a liberating force. This tune was not only being piped in Japan but in many other places as well. In the U.S. Communist Party, Secretary Earl Browder had the audacity to call communism 20th century Americanism. The strategy of the newly revived post-war CP of Japan was based on what is called the 1932 Thesis, ratified at both the 5th and 6th Party Congresses held in February 1946 and December 1947 respectively. Origins of Japanese Revisionism. The period of the 1930s, during which the thesis was issued, saw Japan commit fresh imperialist aggression as it seized northeast China and invaded China directly, seeking to crush the Chinese Revolution. Already Japan had made colonies of Korea, Taiwan, and the South Pacific Islands. Japanese imperialism stood ready to challenge the United States, Britain, France, and the Netherlands for hegemony over the Pacific and all of Asia. The 1932 Thesis on the Situation in Japan, the Tasks of the Communist Party, drafted in Moscow by the Comintern, and the 1935 Nosaka-Yamamoto letter of the Comintern Executive Committee established fully the new line for the Communist Party of Japan in that period. The new line embodied the fundamental spirit of the 7th Comintern Congress for Democracy. 68. Peace and Work and the Popular Agrarian Front for Land, Peace, and Freedom, seeking to create the broadest front in the countryside ranging from tenant serfs to small landlords and in industry including the merchants and small industrialists. The aim of this line was to complete a bourgeois democratic revolution in the struggle against the fascist military and to avoid a direct critique of monopoly capitalism as the main enemy of the working class. It identified the fascist military as the major enemy against whom we must wage war. The crux of the thesis was, whether there is to be a democratic Japan or a military fascist dictatorship. The latter would draw Japan back into the darkness of military dictatorship like that under the Tokugawa shogunate and lead her to military and economic ruin. But the wheels of history never go backwards to previous centuries or to previous epochs in social development. This non-dialectical thesis offered no class analysis, nor revolutionary mass struggle, and sought collaboration with the Social Democrats who had by this time irretrievably thrown in their lot with Japanese imperialism's expansion and the emperor system. This line completely abandoned the socialist revolution. Having abandoned the struggle for socialism, the party leadership infected the proletariat with confusion as it led them to seek a false objective, that of convincing the bourgeoisie to restore bourgeois democracy. But history was not to return to the liberal legalities of the 1920s. As the imperialist world contradictions grew sharper, the movement began to disintegrate when it failed to reach its objective of bourgeois democracy. This all but liquidated the communist movement in Japan by the end of the 1930s. Socialist Revolution vs. Democratic Front. The 5th and 6th Congress in 1946 and late 1947 held to the 1932 thesis. This line, now called the Democratic Front, was to create a grand majority not only of the toilers, workers and peasants, but one in which the medium and small merchants and manufacturers held power. The 5th Congress maintained that the analysis of the 1932 thesis was correct. Japan was a feudal colony and not an industrial state, and the U.S. Army had liberated Japan from the yoke of the Japanese militarists. Furthermore, Nosaka called the road to revolution by peaceful means, the Japanization of Marxism-Leninism. He then called for an alliance of all parties opposed to fascism to win elections and carry out the peaceful revolution. By late 1947 the world's situation was most grave, and the communist parties and people's movements came under extreme attack as U.S. imperialism took over its Western allies' former empires for its own and then invaded the economies of the metropolitan countries through such devices as the Marshall Plan in Europe and the reconstituting of the Zaibatsu in Japan. At this period, when Washington was proclaiming the American century, the 6th Congress of the Japanese Communist Party was being held. The report and decisions of the JCP, 6th Congress gave perfunctory recognizance of the grave world situation, but the main thrust of Sanzo Nosaka's attack was upon revolutionary struggle. As a former member of the Executive Committee of the Comintern, he used his wartime residence in Yenin to gain the prestige with which to cloak his counter-revolutionary ideas and maneuverings which slander and suppress those Marxist-Leninists in the party who oppose his class collaboration. Still seeking his peaceful revolution, he called for a broad front irrespective of class affiliation to include the entire peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the medium and small entrepreneurs, a portion of the industrial capitalists, and all elements who will fight for national independence. This is a section from Nosaka's report at the 6th Congress. If we adopt the strategy of the socialist revolution, we will cause all capitalistic elements to unite in one body, and the enemy will become larger. Only the workers and poor peasants will be left as our allies. The peasantry, which is our potential ally, will be split, and the rich and middle peasants will leave our camp or become neutral. Likewise, the medium and small businessmen and industrial capitalists will leave our camp and join the enemy. Thus, our camp will be divided and weakened, while that of the enemy will be strengthened. Thus he states clearly his choice between socialist revolution and capitalist oppression, between the workers allied with the peasants and the bourgeoisie. General Douglas MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. occupation forces, arrogantly declared the Pacific to be an Anglo-Saxon lake. Still dreaming of parliamentary victory, Nosaka and the revisionist leadership slandered Marxist-Leninists in the party and spread illusions among the masses concerning the Potsdam Declaration. In August 1948, Akahata, the party newspaper, stated, "Certain quarters believe that under present conditions our Democratic National Front will be unable to realize our objective of forming a government even if it wins a general election. This view is erroneous. If we are successful, we can take over the government as long as the Potsdam Declaration stands." In March 1949, Nosaka had this to say about Potsdam and the occupation: "There is no reason why a people's government which is most democratic and most peace-loving kind of government 69 should not be acceptable under the terms of the Potsdam Declaration." The Allied powers, whose occupation policy is based on this declaration, will naturally have to recognize a people's government so long as it has been created by democratic means. The Cominform in January 1950 repudiated Nosaka's views as anti-Marxist in maintaining that, with the U.S. occupation of Japan, it was possible to achieve power peacefully. Here are some of Nosaka's statements that were cited as a basis for the criticism: "The stay of Allied troops is aimed at disarming Japan and at the same time, at liberating the people from a totalitarian policy, at making Japan a democratic country. In occupying Japan, the Allied troops have no intention of turning our country into a colony." According to Nosaka, the Communist Party of Japan can, even under conditions of the occupation regime, lead the working class to power peacefully. The possibility has arisen that proletarian parties, by winning a majority in the Diet, might be able to form their own government and take political power into their hands by destroying the bureaucratic apparatus and its forces. In other words, the possibility has arisen of winning power by parliamentary, democratic methods. In June 1949, Nosaka emphatically pronounced in his report to the plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Japan that the establishment of a people's democratic government under conditions of an occupation regime was without question possible. "The occupation troops will be withdrawn the moment such a government is established." After the stinging criticism of the Cominform, Nosaka and his rightist clique, like turtles, pulled into their shells to preserve themselves in order to spread their revisionist filth at a future date. After the party was driven underground in the summer of 1950, the revolutionary members containing elements of workers, students, and former Korean slave laborers took the path of armed struggle against U.S. imperialism and monopoly capitalism in order to promote agrarian revolution. The party bureaucrats, represented by Nosaka, sought to undermine this struggle by launching a rightist nationalist program that employed a racist line and an alliance with national capitalism. At the February 1951 conference it was stated, "The Japanese Communist Party, in addition to representing the interests of the Japanese working class, represents the interests of the Japanese race and of all people of the nation." Of the 32 demands of the new program adopted at the conference, not one was directed against monopoly capitalism. Instead, the new program declared a national liberation democratic revolution which included medium and small businessmen, many industrialists and large merchants, all to be included. The new program declared, because they desire a free and independent, and economically, politically, and culturally autonomous, Japan. In 1955 the period of activist struggle ended when the party's dormant right wing re-emerged to steer an opportunist course. The party returned again to the line which it unblushingly termed being lovable. With the line of peaceful coexistence restored, the lovable Communist Party then declared that all but the hopelessly reactionary were to be included in a national democratic united front to build bourgeois democracy. The main emphasis of their new tactics involved sponsoring various fronts in the cultural area, glee clubs, scouting movements, and the like. Revisionists attack student-worker alliance. It was no wonder then that the organized student movement, the Zengakuren, which was most active during the period of struggle and maintained the fight for socialism, would disagree with the resurrected revisionist line. But the party leadership, with Nosaka as first secretary since 1955 and as chairman since 1958 and Miyamoto, general secretary since 1958, slandered and scorned the student movement and those who raised the banner of struggle and socialism. For a dozen years now the leadership has divorced itself from the struggles of the students whom they had in the past indiscriminately labeled Trotskyists, trying to destroy the Japanese student movement which has fearlessly carried on the struggle against U.S. imperialism. At the height of the 1959-60 struggle against the U.S. Japan Security Pact which received worldwide attention and support, the party branded the struggle led by the students as the work of provocateurs and agents of American imperialism. When 80,000 students and workers marched in Tokyo against the Diet, the party contemptuously declared that the masses can only understand how the Security Pact affects their kitchens. What was the party's own understanding of this period? Their statement following Khrushchev's visit to the United States in October 1959 makes this clear: now the history of humanity has entered a new stage. We will no longer have an armed world. Colonial revolution will henceforth be an unarmed battle of natives without rifles and knives against imperialists without machine guns and revolvers. Now we have entered this new era. What was the party's tactics in this new era of the 60s? Nosaka and Miyamoto again charted their course intended to win a parliamentary majority. The leadership clique affirmed this line in 1961 at the 8th Congress of the JCP. The program adopted alleged that a stable majority within the Diet will make it possible to convert the Diet from a tool for reactionary rule into a tool serving the people and to transform radically the reactionary state machinery into a people's republic. Nosaka and Miyamoto thus designed their tactics in pursuit of their dream of a million-member party. Discarding the principles of a Leninist party, a party of the most ideologically advanced elements of the proletariat and its firm allies, they launched instead a drive of open recruitment on a non-class basis. The 8th Congress of the party in 1961 adopted a general two-year program for doubling party strength. Their membership of 100,000 in 1962 increased to 130,000 by the following year. Between the 9th Party Congress in 1964 and the 10th Party Congress in 1966 membership more than doubled to 270,000 members. The party's quality of membership and its ideological level can only have suffered by such recruitment policies. It has been reported that in some areas of Japan a special package deal was offered in which a trial subscription to the party's weekend newspaper entitled the subscriber to a trial membership in the party as well. The party's current membership level leads to the anomalous fact that the JCP is the largest political party in Japan in terms of membership enrollment, yet, by its own guidelines for SUCS, it receives the least number of electoral votes. The second plenum of the JCP Central Committee stated in November 1966, the success of the election campaign will finally depend upon how the enhanced political consciousness of the masses will increase the votes for candidates of our party. Though the party tripled its membership from the period between 1963 and 1966, it was only able to increase its voting strength from 4% to 4.8% of the electorate. The party still has a long way to go to achieve its dream of possessing a stable majority with only its 7 seats in the over 700-seat Diet. Even ignoring the electoral tactics of such parliamentary cretinism, such policies echo those of the peaceful road pursued by the former leadership of the Indonesian Communist Party. The Japanese CP leadership greatly admired the organizational methods of the PKI with which they had a close exchange of views for a long time, holding joint yearly meetings with the PKI leadership. Me. Yamato declared at the 9th Congress of the JCP in 1964 his admiration of the PKI organization. Today our membership is 150,000. But the Communist Party of Indonesia has 3 million membership. Our party should open our gate so that our party membership will be further increased to 300,000, and 500,000. Less than a year before the tragic consequences that befell the PKI because of its revisionist political and organizational line, Miyamoto set the JCP on the same course. Revisionist line on party press. According to the party decisions of the Second Plenum of November 1966, special emphasis is placed on building the circulation of the Akahata, particularly its weekend edition, through direct competition in terms of content with the major bourgeois press. The Akahata thus contracts the most reactionary of the domestic and feature services in order to popularize its content. The party itself tries to provide the best facilities to press clubs to win the favor of the bourgeois press. Most typical of the bankruptcy of the Japanese Communist Party, however, is its own 56-page platform for elections. This broad-ranging document, which details the party's opposition to smog and air pollution, traffic congestion, and even supermarkets, spreads treacherous illusions about the nature of the bourgeois state, asserting, for example, the possibility of democratizing the Supreme Court and democratizing finance by simply replacing the Sato cabinet with a new democratic coalition. At no point in the entire 56 pages is there a mention of socialism, let alone that the only way to establish a people's government is for the proletariat to lead determinately a revolutionary struggle for socialism and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. All the struggles of the world's people can only be fought by their choosing between two destinies, capitalist reaction and the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, or socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is the struggle that must be fought. There are no third paths except those, like that of the Nosaka Miyamoto clique, which lead straight back into the camp of the bourgeoisie. 71. The origin and development of the differences between the leadership of the CPSU and ourselves. Comment on the open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU. By the editorial departments of Renmin Ribeo and Hunke. September 6, 1963. It is more than a month since the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union published its open letter of July 14 to party organizations and all communists in the Soviet Union. This open letter, and the steps taken by the leadership of the CPSU since its publication, have pushed Sino-Soviet relations to the brink of a split and have carried the differences in the international communist movement to a new stage of unprecedented gravity. Now Moscow, Washington, New Delhi, and Belgrade are joined in a love feast, and the Soviet press is running an endless assortment of fantastic stories and theories attacking China. The leadership of the CPSU has allied itself with U.S. imperialism, the Indian reactionaries and the renegade Tito clique against socialist China and against all Marxist-Leninist parties, in open betrayal of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, in brazen repudiation of the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement, and in flagrant violation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance. The present differences within the international communist movement and between the Chinese and Soviet parties involve a whole series of important questions of principle. In its letter of June 14 to the Central Committee of the CPSU, the Central Committee of the CPC systematically and comprehensively discussed the essence of these differences. It pointed out that, in the last analysis, the present differences within the international communist movement and between the Chinese and Soviet parties involve the questions of whether or not to accept the revolutionary principles of the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement, whether or not to accept Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, whether or not there is need for revolution, whether or not imperialism is to be opposed, and whether or not the unity of the socialist camp and the international communist movement is desired. How have the differences in the international communist movement and between the leadership of the CPSU and ourselves arisen? And how have they grown to their present serious dimensions? Everybody is concerned about these questions. In our article Whence the Differences, we dealt with the origin and growth of the differences in the international communist movement in full outline. We deliberately refrained from giving certain facts concerning this question, and particularly certain important facts involving the leadership of the CPSU, and left the leadership of the CPSU some leeway, though we were ready to provide a fuller picture and to thrash out the rights and wrongs when necessary. Now that the open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU has told many lies about the origin and development of the differences and completely distorted the facts, it has become necessary for us to set forth certain facts in order to explain the matter in greater detail. In its open letter, the Central Committee of the CPSU dares not state the truth to its party members and the masses of the people. Instead of being open and aboveboard and respecting the facts as Marxist-Leninists should, the leadership of the CPSU resorts to the customary practice of bourgeois politicians, distorting the facts and confusing truth and falsehood in its determined attempt to shift the blame for the emergence and growth of the differences onto the Chinese Communist Party. Lenin once said, "Honesty in politics is the result of strength, and hypocrisy the result of weakness." Honesty and respect for the facts mark the attitude of Marxist-Leninists. Only those who have degenerated politically depend on telling lies for a living. The facts are most eloquent. Facts are the best witness. Let us look at the facts. The differences began with the 20th Congress of the CPSU. There is a saying, it takes more than one cold day for the rive to freeze 3 feet deep. The present difference in the international communist movement did not, of course, begin just today. The open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU spreads the notion that the differences in the international communist movement were started by the 3 articles which we published in April 1960 under the title of Long Live Leninism. This is a big lie. What is the truth? The truth is that the whole series of differences of principle in the international communist movement began more than 7 years ago. To be specific, it began with the 20th Congress of the CPSU in 1956. The 20th Congress of the CPSU was the first step along the road of revisionism taken by the leadership of the CPSU. From the 20th Congress to the present, the revisionist line of the leadership of the CPSU has gone through the process of emergence, formation, growth, and systematization. And by a gradual process, too, people have come to understand more and more deeply the revisionist line of the CPSU leadership. From the very outset we held that a number of views advanced at the 20th Congress concerning the contemporary international struggle and the international communist movement were wrong, were violations of Marxism-Leninism. In particular, the complete negation of Stalin on the pretext of combating the personality cult and the thesis of peaceful transition to socialism by the parliamentary road are gross errors of principle. The criticism of Stalin at the 20th Congress the CPSU was wrong both in principle and in method. Stalin's life was that of a great Marxist-Leninist, at proletarian revolutionary. For 30 years after Thurin's death, Stalin was the foremost leader of the SU and the Soviet government, as well as the weakest leader of the international communist movement and the standard-bearer of the world revolution. During his lifetime, Stalin made some serious mistakes, compared to his great and meritorious deeds his mistakes are only secondary. Stalin rendered great services to the development of the Soviet Union and the international communist movement. In the article on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat published in April 156, we said, after Lenin's death Stalin creatively applied and developed Marxism-Leninism as the chief leader of the party and the state. Stalin expressed the will and aspirations of the people, and proved himself an outstanding Marxist-Leninist fighter, in the struggle in defense of the legacy of Leninism against its enemies the Trotskyites, Zinovievites and other bourgeois agents. Stalin won the support of the Soviet people and played an important role in history primarily because, together with the other leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, he defended Lenin's line on the industrialization of the Soviet Union and the collectivization of agriculture. By pursuing this line, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union brought about the triumph of socialism in the Soviet Union and created the conditions for the victory of the Soviet Union in the war against Hitler. These victories of the Soviet people accorded with the interests of the working class of the world and all progressive mankind. It was therefore natural that the name of Stalin was greatly honored throughout the world. It was necessary to criticize Stalin's mistakes. But in Lis's secret report to the 20th Congress, Comrade Khrushchev completely negated Stalin, and in doing so defamed the dictatorship of the proletariat, defamed the socialist system, the great CPSU, the great Soviet Union MD, the international communist movement. Far from using a revolutionary proletarian party's method of criticism and self-criticism for the purpose of making an tamest and serious analysis and summation of the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Li treated Stalin as an enemy and shifted the blame for ill mistakes onto Stalin alone. Khrushchev viciously and demagogically told a host of lies in his secret report, and threw around charges that Stalin had a persecution mania, indulged in brutal arbitrariness, took the path of mass repressions and terror, knew the country and agriculture only from against the enemy, and out of consideration for the difficult position the leaders of the CPSU were in, we trained in those days from open criticism of the era of the 20th Congress, because the imperialists and 11 reactionaries of all countries were exploiting these era and carrying on frenzied activities against the Soviet Union, against communism and against the people, and also because the leaders of the CPSU had not yet departed so far from Marxism-Leninism as they did later. Fervently hoped at the time that the leaders of the CPSI would put their errors right. Consequently, Wo always endeavored to seek out positive aspects and on public occasions gave them whatever support was appropriate and necessary. Even so, by stressing positive lessons and principle in their public speeches, leading comrades of the CCNL and committee of the CPC explained our position with regard to the 20th Congress of the CPSU. The open letter of the Central Committee of THCPSU asserts that in his political report to the 8th Congress of the CPC, Comrade Liu Shaoqi complete, affirmed the 20th Congress of the CPSU. But it way in this very report that Comrade Liu Shaoqi spoke of the lessons of the Chinese Revolution and explained the road of peaceful transition was wrong and impracticable. The open letter of the Central Committee of the CPS asserts that in his report to the 8th Congress of THCPC on the revision of the party constitution, Comrade Ng Xiaoping completely affirmed the combat against e-personality cult conducted at the 20th Congress. It was in this very report that Comrade Teng Xiang discussed at some length democratic centralism in Re-Party and the interrelationship between leaders and lasses, explained the consistent and correct style of work. Our party, and thus in effect criticized the error of the 20th Congress concerning combating the personality KT. Is there anything wrong in the way we acted? Have we not done exactly what a Marxist-Leninist party ought to do by persevering in principle and upholding unity? How can this consistently correct attitude of the Chinese Communist Party towards the 20th Congress be described as full of vacillations and waverings, as false and as representing a 180-degree turn? In making these charges against us in the open letter, raps the Central Committee of the CPSU thought it ruled deny the criticisms we made because they were known only to a few leaders of the CPSU, and that it dulled use falsehoods to deceive the broad masses of the PSU membership and the Soviet people. But does this lot prove its own falseness? The serious consequences of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. The open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU loudly proclaims the wonderful and majestic results of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. But history cannot be altered. People not suffering from too short a memory will recall that by its errors the 20th Congress produced not wonderful or majestic results but a discrediting of the Soviet Union, of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of socialism and communism, and gave an opportunity to the imperialists, the reactionaries, and all the other enemies of communism, with extremely serious consequences for the international communist movement. After the Congress, swollen with arrogance, the imperialists and reactionaries everywhere stirred up a worldwide tidal wave against the Soviet Union, against communism and against the people. The US imperialists saw the all-out attack on Stalin by the leadership of the CPSU as something that was never so suited to our purposes. They talked openly about using Khrushchev's secret report as a weapon with which to destroy the prestige and influence of the communist movement, and they took the opportunity to advocate peaceful transformation in the Soviet Union. The Titoites became most aggressive. Flaunting their reactionary slogan of anti-Stalinism, they wildly attacked the dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist system. They declared that the 20th Congress of the CPSU created sufficient elements for the new course which Yugoslavia had started, and that the question now is whether this course will win or the course of Stalinism will win again. The Trotskyists, enemies of communism, who had been in desperate straits, feverishly resumed activity. In its manifesto to the workers and peoples of the entire world, the so-called Fourth International said, "Today, when the Kremlin leaders are themselves admitting the crimes of Stalin, they implicitly recognize that the indefatigable struggle carried on *** by the world Trotskyist movement against the degeneration of the workers' state, was fully justified. The errors of the 20th Congress brought great ideological confusion in the international communist movement and caused it to be deluged with revisionist ideas. Along with the imperialists, the reactionaries, and the Tito clique, renegades from communism in many countries attacked Marxism-Leninism and the international communist movement. Most striking among the events which took place during this period were the incident in Soviet-Polish relations and the counter-revolutionary rebellion in Hungary. The two events were different in character. But the leadership of the CPSU made grave errors in both. By moving up troops in an attempt to subdue the Polish comrades by armed force, it committed the error of great power chauvinism. And at the critical moment when the Hungarian counter-revolutionaries had occupied Budapest, for a time it intended to adopt a policy of capitulation and abandon socialist Hungary to counter-revolution. These errors of the leadership of the CPSU inflated the arrogance of all the enemies of communism, created serious difficulties for many fraternal parties, and caused the international communist movement great damage. In the face of this situation, the Chinese Communist Party and other fraternal parties persevering in Marxism-Leninism firmly demanded repulsing the assaults of imperialism and reaction and safeguarding the socialist camp and the international communist movement. We insisted on the taking of all necessary measures to smash the counter-revolutionary rebellion in Hungary and firmly opposed the abandonment of socialist Hungary. We insisted that in the handling of problems between fraternal parties and countries, correct principles should be followed so as to strengthen the unity of the socialist camp, and we firmly opposed the erroneous methods of great power chauvinism. At the same time, we made very great efforts to safeguard the prestige of the CPSU. At that time the leaders of the CPSU accepted our suggestion, and on October 30, 1956 issued the Soviet government's declaration on the foundations of the development and further strengthening of friendship and cooperation between the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, in which they examined some of their own past mistakes in handling their relations with fraternal countries. On November 1, the Chinese government issued a statement expressing support for the Soviet government's declaration. All this we did in the interests of the international communist movement, and also in order to persuade the leaders of the CPSU to draw the proper lessons and correct their errors in good time and not slide farther away from Marxism-Leninism. But subsequent events showed that the leaders of the CPSU nursed rancor against us and regarded the CPC, which perseveres in proletarian internationalism, as the biggest obstacle to their wrong line. The 1957 Moscow meeting of fraternal parties. The 1957 meeting of representatives of the Communist and Workers' parties took place in Moscow after the repulse of the heavy attacks of the imperialists and the reactionaries of various countries on the international communist movement. The open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU says that the 20th Congress of the CPSU played a tremendous role in defining the general line of the international communist movement. The facts show the very reverse. The erroneous views of the 20th Congress on many important questions of principle were rejected and corrected by the 1957 meeting of fraternal parties. The well-known Declaration of 1957, adopted by the Moscow meeting, summed up the experience of the international communist movement, set forth the common fighting tasks of all the communist parties, affirmed the universal significance of the road of the October Revolution, outlined the common laws governing socialist revolution and socialist construction, and laid down the principles guiding relations among fraternal parties and countries. The common line of the international communist movement, which was thus worked out at the meeting, embodies the revolutionary principles of Marxism-Leninism and is opposed to the erroneous views deviating from Marxism-Leninism which were advanced by the 20th Congress. The principles guiding relations among fraternal parties and countries laid down in the Declaration are concrete expressions of the principle of proletarian internationalism and stand opposed to the great power chauvinism and sectarianism of the leadership of the CPSU. The delegation of the CPC, which was headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, did a great deal of work during the meeting. On the one hand, it had full consultations with the leaders of the CPSU, and where necessary and appropriate waged struggle against them, in order to help them correct their errors. On the other hand, it held repeated exchanges of views with the leaders of other fraternal parties in order that a common document acceptable to all might be worked out. At this meeting, the chief subject of controversy between us and the delegation of the CPSU was the transition from capitalism to socialism. In their original draft of the declaration, the leadership of the CPSU insist on the inclusion of the erroneous views of the 20th Congress on peaceful transition. The original draft said not a word about non-peaceful transition, mentioning only peaceful transition. Moreover, it described peaceful transition as securing a majority in Parliament and transforming Parliament from an instrument of the bourgeois dictatorship into an instrument of a genuine PEOPLES state power. In fact, it substituted the parliamentary road advocated by the opportunists of the Second International for the road of the October Revolution and tampered with the basic Marxist-Leninist theory on the state and revolution. The Chinese Communist Party resolutely opposed the wrong views contained in the draft declaration submitted by the leadership of the CPSU. We expressed our views on the two successive drafts put forward by the Central Committee of the CPSU and made a considerable number of major changes of principle which we presented as our own revised draft. Repeated discussions were then held between the delegations of the Chinese and Soviet parties on the basis of our revised draft before the joint draft declaration by the CPSU and the CPC was submitted to the delegations of the other fraternal parties for their opinions. As a result of the common efforts of the delegations of the CPC and the other fraternal parties, the meeting finally adopted the present version of the declaration, which contains two major changes on the question of the transition from capitalism to socialism compared with the first draft put forward by the leadership of the CPSU. First, while indicating the possibility of peaceful transition, the declaration also points to the road of non-peaceful transition and stresses that Leninism teaches, and experience confirms, that the ruling classes never relinquish power voluntarily. Secondly, while speaking of securing a firm majority in Parliament, the declaration emphasizes the need to launch an extra-parliamentary mass struggle, smash the resistance of the reactionary forces and create the necessary conditions for peaceful realization of the socialist revolution. Despite these changes, the formulation in the declaration on the question of the transition from capitalism to socialism was still unsatisfactory. We finally concede the point only out of consideration for the repeatedly pressed wish of the leaders of the CPSU that the formulation should show some connection with that of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. However, we presented the Central Committee of THCPSU with an outline of our views on the question. The leaders of the CPSU did not reconcile themselves to their failure to subdue the Chinese Communist Party of Bucharest. Immediately after the Bucharest meeting, He brought more pressure to bear on China by taking a series of steps to extend the ideological differences between the Chinese and Soviet parties to the sphere of date relations. In July, the Soviet government suddenly took a unilateral decision recalling all the Soviet experts in China within 1 month, thereby tearing up hundreds of agreements and contracts. The Soviet side unilaterally scrapped the agreement on the publication of the magazine Druzhba by China in the Soviet Union and of Suchong Yuhao by the Soviet Union in China and their distribution on reciprocal terms. It took the unwarranted step of demanding the recall by the Chinese government of a staff member of the Chinese embassy in the Soviet Union, and it provoked troubles on the Sino-Soviet border. Apparently the leaders of the CPSU imagined that once they waved their baton, gathered a group of hatchet men to make a converging assault, and applied immense political and economic pressures, they could force the Chinese Communist Party to abandon its Marxist-Leninist and proletarian internationalist stand and submit to their revisionist and great power chauvinist behests. But the tempered and long-tested Chinese Communist Party and Chinese people could neither be vanquished nor subdued. Those who tried to subjugate us by engineering a converging assault and applying pressures completely miscalculated. We shall leave the details of the way the leadership of the CPSU sabotaged Sino-Soviet relations for other articles. Here we shall simply point out that on the subject of Sino-Soviet relations, the open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU falsely charges China with extending the ideological differences to the sphere of state relations and with reducing trade between the two countries, while deliberately concealing the fact that the Soviet government withdrew all its experts from China and unilaterally tore up hundreds of agreements and contracts, and that it was these unilateral Soviet actions which made Sino-Soviet trade shrink. For the leadership of the CPSU to deceive its members and the Soviet people in such a barefaced way is truly sad. The struggle between the two lines at the 1960 meeting of fraternal parties. In the latter half of 1960, a sharp struggle developed in the international communist movement around the meeting of representatives of communist and workers' parties. It was a struggle between the line of Marxism-Leninism and the line of revisionism, and between the policy of persevering in principle and upholding unity and the policy of abandoning principle and creating splits. It had become evident before the meeting that the leadership of the CPSU was stubbornly persisting in its wrong stand and was endeavoring to impose its wrong line on the international communist movement. The Chinese Communist Party was keenly aware of the gravity of the differences. In the interests of the international communist movement, we made many efforts, hoping that the leadership of the CPSU would not proceed too far down the wrong path. On September 10, 1960, the Central Committee of the CPC replied to the June 21 letter of information of the Central Committee of the CPSU. In its reply, which set forth the facts and reasoned things out, the Central Committee of the CPC systematically explained its views on a series of important questions of principle concerning the world's situation and the international communist movement, refuted the attacks of the leadership of the CPSU on us, criticized its wrong views, and put forward to the Central Committee of the CPSU 5 positive proposals for settling the differences and attaining unity. The Central Committee of the CPC subsequently sent a delegation to Moscow in September for talks with the delegation of the CPSU. During these talks, the delegation of the CPC pointed out that, while pratifying U.S. imperialism, the leadership of the CPSU was actively vilifying China and extending the ideological differences between the two parties to state relations, and was thus treating enemies as brothers and brothers as enemies. Again and again the delegation of the CPC urged the leaders of the CPSU to change their wrong stand, return to the principles guiding relations among fraternal parties and countries, and strengthen the unity between the Chinese and Soviet parties and between the two countries in order to fight the common enemy. However, the leaders of the CPSU showed not the slightest intention of correcting their errors. 79. Thus a sharp struggle became inevitable. This struggle first unfolded in the drafting committee, attended by the representatives of 26 fraternal parties, which prepared the documents for the meeting of fraternal parties, and later grew to unprecedented acuteness at the meet-*ing of the representatives of 81 fraternal parties. In the meetings of the drafting committee in Moscow during October, the leaders of the CPSU attempted to force through their own draft statement, which contained a whole string of erroneous views. As a result of principled struggle by the delegations of the CPC and some other fraternal parties, the drafting committee after heated debates made many important changes of principle in the draft statement put forward by the CPSU. The committee reached agreement on most of the draft. However, in their determination to continue the debate, the leadership of the CPSU refused to arrive at agreement on several important points at issue in the draft and, moreover, on Khrushchev's return from New York, even scrapped the agreements which had already been reached on some questions. The meeting of the representatives of the 81 fraternal parties was held in Moscow in November 1960. Ignoring the desire of the Chinese and many other delegations to eliminate the differences and strengthen unity, on the eve of the meeting the leadership of the CPSU distribute among the representatives of the fraternal parties gathered in Moscow a letter of more than 60,000 words, which attacked the Chinese Communist Party more savagely than ever, thus provoking still sharper controversy. Such was the most unnatural atmosphere in which the meeting of the representatives of the 81 fraternal parties was held. By their base conduct, the leaders of the CPSU brought the meeting to the brink of rupture. But the meeting finally reached agreement and achieved positive results, because the delegations of the Chinese Communist Party and some other fraternal parties kept to principle, persevered in struggle and upheld unity, and because the majority of the delegations of the fraternal parties demanded unity and were against a split. In its open letter, the Central Committee of the CPSU declares that at this meeting the delegation of the CPC signed the statement only when the danger arose of its full isolation. This is another lie. What was the actual state of affairs? It is true that, both before and during the meeting, the leadership of the CPSU engineered converging assaults on the Chinese Communist Party by a number of representatives of fraternal parties, and relying on a so-called majority endeavored to bring the delegations of the Chinese and other Marxist-Leninist parties to their knees and compel them to accept its revisionist line and views. However, the attempts by the leaders of the CPSU to impose things on others met with failure, both in the drafting committee of the 26 fraternal parties and in the meeting of the representatives of the 81 fraternal parties. The fact remains that many of the wrong theses they put forward in their draft statement were rejected. Here are some examples: the wrong thesis of the leadership of the CPSU that peaceful coexistence and economic competition form the general line of the foreign policy of the socialist countries was rejected. Its wrong thesis that the emergence of a new stage in the general crisis of capitalism is the result of peaceful coexistence and peaceful competition was rejected. Its wrong thesis that there is a growing possibility peaceful transition was rejected. Its wrong thesis about opposing the policy of go in it alone on the part of the socialist countries, which effect meant opposing the policy of their relying main, on themselves in construction, was rejected. Its wrong thesis concerning opposition to so-called cliquish activities and factional activities in the international communist movement was rejected. In effect, this thesis meant demanding that fraternal parties shall obey its baton, liquidating the principles of independence and equality in relations among fraternal parties, and placing the principle of reaching unanimity through consultation by the practice of subduing the minority by majority. Its wrong thesis of underestimating the serious danger of modern revisionism was rejected. The fact remains that many correct views on important principles set forth by the delegations of the Chin and other fraternal parties were written into the stat. Meant. The theses on the unaltered nature of imperialism, on U.S. imperialism as the enemy of the peon asterisk of the whole world, on the formation of the most extensive united front against U.S. imperialism, on the nation liberation movement as an important force in prevent a world war, on the thoroughgoing completion by newly independent countries of their national democrat revolutions, on support by the socialist countries and international working class movement for the nation liberation struggle, on the need for the working class and the masses in certain advanced capitalist country under U.S. imperialist political, economic, and military domination to direct their chief blows at U.S. imperial domination and also at the monopoly capital and reactionary forces at home which betray their nation interests, on the principle of reaching unanimity through consultation among fraternal parties, against the revisionist emasculation of the revolutionary spirit Marxism. Leninism. On the betrayal of Marxism-Leninia by the leaders of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, and so on. All these theses are in the statement, as a result of the acceptance of the views of the Chins and some other delegations. It is, of course, necessary to add that after the leader of the CPSU agreed to drop their erroneous proposition and accepted the correct propositions of other parties, delegations of the CPC and some other fraternal party also made certain concessions. For instance, we differ on the questions of the 20th Congress of the CPSU and of the forms of transition from capitalism to socialism, but out of consideration for the needs of the CPSU and certain other fraternal parties we agreed to the inclusio of the same wording on these two questions as that used in the 1957 declaration. But we made it plain at THJ time to the leaders of the CPSU that this would be last time we accommodated ourselves to such a formula carichin about the 20th Congress, we would never do so again. From all the above it can be seen that the struggle between the two lines in the international commune movement dominated the 1960 Moscow meeting from beginning to end. The errors of the leadership of the CPSJ as revealed at this meeting had developed further. Fran. The draft statement of the leaders of the CPSU and their speeches during the meeting, it could be clearly seen that the main political content of the wrong line they were attempting to impose on the fraternal parties consisted of the erroneous theories of peaceful coexistence, peaceful competition and peaceful transition, while its organizational content consisted of erroneous sectarian and splitting policies. It was a revisionist line in fundamental conflict with Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. The delegations of the Chinese and other Marxist-Leninist parties resolutely opposed it and firmly upheld the line of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. The outcome of the struggle at this meeting was that the revisionist line and views of the leadership of the CPSU were in the main repudiated and that the Marxist-Leninist line gained a great victory. The revolutionary principles embodied in the statement adopted at the meeting are powerful weapons in the hands of all fraternal parties in the struggles against imperialism and for world peace, national liberation, people's democracy and socialism. They are also powerful weapons in the hands of Marxist-Leninists throughout the world in combating modern revisionism. At the meeting the fraternal parties which upheld Marxism-Leninism earnestly criticized the erroneous views of the leadership of the CPSU and compelled it to accept many of their correct views. In doing so they changed the previous highly abnormal situation, in which not even the slightest criticism of the errors of the leadership of the CPSU was tolerated and its word was final. This was an event of great historical significance in the international communist movement. The Central Committee of the CPSU asserts in its open letter that the delegation of the CPC was completely isolated at the meeting. This is merely an impudent attempt on the part of the leadership of the CPSU to represent its defeat as a victory. The principles of mutual solidarity as well as independence and equality among fraternal parties and of reaching unanimity through consultation were observed at the meeting, and the mistaken attempt of the leaders of the CPSU to use a majority to overrule the minority and to impose their views on other fraternal parties was frustrated. The meeting demonstrated once again that in resolving differences among fraternal parties it is highly necessary for Marxist-Leninist parties to stick to principle, persevere in struggle and uphold unity. The revisionism of the CPSU leadership becomes systematized. The open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU asserts that the CPC leaders were only maneuvering when they affixed their signatures to the statement of 1960. Is that really a fact? No. On the contrary, it was the leaders of the CPSU and not we who were maneuvering. The facts have shown that at the 1960 meeting the leaders of the CPSU agreed to delete or change the erroneous propositions in their draft statement against their will, and they were insincere in their acceptance of the correct propositions of fraternal parties. They did not care two hoots about the document which was jointly agreed upon by the fraternal parties. The ink was scarcely dry on their signature to the 1960 statement before they began wrecking it. On December 1 Khrushchev signed the statement on behalf of the Central Committee of the CPSU, and 24 hours later, violating what the fraternal parties had agreed on, the same Khrushchev brazenly described Yugoslavia as a socialist country at the banquet for the delegations of the fraternal parties. After the meeting of the 81 fraternal parties, the leaders of the CPSU became more and more blatant in wrecking the 1957 declaration and the 1960 statement. On the one hand, they took as their friend U.S. imperialism, which the statement declares to be the enemy of the people of the world, advocating U.S. Soviet cooperation and expressing the desire to work together with Kennedy to set about building durable bridges of confidence, mutual understanding, and friendship. On the other hand, They took some fraternal parties and countries as their enemies and drastically worsened the Soviet Union's relations with Albania. The 22nd Congress of the CPSU in October 1961 marked a new low in the CPSU leadership's efforts to oppose Marxism-Leninism and split the socialist camp and the international communist movement. It marked the systematization of the revisionism which the leadership of the CPSU had developed step by step from the 20th Congress onward. The leadership of the CPSU unleashed a great public attack on the Albanian Party of Labour at the 22nd Congress. In his speech, Khrushchev went so far as openly to call for the overthrow of the Albanian leadership under comrades Enver Hoxha and Mehmet Çiğ. Thus the leadership of the CPSU established the vicious precedent of a party congress being used for public attacks on other fraternal parties. Another great thing the leadership of the CPSU did at the Congress was the renewed concentrated onslaught on Stalin 5 years after the complete negation of him at the 20th Congress and 8 years after his death. In the final analysis, this was done in order that the leaders of the CPSU should be able to throw the declaration and the statement overboard, oppose Marxism-Leninism and pursue a systematically revisionist line. Their revisionism was expressed in concentrated form in the new program of the CPSU which that Congress adopted. The open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU says that the line of the 22nd Congress was approved at the meetings of representatives of the communist parties and reflected in the declaration and statement. Is it not very careless of the leaders of the CPSU to make such a statement? How can they describe what happened in 1961 as having been approved or reflected at the meeting of the Communist and Workers' parties in 1960, or as far back as that in 1957? But leaving aside such silly self-commendation for the moment, let us first see the kind of stuff the program adopted at the 22nd Congress is made of. Even a cursory study of the program and the report on it made by Khrushchev shows that it is an out-and-out revisionist program which totally violates the fundamental theories of Marxism-Leninism and the revolutionary principles of the Declaration and the Statement. It runs counter to the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement on many important questions of principle. Many of the erroneous views of the leadership of the CPSU which were rejected at the 1960 meeting of fraternal parties reappear. For instance, it describes peaceful coexistence as the general principle of foreign policy, one-sidedly stresses the possibility of peaceful transition and slanders the policy of a socialist country's relying mainly on its own efforts in construction as going it alone. The program goes a step further in systematizing the wrong line pursued by the leadership of the CPSU since its 20th Congress, the main content of which is peaceful coexistence, peaceful competition and peaceful transition. The program crudely revises the essence of Marxism-Leninism, namely, the teachings on proletarian revolution, on the dictatorship of the proletariat and on the party of the proletariat, declaring that the dictatorship of the proletariat is no longer needed in the Soviet Union and that the nature of the CPSU as the vanguard of the proletariat has changed, and advancing preposterous theories of a state of the whole people and a party of the entire people. It substitutes humanism for the Marxist-Leninist theory of class struggle and substitutes the bourgeois slogans of freedom, equality, and fraternity for the ideals of communism. It is a program which opposes revolution on the part of the people still living under the imperialist and capitalist system, who comprise 2/3 of the world's population, and opposes the carrying of revolution through to completion on the part of the people already on the socialist road, who comprise 1/3 of the world's population. It is a revisionist program for the preservation or restoration of capitalism. The Communist Party of China resolutely opposed the errors of the 22nd Congress of the CPSU. Comrade Zhou Enlai, who headed the CPC delegation to the Congress, stated our party's position in his speech there, and he also frankly criticized the errors of the leadership of the CPSU in subsequent conversations with Khrushchev and other leaders of the CPSU. In his conversation with the delegation of the CPC, Khrushchev flatly turned down our criticisms and advice and even expressed undisguised support for anti-party elements in the Chinese Communist Party. He openly stated that after the 20th Congress of the CPSU, when the leaders of the CPSU were beginning to take a road different from that of Stalin, they still needed the support of the fraternal parties. He said, "The voice of the Chinese Communist Party was then of great significance to us, but things are different now, and we are doing well and we shall go our own way." Khrushchev's remarks showed that the leaders of the CPSU had made up their minds to go all the way down the road of revisionism and splitting. Although the Chinese Communist Party has frequently given them comradely advice, they have simply ignored it and shown not the slightest intention of mending their ways. An adverse current that is opposed to Marxism-Leninism and is splitting the international communist movement. In the open letter, the leaders of the CPSU try hard to make people believe that after the 22nd Congress they undertook new attempts to improve relations between the Chinese and Soviet parties and to strengthen unity among the fraternal parties and countries. This is another lie. What are the facts? They show that since the 22nd Congress the leadership of the CPSU has become more unbridled in violating the principles guiding relations among fraternal parties and countries and in pursuing policies of great power chauvinism, sectarianism, and splitism in order to promote its own line of systematic revisionism, which is in complete violation of Marxism-Leninism. This has brought about a continuous deterioration in Sino-Soviet relations and grave damage to the unity of the fraternal parties and countries. The following are the main facts about how the leaders of the CPSU have sabotaged Sino-Soviet unity and the unity of fraternal parties and countries since the 22nd Congress. 1. The leaders of the CPSU have tried hard to impose their erroneous line upon the international communist movement and to replace the declaration and the statement with their own revisionist program. They describe their erroneous line as the whole set of Leninist policies of the international communist movement of recent years, and they call their revisionist program the real communist manifesto of our time and the common program of the communist and workers' parties and of the people of countries of the socialist community. Any fraternal party which rejects the erroneous line and program of the CPSU and perseveres in fundamental theories of Marxism-Leninism and the revolutionary principles of the Declaration and the Statement is looked upon as an enemy by the leaders of the CPSU, who oppose, attack and injure it and try to subvert its leadership by every possible means. 2. Disregarding everything, the leadership of the CPSU broke off diplomatic relations with Socialist Albania, an unprecedented step in the history of relations between fraternal parties and countries. 3. The leadership of the CPSU has continued to exert pressure on China and to make outrageous attacks on the Chinese Communist Party. In its letter of February 22, 1962 to the Central Committee of the CPC, the Central Committee of the CPSU accused the CPC of taking a special stand of their own and pursuing a line at variance with the common course of the fraternal parties, and even made a crime out of our support for the Marxist-Leninist Albanian Party of Labour. As preconditions for improving Sino-Soviet relations, the leaders of the CPSU attempted to compel the CPC to abandon its Marxist-Leninist and proletarian internationalist stand, abandon its consistent line, which is in full conformity with the revolutionary principles of the Declaration and the Statement, accept their erroneous lino, and also accept as a fait accompli their violation of the principles guiding relations among fraternal parties and countries. In its open letter, the Central Committee of the CPSU boasted of its letters to the Central Committee of the CPC during this period, of Khrushchev's remarks about his desire for unity in October 1962 to our ambassador to the Soviet Union and so on, but in fact those were all acts for realizing their base attempt. 1. For the Central Committee of the CPSU rejected the proposal made by the fraternal parties of Indonesia, 82, Vietnam, New Zealand, etc., that a meeting of representatives of the fraternal parties should be convened, as well as the 5 positive proposals made by the Central Committee of the CPC in its letter of April 7, 1962 to the Central Committee of the CPSU for the preparation for the meeting of fraternal parties. In its reply of May 30, 1962 to the Central Committee of the CPC, the Central Committee of the CPSU went so far as to make the demand that the Albanian comrades abandon their own stand as a precondition for improving Soviet-Albanian relations and also for convening a meeting of the fraternal parties. 5. In April and May 1962 the leaders of the CPSU used their organa and personnel in Xinjiang, China, to carry out large-scale subversive activities in the Hai region and enticed and coerced several tens of thousands of Chinese citizens into going to the Soviet Union. The Chinese government lodged repeated protests and made repeated representations, but the Soviet government refused to repatriate these Chinese citizens on the pretext of the sense of Soviet legality and humanitarianism. To this day this incident remains unsettled. This is indeed an astounding event, unheard of in the relations between socialist countries. 6. In August 1962 the Soviet government formally notified China that the Soviet Union would conclude an agreement with the United States on the prevention of nuclear proliferation. This was a joint Soviet-US plot to monopolize nuclear weapons and an attempt to deprive China of the right to possess nuclear weapons to resist the US nuclear threat. The Chinese government lodged repeated protests against this. 7. The leadership of the CPSU has become increasingly anxious to strike political bargains with U.S. imperialism and has been bent on forming a reactionary alliance with Kennedy, even at the expense of the interests of the socialist camp and the international communist movement. An outstanding example was the fact that, during the Caribbean crisis, the leadership of the CPSU committed the error of capitulationism by submitting to the nuclear blackmail of the U.S. imperialists and accepting the U.S. government's demand for international inspection in violation of Cuban sovereignty. 8. The leadership of the CPSU has become increasingly anxious to collude with the Indian reactionaries and has been bent on forming a reactionary alliance with Nehru against socialist China. The leadership of the CPSU and its press openly sided with Indian reaction, condemned China for its just stand on the Sino-Indian border conflict and defended the Nehru government. 2/3 of Soviet economic aid to India have been given since the Indian reactionaries provoked the Sino-Indian border conflict. Even after large-scale armed conflict on the Sino-Indian border began in the autumn of 1962, the leadership of the CPSU has continued to extend military aid to the Indian reactionaries. 9. The leadership of the CPSU has become increasingly anxious to collude with the Tito clique of Yugoslavia and has been bent on forming a reactionary alliance with the renegade Tito to oppose all Marxist-Leninist parties. After the 22nd Congress, it took a series of steps to reverse the verdict on the Tito clique and thus openly tore up the 1960 statement. 10. Since November 1962 the leadership of the CPSU has launched still fiercer attacks, on an international scale, against the Chinese Communist Party and other Marxist-Leninist parties and whipped up a new adverse current in order to split the socialist camp and the international communist movement. Khrushchev made one statement after another and the Soviet press carried hundreds of articles attacking the Chinese Communist Party on a whole set of issues. Directed by the leaders of the CPSU, the Congresses of the fraternal parties of Bulgaria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Italy, and the Democratic Republic of Germany became stages for anti-China performances, and more than 40 fraternal parties published resolutions, statements, or articles attacking the Chinese Communist Party and other Marxist-Leninist parties. The facts cited above cannot possibly be denied by the leaders of the CPSU. These ironclad facts prove that the new attempts they made after the 22nd Congress of the CPSU were aimed, not at improving Sino-Soviet relations and strengthening unity between the fraternal parties and countries, but on the contrary, at further ganging up with the U.S. imperialists, the Indian reactionaries and the renegade Tito clique in order to create a wider split in the socialist camp and the international communist movement. In these grave circumstances, the Chinese Communist Party had no alternative but to make open replies to the attacks of some fraternal parties. Between December 15, 1962 and March 8, 1963 we published 7 such replies. In these articles we continued to leave some leeway and did not criticize the leadership of the CPSU by name. Despite the serious deterioration in Sino-Soviet relations resulting from the errors of the leadership of the CPSU, the Chinese Communist Party agreed to send its delegation to Moscow for the talks between the Chinese and Soviet parties, and, in order that there might be a systematic exchange of views in the talks, put forward its proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement in its letter of reply to the Central Committee of the CPSU dated June 14. As subsequent facts have shown, the leaders of the CPSU were not only insincere about eliminating differences and strengthening unity, but used the talks as a smokescreen for covering up their activities to further worsen Sino-Soviet relations. On the eve of the talks, the leaders of the CPSU publicly attacked the Chinese Communist Party by name, through statements and resolutions. At the same time, they unjustifiably expelled a number of Chinese embassy personnel and research students from the Soviet Union. On July 14, that is, on the eve of the U.S. British-Soviet talks, while the Sino-Soviet talks were still in progress, the leadership of the CPSU hastily published the open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU to party organizations and all communists in the Soviet Union and launched unbridled attacks on the Chinese Communist Party. This was another precious presentation gift made by the leaders of the CPSU to the US imperialists in order to curry favor with them. Immediately afterwards in Moscow, the leadership of the CPSU signed the Treaty on the Partial Halting of Nuclear Tests with the United States and Britain in open betrayal of the interests of the Soviet people, the people in the socialist camp including the Chinese people, and the peace-loving people of the world. There was a flurry of contacts between the Soviet Union and India. Crush. 83. Kof went to Yugoslavia for a vacation, the Soviet press launched a frenzied anti-China campaign, and so on and so forth. This whole train of events strikingly demonstrates that, disregarding everything, the leadership of the CPSU is allying with the imperialists, the reactionaries of all countries and the renegade Tito clique in order to oppose fraternal socialist countries and fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties. All this completely exposes the revisionist and splitting line which the leadership of the CPSU is following. At present, the anti-China chorus of the imperialists, the reactionaries of all countries and the revisionists is making a lot of noise. And the campaign led by Khrushchev to oppose Marxism-Leninism and split the socialist camp and the international communist ranks is being carried on with growing intensity. What have the facts of the past 7 years demonstrated? In the foregoing we have reviewed at some length the origin and development of the differences. Our aim is to clarify the facts which were distorted in the open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU and to help our party members and our people and also the Marxist-Leninists and revolutionary people of the world to see the truth. The facts of the past 7 years have amply proved that the differences between the Chinese and Soviet parties and within the international communist movement have arisen solely because the leadership of the CPSU has departed from Marxism-Leninism and the revolutionary principles of the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement and pursued a revisionist and splitting line in the international communist movement. The process in which the leadership of the CPSU has gone farther and farther down the road of revisionism and splitism is the very process which has widened and aggravated the differences. The facts of the past 7 years have amply proved that the present differences within the international communist movement are differences between the line of adhering to Marxism-Leninism and the line of clinging to revisionism, between the revolutionary line and the non-revolutionary and counter-revolutionary line, between the anti-imperialist line and the line of capitulation to imperialism. They are differences between proletarian internationalism and great power chauvinism, sectarianism, and splitism. The facts of the past 7 years have amply proved that the road taken by the leadership of the CPSU is the course of allying with imperialism against socialism, allying with the United States against China, allying with the reactionaries of all countries against the people of the world, and allying with the renegade Tito clique against fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties. This erroneous line of the leadership of the CPSU has led to a revisionist flood on an international scale, brought the international communist movement face to face with the danger of a split of unprecedented gravity, and brought serious damage to the people's cause of world peace, national liberation, people's democracy and socialism. The facts of the past 7 years have also amply proved that the Communist Party of China has constantly striven to prevent the situation from deteriorating and to uphold principle, eliminate differences, strengthen unity and wage a common struggle against the enemy. We have exercised great restraint and done our very best. The Communist Party of China has always stressed the importance of the unity of the Chinese and Soviet parties and the two countries. It has always held in respect the Communist Party of the Soviet Union created by the great Lenin. We have always cherished deep proletarian affection for the great CPSU and the great Soviet people. We have rejoiced over every achievement of the CPSU and the Soviet people, and we have been saddened by every error of the leadership of the CPSU that has harmed the socialist camp and the international communist movement. It is not just today that the Chinese communists have begun to discover the errors of the CPSU leadership. Ever since the 20th Congress of the CPSU, we have watched with concern as the CPSU leadership took the road of revisionism. Confronted with this grave situation, our party has scores of times and for a long period considered, what should we do? We asked ourselves, should we follow the CPSU leadership and suit all our actions to its wishes? In that case, the leadership of the CPSU would of course rejoice, but would not we ourselves then turn into revisionists? We also asked ourselves, should we keep silent about the errors of the CPSU leadership? We believed that the errors of the CPSU leadership were not just accidental, individual, and minor errors, but rather a whole series of errors of principle, which endanger the interests of the entire socialist camp and international communist movement. As a member in the ranks of the international communist movement, how could we be indifferent and keep silent about these errors? If we should do that, would not we be abandoning our duty to defend Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism? We foresaw that if we criticized the errors of the leaders of the CPSU, they would certainly strike at us vindictively and thus inevitably cause serious damage to China's socialist construction. But should communists take a stand of national egoism and not dare to uphold truth for fear of vindictive blows? Should communists barter away principles? We took into consideration the fact that the CPSU was built by Lenin, that it is the party of the first socialist state, and that it enjoyed high prestige in the international communist movement and among the people of the whole world. Therefore, over a considerable period of time, we were particularly careful and patient in criticizing the leaders of the CPSU, trying our best to confine such criticism to inter-party talks between the leaders of the Chinese and Soviet parties and to solve the differences through internal discussions without resorting to open polemics. But all the comradely criticism and advice given to the leaders of the CPSU by responsible comrades of the Central Committee of the CPC in scores of inter-party talks did not succeed in enabling them to return to the correct path. The CPSU leaders went farther and farther down the road of revisionism and splitism. In return for the advice we gave in goodwill, they applied a succession of political, economic, and military pressures. 84. Against us and launched attacks which became increasingly violent. The CPSU leaders have a bad habit, they criminatingly stick labels on anyone who criticizes them. They say, you are anti-Soviet. No, friends. The label anti-Soviet cannot be stuck on us. Our criticism of your errors is precisely for the sake of defending the great CPSU and the great Soviet Union and preventing the prestige of the CPSU and the Soviet Union from being badly damaged by you. To put it plainly, JT is you, and not we, who are really anti-Soviet and who are defaming and discrediting the CPSU and the Soviet Union. Ever since the complete negation of Stalin at the 20th Congress DF the CPSU, you have committed innumerable foul deeds. Not all the water in the Volga can wash away the great shame you have brought upon the CPSU and upon the Soviet Union. They say, you are trying to seize the leadership. No, friends. It is not at all clever of you to make this slander. The way you put it, it would seem that some people are contending with you for some such thing as the leadership. Is this not tantamount to shamelessly claiming that some sort of leadership exists in the international communist movement and that you have this leadership? It is a very, very bad habit of yours thus to put on the airs of a patriarchal party. It is entirely illegitimate. The 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement clearly state that all communist parties are independent and equal. According to this principle, the relations among fraternal parties should under no circumstances be like the relations between a leading party and the led, and much less like the relations between a patriarchal father and his son. We have always opposed any one party commanding other fraternal parties, and it has never occurred to us that we ourselves should command other fraternal parties, and so the question of contending for leadership simply does riot arise. What confronts the international communist movement now is not whether this or that party should assume leadership, but whether to respond to the baton of revisionism or to uphold the revolutionary principles of the Declaration and the Statement and persevere in the revolutionary line of Marxism-Leninism. Our criticism of the leadership of the CPSU concerns its attempt to lord it over fraternal parties and to impose its line of revisionism and splitism on them. What we desire is merely the independent and equal status of the fraternal parties stipulated in the Declaration and the Statement and their unity on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. It is the leaders of the CPSU who have provoked and extended the present great debate in the international communist movement and forced it on us. Since they have leveled large-scale attacks and all kinds of unscrupulous slanders against us, and since they have openly betrayed Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism and torn up the Declaration and the Statement, they cannot expect us to abstain from replying, from refuting their slanders, from safeguarding the Declaration and the Statement and from defending Marxism-Leninism. The debate is on, and right and wrong must be thoroughly clarified. We Chinese communists persevere in principle and uphold unity. We did so in the past, we do so now, and we shall continue to do so in the future. While engaging in polemics with the leaders of the CPSU, we still hope they will realize that they have taken a most dangerous road by abandoning revolution, abandoning the revolutionary people of the world, abandoning the unity of the socialist camp and of the international communist movement, and eagerly collaborating with the US imperialists, the reactionaries of all countries, and the renegade Tito clique. The interests of the Chinese and Soviet peoples, of the socialist camp, of the international communist movement, and of the people throughout the world demand that all communist and workers' parties should become united and oppose the common enemy. We hereby appeal once again to the leadership of the CPSU to correct its errors and return to the path of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, the path of the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement. The international communist movement is going through an important period. The present debate has a vital bearing on the future of the proletarian world revolution and the destiny of mankind. As history will prove, after this great debate Marxism-Leninism will shine forth more brilliantly, and the revolutionary cause of the international proletariat and the people of the world will win still greater victories. Appendix L. Outline of views on the question of peaceful transition. November 10, 1957. On the question of the transition from capitalism to socialism, it would be more flexible to refer to the two possibilities, peaceful transition and non-peaceful transition, than to just one, and this would place us in a position where we can have the initiative politically at any time. 1. Referring to the possibility of peaceful transition indicates that for us the use of violence is primarily a matter of self-defense. It enables the communist parties in the capitalist countries to sidestep attacks on them on this issue, and it is politically advantageous for winning the masses and also for depriving the bourgeoisie of its pretexts for such attacks and isolating it. 2. If practical possibilities for peaceful transition were to arise in individual countries in the future when the international or domestic situation changes drastically, we could then make timely use of the opportunity to win the support of the masses and solve the problem of state power by peaceful means. 3. Nevertheless, we should not tie our own hands because of this desire. The bourgeoisie will not step down from the stage of history voluntarily. This is a universal law of class struggle. In no country should the proletariat and the Communist Party slacken their preparations for the revolution in any way. They must be prepared at all times to repulse counter-revolutionary attacks and, at the critical juncture of the revolution when the working class is seizing state power, to overthrow the bourgeoisie by armed force if it uses armed force to suppress the people's revolution. 2. In the present situation of the international communist movement, it is advantageous from the point of view of tactics TFC refer to the desire for peaceful Iranci. But it would be inappropriate to overemphasize the possibility of peaceful transition. The reasons are, 1. Possibility and reality, the desire, and whether or not it can be fulfilled, are two different matters. We should refer to the desire for peaceful transition, but we should not place our hopes mainly on it and therefore should not overemphasize this aspect. 2. If too much stress is laid on the possibility of peaceful transition, and especially on the possibility of seizing state power by winning a majority in parliament, it is liable to weaken the revolutionary will of the proletariat, the working people and the Communist Party and disarm them ideologically. 3. To the best of our knowledge, there is still not a single country where this possibility is of any practical significance. Even if it is slightly more apparent in a particular country, overemphasizing this possibility is appropriate because it does not conform with the realities in the overwhelming majority of countries. Should such a possibility actually occur in some country, the Communist Party there must on the one hand strive to realize it, and on the other hand always be prepared to repulse the armed attacks of the bourgeoisie. 4. The result of emphasizing this possibility will neither weaken the reactionary nature of the bourgeoisie nor lull them. 5. Nor will such emphasis make the social democratic parties any more revolutionary. 6. Nor will such emphasis make communist parties grow any stronger. On the contrary, if some communist parties should as a result obscure their revolutionary features and thus become confused with the social democratic parties in the eyes of the people, they would only be weakened. 7. It is very hard to gather forces and prepare for the revolution, and after all parliamentary struggle is easy in comparison. We must fully utilize the parliamentary form of struggle, but its role is limited. What is most important is to proceed with the hard work of gathering the revolutionary forces. 3. To obtain a majority in parliament is not the same as smashing the old state machinery and establishing new state machinery. Unless the military bureaucratic state machinery of the bourgeoisie is smashed, a parliamentary majority for the proletariat and their reliable allies will either be impossible or undependable. 4. Peaceful transition to socialism should not be interpreted in such a way as solely to mean transition through a parliamentary majority. The main question is that of the state machinery. In the 1870s, Marx was of the opinion that there was a possibility of achieving socialism in Britain. By peaceful means, because at that time England was a country in which militarism and bureaucracy were less pronounced than in any other. For a period after the February Revolution, Lenin hoped that through all power to the Soviets the revolution would develop peacefully and triumph, because at that time the arms were in the hands of the people. Neither Marx nor Lenin meant that peaceful transition could be realized by using the old state machinery. Lenin repeatedly elaborated on the famous saying of Marx and Engels, the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The social democratic parties are not parties of socialism. With the exception of certain left wings, they are parties serving the bourgeoisie and capitalism. They are a variant of bourgeois political parties. On the occasion of socialist revolution, our position is fundamentally different from that of the social democratic parties. This distinction must not be obscured. To obscure this distinction only helps the leaders of the social democratic parties to deceive the masses and hinders us from winning the masses away from the influence of the social democratic parties. However, it is unquestionably very important to strengthen our work with respect to the social democratic parties and strive to establish a united front with their left and middle groups. 6. Such is our understanding of this question. We do hold differing views on this question, but out of various considerations we did not state our views after the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Since a joint declaration is to be issued, we must now explain our views. However, this need not prevent us from attaining common language in the draft declaration. In order to show a connection between the formulation of this question in the draft declaration and the formulation of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, we agree to take the draft put forward today by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as a basis, while proposing amendments in certain places. Appendix 2 Statement of the Delegation of the Communist Party of China at the Bucharest Meeting of Fraternal Parties. June 26, 1960. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China maintains that at this meeting Comrade Khrushchev of the delegation of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has completely violated the long-standing principle in the international communist movement that questions of common concern should be settled by consultation among fraternal parties, and has completely broken the agreement made prior to the meeting to confine it to an exchange of views and not to make any decision. This he has done by his surprise attack of putting forward a draft communiqué of the meeting without having consulted the fraternal parties on its contents beforehand and without permitting full and normal discussion in the meeting. This is an abuse of the prestige enjoyed by the CPSU in the international communist movement, a prestige which has been built up over the long years since Lenin's time, and it is, moreover, an extremely crude act of imposing one's own will on other people. This attitude has nothing in common with Lenin's style of work, and this way of doing things creates an extremely bad precedent in the international communist movement. The Central Committee of the CPC considers that this attitude and this way of doing things on the part of Comrade Khrushchev will have extraordinarily grave consequences for the international communist movement. The Communist Party of China has always been faithful to Marxism-Leninism and has always steadfastly adhered to the theoretical positions of Marxism-Leninism. In the past 2 years and more, it has been completely faithful to the Moscow Declaration of 1957, and has firmly upheld all the Marxist-Leninist theses of the declaration. There are differences between us and Comrade Khrushchev on a series of fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism. These differences have a vital bearing on the interests of the entire socialist camp, on the interests of the proletariat and the working people of the whole world, on the question of whether the people of all countries will be able to preserve world peace and prevent the imperialists from launching a world war, and on the question of whether socialism will continue to score victories in the capitalist world, which comprises 2/3 of the world's population and 3/4 of its land space. All Marxist-Leninists should adopt a serious attitude towards these differences, give them serious thought and hold comradely discussions, so as to achieve unanimous conclusions. However, the attitude Comrade Khrushchev has adopted is patriarchal, arbitrary, and tyrannical. He has in fact treated the relationship between the great Communist Party of the Soviet Union and our party not as one between brothers, but as one between patriarchal father and son. At this meeting he has exerted pressure in an attempt to make our party submit to his non-Marxist-Leninist views. We hereby solemnly declare that our party believes in and obeys the truth of Marxism-Leninism and Marxism-Leninism alone, and will never submit to erroneous views which run counter to Marxism-Leninism. We consider that certain views expressed by Comrade Khrushchev in his speech at the Third Congress of the Romanian Party are erroneous and in contravention of the Moscow Declaration. His speech will be welcomed by the imperialists and the Tito clique and has indeed already been welcomed by them. When the occasion arises, we shall be ready to carry on serious discussions with the CPSU and other fraternal parties on our differences with Comrade Khrushchev. As for the letter of information of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to the Communist Party of China, which Comrade Khrushchev has distributed in Bucharest, the Central Committee of the CPC will reply to it in detail after carefully studying it. The reply will explain the differences of principle between the two parties, setting forth the relevant facts, and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China will hold serious, earnest, and comradely discussions with fraternal parties. We are convinced that in any case the truth of Marxism-Leninism will triumph in the end. Truth does not fear contention. Ultimately, it is impossible to portray truth as error or error as truth. The future of the international communist movement depends on the needs and the struggles of the people of all countries and on the guidance of Marxism-Leninism, and will never be decided by the baton of any individual. We, the Communist Party of China, have always striven to safeguard the unity of all communist parties and the unity of all socialist countries. For the sake of genuine unity in the international communist ranks and for the sake of the common struggle against imperialism and reaction, we hold that it is necessary to unfold normal discussions on the differences and that serious questions of principle should not be settled in a hurry by abnormal methods or simply by vote. Nor should one impose on others arbitrary views which have not been tested in practice or which have already proved to be wrong in such tests. Comrade Khrushchev's way of doing things at this meeting is entirely detrimental to the unity of international communism. But however Comrade Khrushchev may act, the unity of the Chinese and Soviet parties and the unity of all the communist and workers' parties is bound to be further strengthened and developed. We are deeply convinced that, as the international communist movement and Marxism-Leninism develop, the unity of our ranks will constantly grow stronger. If the relations between our two parties are viewed as a whole, the above-mentioned differences between Comrade Khrushchev and ourselves are only of a partial character. We hold that the main thing in the relations between our two parties is their unity in the struggle for the common cause. This is so because both our countries are socialist countries and both our parties are built on the principles of Marxism-Leninism, and are fighting to advance the cause of the whole socialist camp, to oppose imperialist aggression and to win world peace. We believe that Comrade Khrushchev and the Central Committee of the CPSU and we ourselves will be able to find opportunities to hold calm and comradely discussions and resolve our differences, so that the Chinese and Soviet parties may become more united and their relations further strengthened. This will be highly beneficial to the socialist camp and to the struggle of the people of the world against imperialist aggression and for world peace. We are glad to see that the draft communiqué of the meeting put forward here affirms the correctness of the Moscow Declaration. But the presentation of the Marxist-Leninist theses of the Moscow Declaration in this draft is inaccurate and one-sided. And it is wrong that the draft avoids taking a clear stand on the major problems in the current international situation and makes no mention at all of modern revisionism, the main danger in the international working class movement. Therefore, this draft is unacceptable to us. For the sake of unity in the common struggle against the enemy, we have submitted a revised draft and propose that it be discussed. If it is not possible to reach agreement this time, we propose that a special drafting committee be set up to work out, after full discussions, a document which is acceptable to all. Appendix 3. The 5 proposals for settlement of the differences and attainment of unity contained in the letter of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In reply to the letter of information of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, September 10, 1960. Striving to settle the differences successfully and to attain unity, we put forward the following proposals in all sincerity: the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism and the principles of the Declaration and the Manifesto of the 1957 Moscow meeting are the ideological foundation for the unity between our two parties and among all fraternal parties. All our statements and actions must be absolutely loyal to the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism and the principles of the Moscow Declaration, which we should use as the criteria for judging between truth and falsehood. The relations among the socialist countries and among the fraternal parties must strictly conform to the principles of equality, comradeship, and internationalism as stipulated by the Moscow Declaration. All disputes among the socialist countries and among the fraternal parties must be settled in accordance with the stipulations of the Moscow Declaration, through comradely and unhurried discussion. Both the Soviet Union and China, and both the Soviet and Chinese parties, bear great responsibilities regarding the international situation and towards the international communist movement. They should have full consultations and unhurried discussions on all important questions of common concern in order to have unity of action. If the disputes between the Chinese and Soviet parties cannot be settled for the time being in consultations between the two parties, then unhurried discussions should be continued. When necessary, the views of both sides should be presented completely objectively to the communist and workers' parties of all countries so that these parties may make correct judgments after serious deliberation and in accordance with Marxism-Leninism and the principles of the Moscow Declaration. It is of the utmost importance for communists to draw a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves, between truth and falsehood. Our two parties should treasure and value our friendship and join hands to oppose the enemy, and should not make statements or take actions liable to undermine the unity between the two parties and the two countries and thus give the enemy the opportunity of driving a wedge between us. On the basis of the above principles, our two parties, together with other communist and workers' parties, should strive through full preparation and consultation to make a success of the meeting of representatives of the communist and workers' parties of all countries to be held in Moscow in November this year, and, at this meeting, should work out a document conforming to the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism and the principles of the 1957 Moscow Declaration to serve as a program to which we should all adhere, a program for our united struggle against the enemy. Next issue of World Revolution. Complete coverage of the 9th Congress of the Communist Party of China. Chairman Mao Zedong and Vice Chairman Un Piao at 9th Congress. 88. IUIIML 11. Books AMO periodicals in English imported directly from China on LNH. Publications 95 Fifth Avenue NY. 10,003. Other Marxist works. Works of Mao Zedong. Selected Works of Mao, Volumes. I-4. Leatherbound $15, paperback $10. Selected Military Writings. Leather $4.25, paperback $2.75. Quotations from Chairman Mao. Handbook of the Cultural Revolution $1. Long Live People's War, Lin Plow $35. Communist Manifesto 35C. State and Revolution, VL. Lenin $50. Imperialism, VL. Lenin $50. Marxism and the National Question. Joseph Stalin $50. Foundations of Leninism, Stalin $50. Left-wing Communism, VL. Lenin $50. On Lenin, Joseph Stalin $50. Magazines. Peking Review $30, $4 yearly sub-airmail. China Pictorial $50, $3 yearly subscription. China Reconstructs $50, $3 yearly subscription. Chinese Literature $60, $3 yearly subscription. Chinese Medicine $1.50, $11 yearly subscription. Trade and Tours $2, $4 for 2 special issues. #C. Send for General Catalogue 1969-70, also available music from China. Mao Zedong on Art and Literature. Collection of essays $1. On the correct handling of contradictions $35. On contradiction. Basic Law of Materialist Dialectics $35. Records. Red Lantern. Revolutionary Peking Opera $11.95. Poems by Mao Zedong. Set to music, sung by choruses $1.95. Quotations from Chairman Mao. Set to music, sung by choruses $1.95. Shachiapang. Revolutionary Peking Opera $11.95. Posters *A #B. Black Liberation 1L. Pamphlet ready. Statements by the Progressive Labour Party on Black Liberation have been assembled into a booklet now available. Bill Epton's challenge articles are included. These writings started the current debate on the role of nationalism in the Black Liberation movement. If you, and your friends, want to see firsthand what PLP has to say, order your copy now. Send 25 cents for a cope, to Progressive Labor Party, GPO. Box 808, Brooklyn, New York 11201. Lbogbasiv Labor Woblud Bevolution. National Bi-Monthly Periodical Quarterly Digest of the Revolutionary Press. Challenge. PLP Monthly Newspaper. Progressive Labor Party. GPO. Box 808. Brooklyn, New York 11201. Please enter my subscription to PL__challenge _world revolution _ please send me more information about the Progressive Labor Party. Name. Address city state _ zip. World. Revolution. Volume 2, Number 3 January 1970 50c. Albanian Education Revolution. Nationalism and Revisionism. A Symposium. Unions and the Working Class. Spanish Revolutionaries discuss. Spanish Civil War history. USA, Canada, France. Limpiao CPC Report. Indian Communists Report. Published by the Progressive Labor Party. A Quarterly of World Marxist-Leninist Struggle and Thought. I5. HO. 1, G. JII. Table of Contents. Road to Revolution I Black Liberation Progi Carrot. Road to Revolution 2 Trade Union Progra. Criticism and Self-Criticism Constitution of the PL. World. Revolution. A Quarterly of World Marxist-Leninist Struggle and Thought. Table of Contents to Note to Readers. JPLP Telegram to CPC, on the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Albania. 4 PLP Message to APL, on the liberation and establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Albania. 5 On the Spanish Civil War, Vanguardia Obrera, organ of the Spanish CP discusses the importance of reviewing the history of the Spanish Civil War, the role of the CP of Spain and the road to socialism. 10 Trade Unions and the Working Classes Symposium, responses to articles in our last issue entitled Unions, Capitalist or Workers' Organizations. From the Australian CP 10 Unions are not static, Arne Swabeck 11 Unions and Class Struggle, The Worker, CP of Britain 13 Smash Union Bureaucracy, David Callender. 16 Once more on Trade Unions, Vanguard, CP of Australia 18 Don't Abandon the Workers, Walter Linder 22 Moscow's Conference of Revisionist Parties, Frank Roberts, a discussion and analysis of the most recent conference of revisionist sellouts. 16 Nixon's Asian Tour, Frank Roberts 27 Independent Marxism is Dependent Revisionism, Canadian Worker, Canadian Party of Labour, Once More on the Boer. Vol. 2, No. 3. January 1970. Milton Rosen. Editor. GOC's strategy of encouraging nationalism at the workers' and peasants' expense. 28 Quebec workers need socialism not nationalism, Canadian Worker, Canadian Party of Labour 30 Socialist Revolution and Strategy, Ligne Rouge, a further contribution on the concept of two-stage revolution. 35 Albania's new educational system, Albanian Telegraphic Agency News Bulletin, a summary of Mehmet Chihu's report on revolutionizing education in socialist Albania in this 25th year of the Albanian PEOPLE's liberation. 39 Political Resolution and Founding of Communist Party of India, an important report detailing the break with the revisionists and the neo-revisionists in India and the political resolution of the plenary session of Communist Revolutionaries. 44 Afro-Americans are sure to win. Peking People's Daily, an editorial comment on Chairman Mao's statement on Afro-American liberation. 46 Political Report to the 9th National Congress, CPC, Limpiao, the entire report made by the Vice Chairman of the CPC to the epoch-making Congress of Communists in China. 60 Constitution of the Communist Party of China, adopted by the 9th National Congress of the party. WRU. WWLOTIR, PO. Bar 909, Spurdstroot Station, JW Fork, 9. 110,009 Frentoy by W*I on Labor. Note to our readers. Dear reader, This will be the last issue of World Revolution. After much thought and discussion, we have decided to suspend further publication. The central question that guided this decision was, how can the Progressive Labor Party best utilize our resources to raise the international class consciousness of the greatest possible number of U.S. workers, students, and other progressive people? While we believe that WR has played a useful role, we can and must do much better in the future. While it was not inevitable, our reliance on WR tended to weaken the coverage of the world movement in Challenge and PL. At a time when internationalism must be greatly strengthened, we could not allow this weakness to continue. By expanding the coverage of international affairs in PL and Challenge, we will be reaching tens of thousands of more readers and more frequently. Our main organs, Challenge and Progressive Labor, will be strengthened. Challenge has a circulation of 35,000 and Progressive Labor 16,000. WR's circulation was only 6,000. In addition, WR was only a quarterly, while Challenge comes out every month and PL is a bi-monthly. The staff and resources that have gone into publishing WR will now be utilized toward producing a better coverage of the world movement in Challenge and PL. All subscribers to WR will receive a refund on the balance due them. Thank you for your support. If you have not as yet subscribed to PL and Challenge, we urge that you do so right away. 2. People's China 20th Anniversary. Progressive Labor hails dictatorship of proletariat. In Shiha. Central Committee. Communist Party of China. Chairman Mao Zedong. Vice Chairman Lin Piao. CX the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the People's Republic of China, the National Committee of the Progressive Labor Party extends deep comradely greetings to the people of China and to their proletarian vanguard, the Communist Party of China. The great revolutionary victory over imperialism and the Kuomintang bourgeois reactionaries established the dictatorship of the proletariat in China. Together with the October Revolution, which has been betrayed by the new Russian Tsars, the Chinese Revolution is a milestone of the international proletarian socialist revolution. The timely launching of the proletarian cultural revolution consolidated the socialist state and brought the great Marxist-Leninist thought of Mao Zedong to the masses of China and revolutionaries throughout the world. Above all, the teachings of Comrade Mao instruct revolutionaries to wholeheartedly serve the people. This means that in order to win and secure socialism, we must defeat revisionism, racism, and nationalism, which are based on the reactionary bourgeois outlook of self-profit. The US and Soviet imperialists conspire to encircle and destroy socialist China. The focal point of their counter-revolutionary strategy is to liquidate People's War in Vietnam by obtaining a political deal in Paris which will protect the US imperialist economic and military interests in Southeast Asia. Temporary reversals caused by revisionist nationalist betrayals will ultimately be swept away by the continuing revolutionary upsurge of the oppressed masses led by genuine Marxist-Leninists. This upsurge also gains momentum here in the US. With the militant black workers in the lead, a broad worker-student alliance is being forged against the US ruling class. Increasing numbers of revolutionary youth study Marxism-Leninism and the teachings of Comrade Mao to guide the class struggle for a new society. All revolutionaries are inspired by the great achievements of the People's Republic of China under the leadership of Chairman Mao Zedong. Long live the People's Republic of China! Long live the Communist Party of China! Long live Chairman Mao Zedong! National Committee. Progressive Labor Party. October 1, 1969. Progressive Labor greets 25th anniversary of Albania's liberation and revolution. Comrade Enver Hoxha. First Secretary Central Committee. Albanian Party of Labor. Mehmet Çihu. Chairman, Council of Ministers. The National Committee of the Progressive Labor Party hails the 25th anniversary of the victory of Albania's liberation and People's Revolution, which established the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Albanian Party of Labor under the leadership of Comrade Enver Hoxha has upheld the revolutionary principles of Marxism-Leninism. Together with the Communist Party of China, Under Chairman Mao's leadership, the Albanian Party of Labour has played a leading role in the struggle against world revisionism. The revolutionary proletariat of the world will always cherish the fact that the Albanian Party of Labour, though surrounded by revisionist states and despite its relatively small size, nevertheless was the first in the world to openly expose the counter-revolutionary revisionist clique that seized leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and step by step transformed the first socialist state into an imperialist dictatorship of the new Soviet bourgeoisie. The great struggle being waged by the Albanian Party of Labour against all forms of bureaucracy and for working class control over all aspects of Albania's socialist society, and the great achievements of the Albanian people in socialist construction, education and culture are an inspiration to the revolutionary proletariat of the world. Today the US and Soviet imperialists plot to destroy the forces of socialism by the twofold tactic of aggression and deceitful negotiations. They strive to encircle and crush socialist China, the center of the world revolutionary forces. Their immediate aim is to liquidate People's War in Vietnam via a Paris political deal. Whatever temporary reversals are caused by revisionist nationalist betrayals, the revolutionary proletariat led by genuine Marxist-Leninists will persist in the struggle and ultimately triumph. The struggle within the US against the imperialist ruling class continues to grow stronger. Led by militant black workers, a broad worker-student alliance is being forged. Increasing numbers of revolutionary working-class youth and students study Marxism-Leninism and the teachings of Comrade Mao Zedong to guide the class struggle for a new socialist society. Long live the People's Republic of Albania! Long live the Albanian Party of Labour! Long live the unity of Socialist Albania, Socialist China and the revolutionary proletariat of the world! National Committee. Progressive Labour Party. November, 1969. 4. History of the Spanish Civil War. His article is a translation of Lessons from Our National Revolutionary War Against Fascism, 1936 to 1969 by the Communist Party of Spain, Ediciones Vanguardia Obrera, 1969, Madrid. The Spanish must learn the lessons of our national war against fascism. The Spanish Civil War is the most important fact in the revolutionary march of the Spanish people. No longer classifiable as an old-style democratic bourgeois revolution, it must be seen as belonging to the epoch of the proletarian revolution initiated by the October Revolution in Russia. It aroused the revolutionary conscience of the Spanish people to unimaginable levels and became an example for the whole world. The victory of fascism in Spain has for the present time blocked the march to socialism. But this is only temporary. And so, in order to be able to once again take the revolutionary road outlined by Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong, the accomplishments and failures of the party must be thoroughly studied. The revisionists have never made a critical analysis of the causes of the defeat of the popular masses of Spain and the errors of the party. Quite the contrary. They have attempted to hide them and to absolve the party of all responsibility for this defeat. But there can be no doubt that, given the size and influence of the party at that time, it must bear a large share of the responsibility. In making this critique, however, we do not mean to demean its great accomplishments. For after all is said and done, the Communist Party of Spain was the soul of the war, the most heroic and self-sacrificing of all the political parties involved. Without its leadership and support, the people of Spain would have been crushed in a few weeks and would not have been able to inflict such heavy losses on the fascists. Mao Zedong has shown that the fact that objective conditions are right does not automatically ensure victory. What is needed in addition is the conscious activity of man, that is, how the war is directed and carried out. Our national war against fascism was by nature a just war. The Popular Front enjoyed the overwhelming support of the popular masses. Although the international situation was difficult, never has there been such a display of solidarity with any cause. And yet the war was not won. Hence, the logical conclusion is that the conscious activity of the party was misdirected, that it did not know the proper way to carry on the war. The war, say the revisionists, is an historical fact which we should forget. This is an incorrect interpretation because it ignores the fact that the war is still going on. Why is it possible to state this? Because the causes which produced it have not disappeared. If anything, the contradictions have become more acute. How can one talk now, as the revisionists do, of peace and national reconciliation when foreign invaders still occupy our soil and the people are still saddled with fascism? In 1939 Franco sold the country to the Nazis, now it is US imperialism which holds the mortgage. In reality, the liberalization and democratization of which the revisionists speak is an illusion. The clothing may be new, but underneath the body is still the same. Moreover, the fact that the relationship of international forces has changed does not mean that Franco and fascism can be deposed by peaceful means. The task of the Communist Party of Spain today is to unite all popular classes of Spain against Franco and to lead an armed struggle against Franco and his imperialist backers. 2. The political situation in Spain from 1931 to 1936. Unlike most of the other countries of Western Europe, the Spanish bourgeoisie never completed its revolution. Important sectors of the economic and social life of the country remained under the control of the feudal classes. As a result, the progress and development of productive forces were, for the most part, blocked throughout the entire 19th century. This was approximately the situation up until 1931. But on April 13 of that year the insoluble contradictions between the financial and landowning oligarchy and the popular forces reached such a peak that the king was overthrown and the 5. Second Republic proclaimed. But once again the weak and vacillating bourgeoisie failed to take the decisive measures necessary to ensure social progress. The economic and political privileges of the dominant classes were left intact. Key posts in the army were left in the hands of the reaction. The agrarian reform instituted in 1932 was timid in the extreme. And, unfortunately, during this period the working class was profoundly divided between social democratic and anarchist tendencies. The Communist Party was not strong enough at that time to assert its leadership of the labor movement. In 1933 the reaction again took over the reins of power, unleashing a fierce campaign of repression and terror known as the Bienio Negro. In October 1934 there were widespread popular uprisings against the government, especially in Asturias, Madrid, and Barcelona. It was during this period that the formation of the Popular Front was begun with strong communist support and participation. In the elections of 1936, the forces of reaction suffered an overwhelming defeat. But because of the divisions in the working class, the new government was still basically bourgeois in content and form. And as was to be expected, it was weak and vacillating. Its fatal mistake, however, was to ignore the repeated warnings of the Communist Party that the reaction was not going to take its defeat at the polls with folded hands. And so when Franco struck on July 18, 1936, the country was completely unprepared for the attack. 3. The National Revolutionary War against Fascism, the policy of the Party of Alliances. With the attack on the Republican government, the character of the Spanish Civil War changed from a bourgeois democratic revolution to that of a proletarian revolution. And from this moment on the SPC became the most important party in Spain because it was the only one capable of leading the people to victory. During the initial period of the popular resistance the line of the party was entirely correct, to reinforce the Popular Front. And because of this correct line, the party quickly gained in prestige and strength. It must in all honesty be said that the party did try to achieve the unity of the proletariat. But since it was not able to do so, the reasons for this failure must be carefully studied. The main errors of the party were as follows: 1. Shackling itself to republican legalism and not taking advantage of new forms of power arising among the masses. In the beginning of the war, there was a great atomization of republican power, each party had its organs of power, each region was more or less autonomous. On paper all were to come under the jurisdiction of the Popular Front. But the truth of the matter is that this government had little authority. and the party was unable to resolve the contradiction between the need for a single front and government and the interests of the different groups and classes involved in resisting Franco. New forms of popular power arose spontaneously, such as popular revolutionary committees. The party should have encouraged their development and sought to unify them under its leadership. Instead, out of fear of violating petty bourgeois legality, it shackled itself to outworn republican institutions. It tried to do everything through the Popular Front. But as Mao Zedong has pointed out in his question of independence and initiative within the United Front, there are times when the party must consult with the front before moving and times when it must move first and inform the front later. An example of this neglect of popular forms of power is the case of the Junta de Defensa de Madrid. The junta was born of the immediate need to defend Madrid from the fascists. Without consulting its allies about the correctness of its action, the party quickly forged a powerful popular force capable of defeating the fascists. Without this move on the part of the party, the resistance in Madrid would have been virtually non-existent. Unfortunately, however, the party was unable to draw the proper lessons from this magnificent display of popular power. In the words of the document, they took it as an isolated incident without seeing in it the nucleus of the future political structure which would have permitted us to win the war and which was drawn from practical life and created by the popular revolutionary masses under the leadership of the party. Instead of seizing upon this example, instead of extending this experience throughout all of Spain, the party, out of fear of petty bourgeois forces, let the junta languish to the point of extinction, thus depriving the people of the most genuine form of popular power that it had heretofore acquired. 2. Loss of independence within the Popular Front. The party thought of the United Front as the organ of unity whose task it was to direct the revolution. This was correct. But in order for a front to be able to carry out this role, it must be directed by the working class and its Communist Party. Since the front was an amalgam of largely petty bourgeois forces, the party was not bound to do everything through it. The party did not clearly understand its role. This can only be interpreted as a failure on its part to comprehend the true nature of the revolution proletarian rather than 6. Bourgeois democratic. José Díaz and authentic Marxist-Leninists elements did understand, but, unfortunately, they were defeated in the intra-party struggle with the right-wing elements led by Eberri and Carrillo. 3. Failure to achieve unity of the working class and to create a unified proletarian party. From the above 2 points it can be inferred that one of the chief causes of the defeat of the revolutionary forces was the lack of unity of the working class. The temporary unity achieved in the initial stages of the war soon dissolved under the pressure of conflicting interests. The truth was that the working class was influenced by many non-proletarian ideas, social democratic and anarchist ones being the most important. Despite the enormous prestige and power of the SPC, it never successfully wrested the control of the labor movement out of the hands of these forces. Failure to do this was again a result of a wrong line on alliances. Unprincipled concessions were made to the two large labor union confederations, the UGT and the CNT, in order to maintain a unity of form rather than content. Unity should have been Wughite at the base by means of struggle and ideological debate rather than at the top leadership of the rival parties. But in Eberri's book, El Único Camino, she insists on the principle that communists should not engage in proselytizing, rather than have forbidden it, she should have made it a duty of every communist. 4. Not having forcefully demanded popular consultation at opportune times. The war should have been run on the principle of democratic centralism so that the masses could have developed their own initiative and be led to see in the government the true representative of their own interests. But throughout the whole war we find that the organs of power were based on the relationship of forces existing in the Popular Front prior to the fascist uprising, relationships which had in the meantime undergone profound change. The popular masses should have been consulted in order to correctly represent the PEOPLE in the state and to incorporate and link them more closely to the organs of power. But this was not done. And so throughout the TAR, the members of the Cortes were, for the most part, those elected in February 1936. 5. Tagging behind the petty bourgeoisie. If we examine the actions of the party during the war, we see that it never really understood the necessity for the proletariat to be at the head of the struggle. It strove only to take its place beside the petty bourgeoisie and the progressive elements of the middle bourgeoisie. And so it happened that all these other elements really led while the party simply tagged along. This policy can be illustrated by the following things: the reluctance of the party to take part in the government, the lack of importance of the two ministries it finally agreed to accept education and agriculture, the reluctance to assume positions of leadership in the army, the acceptance of the depoliticizing of the popular army by Prito, and finally, its reluctance to take complete power in the last days of the struggle. In summarizing this point, the documents state: history shows that we can neither trust nor follow the progressive bourgeoisie because, generally speaking, with the exception of certain honorable and meritorious persons, they prefer to temporize when faced with the threat of fascism rather than to turn over the leadership to the proletariat. Only after the fascist invasion and bloodbath did a part of these classes fight fascism. And later on they betrayed the proletarian masses and surrendered to imperialism. This is an historical lesson of rich content which we cannot forget. 6. Abandoning the rearguard, but at the same time not controlling the popular army and not placing the armed forces under its control. The role of the Communist Party in the army was great. Almost half of the popular army was made up of communists and their sympathizers. But it failed to realize that it is necessary to maintain a rearguard, for without a rearguard maintained by the party, the front cannot be sustained. Despite the large number of communists in the army, it was always securely in the hands of the vacillating bourgeoisie. And so the party committed the double error of abandoning the rearguard and not taking control of the army. And what is worse, the 5th Regiment, which was organized and largely made up of communists, was unconditionally placed under the leadership of the Republican Army. 7. Reliance on the so-called Western democracies. The policy of the Republican government toward international alliances was vacillating. While on the one hand it took a correct position by asking for international solidarity and close ties with the USSR, on the other it never stopped begging aid from countries which not only did not give it, but cynically and hypocritically granted it to Franco. And while the government and the party denounced the policy of non-intervention, they did not alert the popular masses to the futility of relying on the Western democracies, especially France. 4. Participation in the government. The role of the party in the government was certainly positive. For example, Vicente Uribe, Minister of Agriculture, directed one of the most revolutionary actions of the Republican government, the land reform. In addition, the Ministry of Education under Hernandez carried out important education projects and reforms, such as the literacy campaign. But it was only at the insistence of Largo Caballero that the Communist Party finally consented to enter the government. And throughout the entire war their role was one of inferiority. Today the revisionists try to make a virtue of this reluctance, calling it evidence of impartiality and loftiness of vision. In reality, though, it was really blindness as to what should be the role of the party in this era of proletarian revolutions. The revisionists, in their assessment of their role in the war, are trying to say to the present Spanish bourgeoisie that they are willing to do the same thing again. But unfortunately, for them, the new Communist Party of Spain and the proletariat are now clearly aware of the fact that, from now on, the role of the party cannot be anything but a leading one. The anarchist Trotskyite putsch of Barcelona in the spring of 1937 presented the party with an excellent chance to reinforce its participation in the government without damaging its alliances. But even with the fall of the Caballero government, the party did not attempt to relinquish its secondary role and emerge from the shadows. And this despite the undeniable fact that it was the only party strong enough to mobilize the masses and defeat the counter-revolution. And after the fall of Catalonia, the party could have taken over the whole state apparatus and resist to the end, as José Díaz repeatedly insisted. But in the interest of the formal unity of the Popular Front, the party agreed to the capitulation. By so doing, it lost sight of the fact that the object of unity was to struggle against fascism and the foreign invaders and not to capitulate. The party at that moment should have transformed its unworkable and outmoded alliances, got rid of all vacillating elements, and by relying on the most militant and trusted fighters, assumed the predominant role commensurate with its prestige among the popular masses. In this way it would not have been jeopardizing anti-fascist unity but strengthening it. Strategy, tactics, participation in the armed forces. Objectively speaking, conditions were right for a military victory. The cause for failure must therefore be sought in certain subjective errors analyzed as follows. 1. Character of the war and its strategy. A correct strategy for fighting a war cannot be determined unless a profound analysis of objective conditions is made. The party did not do this. And so it chose a type of war which was to the enemy's advantage: classical, positional warfare. People's war, on the contrary, must adopt a strategy in keeping with its usually inferior equipment, that is, a war of annihilation based on movement, combined with guerrilla operations in the enemy's rear guard. The party did not avail itself of the rich experiences of the People's War against Napoleon in Spain in 1808. Guerrilla nuclei of peasants and day laborers should have been organized in enemy-occupied territory. But permission for this from the army was never forthcoming. After the capitulation, most of the armed forces slipped over into France. At this point, guerrilla resistance should have been organized. The army could even have attempted some sort of strategic retreat toward the south-central zone. At any rate, the retreat to France was a move devoid of revolutionary perspective and showed a lack of faith in the people. Moreover, if we analyze the actions of the People's Army during the war, we see that it almost never took the initiative except during the first 2 months of the war. Even its so-called offensives were, for the most part, responses to heavy enemy pressure. The party was not aware of the fact that a People's Army must always keep the initiative, not only in attack, but in retreat as well. At Guadalajara, when defensive tactics and positional warfare were abandoned and a flexible tactic of movement was adopted, the People's Army surprised the enemy and defeated him. But sufficient reserves were not on hand to take full advantage of the victory. So even though the tactics used at the moment happened to be correct, no change in basic strategy was made. Contrary to what the revisionists claim, the Battle of the Ebro was not a victory. It would be more appropriate to call it the beginning of the end. This was so for the following reasons. First, the People's Army lost the initiative almost at the beginning of the battle and persisted in defending the territory. And secondly, all its principal forces were committed in this battle. Once annihilated, the resistance collapsed. Valencia was momentarily saved, but the best troops of the People's Army were destroyed. The objective should have been the destruction of the greatest possible number of enemy troops, after which, the army should have retreated. 2. Policy in relation to the armed forces. The policy of creating a People's Army was correct. This should always be considered one of the great achievements of the party. And the 5th Regiment, which was created at the insistence of the party and without prior government approval, became the nucleus of this army. But the party's eagerness to create this army led it into making unprincipled concessions. The 5th Regiment was unconditionally turned over to Republican hands. 8. Moreover, the party did not resist the governmental policy of keeping communists out of key army posts, despite the fact that over half of the fighters in the People's Army were either communists or members of the United Socialist Youth. Indalecio Prieto, as Minister of War, did everything possible to dampen the revolutionary spirit of the People's Army and imposed many anti-communist measures which the party should never have tolerated. He prohibited the participation of the military in popular actions and attempted to bureaucratize the political commissars. He even forbade the dissemination of political propaganda throughout the enemy lines. To summarize, the principal errors of the party with respect to the army were as follows: mistaken concept of the type of war and the consequent adoption of erroneous strategy and tactics. Lack of understanding of the strategic importance of guerrilla warfare in a people's revolutionary war. vacillation in the face of treasonous acts and elements in the army. Failure to control the key posts in the army and turning over its own forces to the bourgeoisie. Failure to organize popular armed struggle after the fall of Catalonia. Acceptance of the plan to let the bulk of the People's Army slip over the Pyrenees into France. Soviet revisionism. The pictures above tell a big story. At top is Alfred Krupp, the German armaments king, pictured at the war criminals trial held in Germany after World War II. It is well known that the Krupp family was one of the biggest financial backers of Hitler and one of the real architects of Nazi aggression. As Nazi Germany's biggest cannon maker, the Krupp enterprises flourished during the Hitler regime. When the Nazi armies invaded the Soviet Union, they transported millions of Soviet people to Germany, where they were forced to work as slaves in factories. Krupp was one of the biggest exploiters of such slave labor. Incredible as it may sound, Krupp factories operate now inside the Soviet Union. The pictures below show the factories. How can such treachery be reconciled with socialism? Vanguard. June 5, 1969. 9. Unions and the Working Class. A symposium. In response to the important questions that have been posed by the Communist Party of Australia on trade unions and the socialist revolution, we are printing a number of articles in this issue. We particularly want to call your attention to the article by Walter Linder, Trade Union Director of PLP, which was also printed in the current issue of Progressive Labour. While welcoming the thoughts of our Australian comrades on the question of the role of communists in the trade unions, Comrade Linder makes a number of comradely criticisms. We believe that a comradely exchange of some differences that can be studied by all workers and comrades can only strengthen the world Marxist-Leninist movement. Unions are not static by Arne Swabeck. I am taking advantage of your invitation to read ERS to comment on the article concerning trade unions, reprinted in your May July issue from the Vanguard, official organ of the Australian Communist Party. The article in question starts out from the mistaken premise that in Australia the trade unions have turned into their opposite. They have become centres of submission and not rebellion. They are a burden on the backs of the workers, and they are weapons, and powerful weapons at that, in the hands of the capitalist class. From this premise, the article proceeds quite naturally to the equally mistaken and disturbing conclusion. Australian workers must break from the shackles imposed upon them by the trade union structure. Very often the development of the union movement itself produces an effective way of refuting and correcting such misconceptions, and so it happened in this case. Hardly had the printer's ink dried on the Vanguard article before Australia was hit by a tremendous rank-and-file rebellion. Upward of 1 million workers on strike brought the greatest industrial upheaval in 20 years. This was no ordinary strike to satisfy demands for wages or working conditions. No. It was a massive political revolt against the long since enacted compulsory arbitration law and its outrageous restrictions and penalties. If actual proof was needed to refute and correct the mistaken notions that regard trade unions as. Arne Swabeck is a veteran American socialist. Static institutions, existing separate and apart from the effects and the consequences of the class struggle, it was in this case furnished in abundance. No matter how moribund, ossified and debilitated the unions may appear at certain periods, they are nevertheless living organisms which are subject to change and transformation. They can be properly understood only when viewed in motion and development. Trade unions possess their own internal dynamics. A single oppressive measure may often be all that is needed for this internal dynamic to produce a large-scale explosive revolts. Above all, it is necessary to remember that trade unions can never remain immune from the effects and the consequences of the class struggle, out of which they arose in the first place. And in no case can they become weapons in the hands of the capitalist class. That much cannot be said for the labor skates who occupy the official union posts. As a rule they are firmly wedded to capitalism and its system in principle and practice. In Australia their tie-up with the bourgeois state is most clearly demonstrated by their attitude to the compulsory arbitration system. Under its provisions all strikes are illegal. Disputes between workers and their bosses are to be settled by the courts. The union bureaucrats were happy with this system, life became easy for them, struggle seemed to have disappeared. All they had to do was to draw their salaries while sitting quietly in their offices preparing legal briefs for presentation to the courts. Keeping this in mind, the great emphasis placed in the Vanguard article on the need to fight Re. 10. Relentlessly against the union bureaucracy, is correct and entirely justified. But the bureaucracy and the unions, or the union memberships, is not the same thing. That distinction should always be made clear. The union members have a different attitude to the compulsory arbitration system. What wages adjustments were gained through the system tended to lag behind the workers' needs, and they most often showed a deficit due to the effects of inflation. Combined these, and other factors, created a mood of unrest. Workers regarded the strike as their only real weapon, and strikes occurred in which the courts imposed heavy fines on some union officials. Among them was Clarence O'Shea, secretary of the Victorian Tramways Employees Union. While other unions had drawn fines for the same offences and let it be known that they did not intend to pay, it was O'Shea's union that was singled out by the courts for the attack. Why? Obviously the judges were fully conscious of the role the courts play in capitalist society, and they kept their eyes on the most dangerous adversary. For it so happened that O'Shea was one among other militant union officials who broke with the Moscow-oriented revisionists and joined with E.F. Hill in the formation of the Communist Party. On May 15, Clarence O'Shea was arrested in Melbourne. He was charged with having led an illegal strike and with refusal to pay the $8,000 court-imposed fine. The following day 150,000 workers struck in protest. And with a power not equaled in 20 years, the protest strikes spread to engulf and paralyze major industrial activities in one state after another. Large demonstrations took place in the capital cities. Students joined in support, displaying banners inscribed "Worker Student Power." So decisive and powerful was the sweep of the movement that the Australian Council of Trade Unions found itself obliged to give it official sanction. Compulsory arbitration had been enacted into law in order to hold the unions at bay and keep worker militancy in check. It was, in fact, relied upon as a means to prevent industrial conflict and active struggle. Sponsors of the law had envisaged a new equilibrium in which class relations would remain tranquil under government control. Without doubt, the union bureaucrats nourished similar expectations, and perhaps even more fervently. Both, however, failed to take into account the internal union dynamics, which needed only a serious provocation to erupt full force. But in the class struggle everything is real and flows from its own inner logic. Masses of workers were set in motion, insisting on using their own power to eliminate the hated arbitration system, and they insisted on maintaining the unions as instruments of struggle for their own class ends. They began to upset the envisaged equilibrium. The power and sweep of the workers' movement and their strongly united feeling on the issue compelled even the social democratic and revisionist leaders to go along. They were afraid of being torn loose from the masses who pushed the unions out on the front line battle. But for serious revolutionaries, even much more so, the decisive question is that of the working masses and where the working masses are. Events in Australia have demonstrated beyond a shadow of doubt that the industrial proletariat knows how to utilize the unions as fighting instruments. With asterisk no less certainly, these events have shown that the bureaucratic union leadership is no more fixed, frozen, and final than is the arbitration system it supported. In the protest demonstrations the workers chanted "all the way with Clary O'Shea." This would seem to indicate a rich opportunity for more O'Sheas to come forward and into a new union leadership forged in the fire of the class struggle. With the active participation of conscious revolutionary forces, the unions can be made more effective in their struggle against capitalist exploitation. However, saying this does not mean to imply that they would thereby become instruments of revolutionary action. As organizations of all the workers, the objectives of the unions in this struggle are necessarily more limited. Only the revolutionary party founded on a Marxist-Leninist program can be a genuine instrument of revolution. And I fully agree with the great emphasis placed in the Vanguard article on the need, above all, to strengthen revolutionary organization. Unions and class struggle. The Worker, organ of the Communist Party of Britain, August 1969. The way the TUC General Council has made common cause with the Labour government against workers, the way the leaders of some of the largest and most important trade unions have underwritten. This sellout raises the whole question of the role of trade unions in the struggle of the working class to overthrow the exploitative system of capitalism. In Britain, where capitalism was born, the first trade unions were established by workers who had come to realize through bitter experience that only by bargaining in unity could they obtain a better price for their labor power, which they sold to the bosses every day. For a long time the boss class threw the whole force of their state power against these organizations of workers, and many industrial heroes fought and not a few martyrs died or were exiled in beating off all attempts at suppression. But gradually the more cunning employers, when they realized that trade unions could not be liquidated, set about converting the trade union structure into an appendage of capitalism. On the basis of vast funds collected from members, there has grown up a trade union bureaucracy as interested in preserving capitalism as the bosses themselves. Trade union officials like the woodcocks and painters move about as freely within the bourgeois state machinery of industrial relations boards, and other government bodies as bourgeois politicians and big businessmen. Trade union struggles to improve rates of pay and conditions take place within the framework of the capitalist system, not as a challenge to capitalism itself. As Marx has said, they fail generally from limiting themselves to guerrilla warfare against the effects of the existing system, instead of simultaneously trying to change it, instead of using their organized forces as a lever for the final emancipation of the working class, that is to say, the ultimate abolition of the wages system. Moreover, as has become all too clear, even when wage increases are won by workers, they are offset by productivity deals intensifying exploitation and by general price rises, so that workers are like the Red Queen running like hell to stay in the same place. In fact, the trade unions as presently structured are so much a part of the capitalist system that if they did not exist the bosses would have to invent them. What is to be done about it? Some who call themselves Marxist argue on the basis of such facts that we must write off trade unions as instruments of working class struggle and opt out of union-led industrialization for purely economic demands. We repudiate such a line absolutely. The trade union movement is the fundamental organization of the working class in the fight for its immediate interests. As long as this organization of the workers is in the hands of the ruling class through such agents as time-serving labor bureaucrats and misleaders who operate in the boss's interests, the working class will be compromised. But the remedy does not lie in denouncing trade unionism as such and refusing to support organized struggles for day-to-day ends. Without trade unions, as limited as they be in their present form, workers would be at the complete mercy of the ruling class. The worker has been criticized for hailing as victories successful struggles such as those at Ford's and Leland's just because they were economic in scope and defensive in character. What would these critics have preferred defeats? In any case, at a time when the labor government on behalf of monopoly capitalism is seeking to outlaw strikes and fix the limits of economic demands, all industrial action has the political quality of being action against the bourgeois state. It would be anti-working class and profoundly un-Marxist to refuse to support workers in their day-to-day demands because they do not go far enough. It is only in the course of such struggles that workers learn about the system of capitalist exploitation and the need to abolish it. It would be anti-working class and un-Marxist to denounce the only organization the workers have, the trade union movement, because the bosses have been able to distort it in their own interests. It is the task of workers to take hold of these unions and transform them into weapons against the bosses. This can only be done under the leadership of a workers' party which, having no other interests than that of the workers, will never compromise with the bosses nor with their agents, whether in the government or in the trade union movement itself. Such a party is the CPB, which will associate itself to the full in all trade union struggles in order to help workers transform these economic struggles into the political struggle for the seizure of power by the working class and its allies. Only by being in the vanguard of the fight for economic demands will it be possible to raise the political class consciousness of workers and prepare them for revolutionary action to overthrow the system of exploitation itself. It is only thus that the trade unions will be wrested away from the class enemy and made to serve the real interests of workers as an agency for carrying class struggle through to final political victory, the establishment of proletarian dictatorship and the dawn of socialism in Britain. 12. Smash Union. In many of the colonial countries of Asia, Africa and Latin America, the trade union movement was the only form for political and class struggle by the industrial working class. Many militant workers and trade union leaders mistakenly saw this form as the vanguard for revolutionary struggle against their colonial rulers. History has proven that, at best, the trade union movement is an organizational form to struggle against the bosses around reform demands, but to struggle to overthrow the class oppressors, a Marxist-Leninist party is essential. The international debate by revolutionary theorists on the dangers of trade union bureaucracy to the working class struggle has resurrected what Marxist-Leninists in Trinidad and Tobago think is a most salient aspect of the world proletarian movement. Lenin said, "Trade unions are a tremendous progressive step for the working class at the beginning of the development of capitalism, inasmuch as they represent a transition from the disunity and helplessness of the workers to the rudiments of class organization. When the highest form of proletarian class organization began to arise, viz., the revolutionary party of the proletariat, the trade unions inevitably began to reveal certain reactionary features. A certain craft narrowness, a certain tendency to be non-political, a certain inertness, etc. But the development of the proletariat did not and could not proceed anywhere in the world otherwise than through the trade union, through their interaction with the party of the working class. In the embryonic days of trade unionism, the very illegal status with which it was conferred by the ruling class of exploiters gave revolutionary stimuli to the leadership and rank and file in the industrial struggle. It was revolutionary only in the sense that in most countries it served as a kindergarten for many later-day communists. The fierceness of confrontations between union members and the employers readily brought into the open the exploitative and oppressive contractations. This forced the active trade unionists to a new level of consciousness above the industrial level of struggle into a higher political plane. David Callender was one of the founders of the Workers' Educational Association and an active trade unionist in Trinidad Tobago. Bureaucracy by David Callender, based on the working class ideology, Marxism-Leninism. Today, the trade union movement, like most institutions within capitalist society, has been co-opted into the service of the exploiters via many tactical ruses. Paradoxically, the victory for legality was used as a weapon by the ruling class to turn the TU leadership into a destructive force against the revolutionary working class movement. Modern history has proven that the trade union bureaucratic leadership in imperialist countries have been able to turn the trade union movement into bases for imperialist wars against revolutions. The marriage of the AFL-CIO leadership to the CIA occupy priority on the sheet of examples. Unions in West Indies. Generally, in the English-speaking West Indies, trade unions in their bureaucratic form came from their affiliations and colonial association with unions in the metropolitan country. They have produced almost all of the present-day vassals who continue to maintain top union leadership positions. Some even have puppet positions as governing heads of political regimes. The national capitalists in Trinidad and Tobago seized power through the trade union movement by giving verbal pretense to a pro-working class program and an implied socialist and anti-colonial stance. In Trinidad Tobago, following the turning over of power from the British colonialists to the local bourgeoisie, the trade union bureaucrats, through the Trinidad Labour Congress, rallied to the side of the bourgeoisie under the slogan Massa de Dun. Trinidad and Tobago is a country with just over 1 million people, of which 308,000 are statistically categorized as employable. The workers suffer from chronic unemployment, officially 14%, but realistically over 35%. Unemployment increases daily because of automation and school dropouts. The working class is still without a revolutionary party to lead the people in struggle against their class exploiters. The only political organization that is trying to adopt a Marxist-Leninist outlook is the Workers' Educational Association. Part of its general program is organizing towards the formation of a revolutionary vanguard party. The WE has learned many lessons from the 30-year history of the local trade union movement, in particular, and the international aspects, in general. The 10,000-strong oilfield workers trade. 13. Union is considered the aristocracy of the working class. The union's assets total millions of dollars. OWTU was the first industrial trade union in the country. It was created from the economic conflicts between the classes during the period of the late 1920s and the early 1930s. This was the period of the Great Economic Depression of capitalism. Its top position in the trade union history of Trinidad-Tobago stems from the fact that the oilfields were the only industrialized center with a high development of socialized labor. The leadership, in those days, led by Uriah Butler, was highly individualistic and elitist. The present-day leaders have inherited these characteristics and conduct their bureaucracy in the same way. Several months ago, the leadership, stating that they were working in behalf of their members, purchased many thousands of dollars worth of government-issued national bonds. In this way they gave direct aid to help keep the capitalist system afloat and help ensure continuity to exploitation of the working masses. In addition to this squandering of the members' dues, they have accumulated a strike fund of over $1 million. The rulers, whom these two bureaucrats support, answered this by passing the Anti-Working Class Industrial Stabilization Act. This act virtually prohibits strikes, with violations punishable by jail sentences and heavy fines. The ISA is similar, in many respects, to the Taft-Hartley and Kennedy-Landrum-Griffin Acts in the U.S. The OWTU leadership revised the union's investment policy and has embarked on a campaign to build modern multi-storied branch office buildings and leasing the street levels to large capitalist enterprises. A policy of cutting the workers' throat with their own funds. No better example can be found of a union which spearheaded the revolutionary battle for trade union legality and then turned into a bureaucratic corporation. Working hand in hand with the class exploiters, these trade union leaders carry out sinister plots for further exploitation of the working masses and to hold down the revolutionary aspirations of the working people. At the same time they mouth communist terminology to fool the rank-and-file workers. Sugar and transportation unions. Marxist-Leninists in Trinidad and Tobago have also recorded the effects of union bureaucracy in the sugar industry and transportation. The sugar industry, including its byproducts of rum, etc., is the second largest industry. The workers are exploited and oppressed more than any other group in the country. The leadership of the Agricultural and Sugar Factory Workers Trade Union uses organized gangsterism against its members. This is done to quell the workers' rebellions against the oppressive bosses and the trade union bureaucracy. The Transport and Industrial Workers Union has the most militant membership in the country. It is mainly composed of the workers of the vital national bus service, the major means of transportation on the islands. Again we find the union bureaucrats mouthing Marxism-Leninism to cover up their opportunism and collusion with the bosses. Trade union bureaucrats support nationalism. The history of trade unionism in Trinidad and Tobago is one of numerous examples in which the bureaucratic leadership has held back the ideological orientation of the organized working masses. In the early 1950s there was an upsurge in the working class movement. A united front developed in the form of the West Indian Independence Party, which was advised by the revisionist British Communist Party. This united front was a merger between the then Trade Union Congress, among which the large OWTU was a leading force, and the Workers' Freedom Movement, a political organization with a few Marxist-Leninists in the leadership and a political line that was Social Democrat. Because of the vacillation of the TUC, the United Front was dissolved and the TUC leadership promptly transferred its allegiance to the PEOPLE national movement. The PNM is the present-day ruling clique that carries out the policies of US and British imperialism. The trade union leadership reacted to the call of black nationalism and independence as sloganed by the PNM, with a series of militant mass demonstrations and resolutions in support of the party. Most prominent in these activities was the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union. Today, its president, Clive Spencer, is Labour's representative in the Senate of the bicameral parliament. The militant actions on the part of the organised workers in the 1950s, without a doubt, hastened the turning over of power to the local bourgeoisie. 10 years later, in August 1962, so-called political independence was turned over to the PNM-led national bourgeoisie by the United Kingdom. The Workers' Farmers' Party. The consolidation of power by the PNM height. 14. And open conflict between the classes. This was manifested by the ISA legislation and the formation of the Workers' and Farmers' Party. WFP was a conglomeration of some petty bourgeoisie, a few Marxist-Leninists, pro-Trotskyists, and trade unions represented by the leadership of the OWTU and TIWU. What we mistakenly called the left-center faction in this left-center-right coalition was the majority of the WFP. Characteristic of their opportunism, the trade union leaders withdrew from the party following the party's electoral defeat in the 1966 elections. By withdrawing, they ignored the majority position of the working class forces within the party. The working class majority could have been organized and consolidated, it could have fought and defeated the right-wing section and transformed the party into a fighting working class organization. Also, it was the leaders of the OWTU and TIWU that went to Havana, as representatives of the WFP, to the OLA's conference without the consent or knowledge of their membership. With the withdrawal of the trade union elements, the right-wing forces were now the dominant force and the party disintegrated. The Marxist-Leninists were forced to tactically withdraw and consolidate their own organization, the WE. Following their withdrawal from the WFP, the leaders of the OWTU joined with the more openly right-wing, 17,000-strong, National Union of Government and Federated Workers. Again, their opportunism was displayed when, at the height of militant activities against the ISA, the leadership of both unions joined a government-sponsored tripartite conference to discuss the economic problems of the country. OWTU's proposal for a state-operated national oil company was rewarded with the appointment of its President General, George Weeks, as a board director of the National Petroleum Company established by the government. At the present time, this company is negotiating for the assets from the imperialists' oil corporations. The magnitude of NUGFO's treachery to its members, and the whole working class, can be seen by their main proposal to the tripartite conference. In this memorandum, they called for the creation of a fund to be subscribed to by all employed workers via a weekly levy to achieve $5 million a year to be used by the government. In effect, this was a plan to further tax the working class in the interest of capitalist exploitation. Almost simultaneously, TIWU, influenced and led by the representatives to OLAs, who claimed to be revolutionaries, adopted an adventurist and sectarian stance. This stance was represented in their slogan that the militant section of the trade union movement is the vanguard of the working class struggle. Therefore, they relegated the political struggle to the inadequate one of economism, opposing the demands for the formation of the Revolutionary Vanguard Party. The ISA fraud. After the passage of the ISA, the bureaucratic leadership of the militant trade unions failed to mobilize and engender unity among the workers against it. On the contrary, they strategically allied themselves with the bourgeois lawyer economists. Instead of fighting the ISA, and its major weapon, the industrial courts, they became full-time participants in it. The industrial courts is similar to compulsory arbitration in the U.S. Where workers have a grievance against the boss, and it is not settled in the early steps of the grievance procedure, it then goes to the industrial court. The court is presided over by a regular bourgeois judge, so obviously, the workers always lose. The working class suffered a great setback from this policy. The bourgeois lawyer economists openly sided with the capitalist class. In early 1969 the arbitrariness of the ISA emerged into open conflict with the TIWU vanguard. The union leadership was forced by its members to call a strike in opposition to a judgment by the industrial court. However, this very significant political strike was misled by the union bureaucrats. Instead of explaining the political significance of this action to the working masses and rallying their support behind the struggle, the TIWU vanguard repeat the strategy of alliance with the petty bourgeoisie, such as the university faculty staff, the Students' Guild executive, and the traitorous elements of the WFP. This false strategy helped the class enemy to isolate TIWU strikers not only from other unions, but from the masses in general. The class enemy was able to play upon the hardships of the traveling workers and school children whose only means of transportation are buses. The results, a further move away from the masses and an overwhelming defeat. The bureaucratic trade union vanguard in Trinidad and Tobago is not leading the working class in struggle for the defeat of the capitalist system as professed by these opportunists. It is merely being a loyal opposition outside of Parliament, taking over the deceptive tasks of the elected opposition and playing the role of the other hand that claps that give credibility to capitalist democracy. They are thereby abetting the continued existence of exploitation of the working class, and retarding the development of the working class struggle. 15. Need for a revolutionary party. Confronted with the monumental evidence of the dangers of trade union bureaucracy to the class struggle in Trinidad and Tobago, that has parallels in other countries, what is the main task confronting Marxist-Leninists in Trinidad and Tobago? In Trinidad and Tobago, the immediate strategic demand of the class struggle is the formation of a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist vanguard party, a demand that is being obstructed by the bureaucratic trade union leadership. Marxist-Leninists in Trinidad and Tobago have made mistakes in the past by separating the trade union leaders into two sections, progressive and reactionary. Today, we have realized, from experience, that there is no fundamental difference between the conservatives and militants. They are all reactionary. Their common denominator is trade union bureaucracy. Racy. It has fostered opportunism, anarchism, adventurism, and sectarianism in the ranks of the working class. This raises a question: should Marxist-Leninists work within the trade union movement? Yes, could be the only answer, since the movement is a framework in which large numbers of the working class receive some semblance of class organization. The tactic to take the fight directly into the movement is to take the fight to the enemies, and it is from within that effective fighting can be staged and meaningful battles won. Marxist-Leninist must become one with the rank and file of the trade union movement and organize the membership in struggle against union bureaucracy, in general, and against the bureaucratic leaderships in particular. Caucuses of Marxist-Leninist among the unions * rank and file should be the order of the day. Once more on trade unions. Vanguard, organ of the Australian Communist Party, July 3, 1969. We have received many favourable comments. We have received disagreements with our ideas. People say, how can you destroy the trade unions, what can be put in their place? It is all wrong not to work in the trade unions, etc. We must answer these questions. Some quote Lenin against our arguments. Lenin wrote a chapter in Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, entitled, "Should Revolutionaries Work in Reactionary Trade Unions?" He answered the question that they should. Note his description, reactionary trade unions. Note his elaboration of this, yellow, social chauvinist, compromising, counter-revolutionary trade unions. Lenin's approach was to work in these trade unions in order that the communists should be with the workers, with all workers both advanced and backward, to help them smash the yellow, social chauvinist compromising, counter-revolutionary trade unions and their leaders, to inspire those workers to revolution. Now, is it correct to describe the trade union structure built up in Australia under the ACTU and Labour councils as yellow, social chauvinist, calm-promising, counter-revolutionary trade unions? We think it is 1,000 times correct. It is the fact of Australian trade union life. Yes, there are better trade union leaders. But as trade union leaders within this apparatus, they are impotent. In a certain sense, they help it to survive. By their mere presence in the apparatus, it helps to sow false hopes, illusions. And is it true that among the Australian workers there is a deep-seated hatred, both active and latent, against this very apparatus? Yes, it is true. This hatred is becoming more active. It arouses the alarm of the ruling class. This class cries out in defense of responsible trade unionism, the official trade union movement, etc. What the enemy supports we oppose. Is it correct then to rebel against this apparatus? Yes, in our opinion, it is. It is quite true the rebellion must come from within, and it is coming. There is much rich experience about this. It will become richer. In the actual course of mass struggle, that is, through actual experience. Correct and unswerving tactics of struggle emerge. They cannot be artificially created. Nor can forms of organization be artificially created. They, too, emerge in struggle. Unions and Revolution. Vanguard, July 10, 1969. Vanguard continues to receive criticism about what is described as the rubbishing of the trade unions. One critic said, "You keep on throwing cream puffs while we in the unions do the job of fighting the boss." 16. It is good that we receive such criticisms. It comes mainly from trade union officials. It shows that what Vanguard has to say is having some effect and is certainly being discussed in the ranks of unionists. In any new approach to matters there is always misunderstanding. Vanguard says and will continue to say that orthodox unionism does not advance the cause of the working class because it ties the workers to capitalism. What is the cause of the working class? Is it to run around in the circle of capitalism getting a few cents here and a few cents there for this and that section of working class? What is the overall economic picture today after years of such activity? It is that exploitation has intensified. Wages continually fall behind living costs. Democratic rights are whittled away. Without overtime or two persons in a family working, things would be very grim indeed on today's wage levels. We hold that the cause of the working class is the struggle to overthrow the capitalist class and win the dictatorship of the proletariat. And to be true to the cause of the working class we must expose everything that diverts people from it. We believe that the economic struggle should be waged because only in struggle will the working class raise its class consciousness and commence to act as a class. But the theory of class struggle must be brought to the working class. Experience has shown that the working class does not raise its theoretical understanding only by struggling for wage rises. Australian experience certainly confirms the above. The former Communist Party was unable to break out of the economic circle. It was overwhelmed by trade union and parliamentary politics. It did not put before the workers clearly the need to act as a class against the exploiting class. It did not have as its central aim the destruction of capitalist class state power and its replacement by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Revisionists keep saying that it is always premature to talk about revolution. Of course, this is an excellent way of putting off the question of revolution forever. How nice and convenient for the ruling class. Let us for one moment imagine the difference there would be in the Australian revolutionary movement if the former Communist Party had developed correct revolutionary politics right from its very inception and had overcome revisionism. Certainly we could say that revolutionary class action would be further advanced and bourgeois ideology would not have the mass grip it has. If it is premature to talk about revolution today in Australian conditions, then it was certainly premature for Marx and Engels to talk about revolution in their day. However, the reality of struggle today shows that revolutionary concepts are spreading far and wide in Australia. The worldwide struggle against revisionism led by the Communist Party of China, which is headed by the great Mao Zedong, is preparing all working people ideologically for revolution. Trade unionism stands opposed to revolution. It concerns itself merely with reform which fools the workers into believing that their lot can be improved under capitalism. Reforms are the cream puffs. Vanguard is trying to do as best as it can the job of preparing the Australian working class and other working people for revolutionary struggle. This ideological preparation must be made. It entails fighting precisely the idea that capitalism can be reformed into socialism through the trade unions and parliament. People act according to how they think. This is fundamental. While bourgeois ideology holds sway, they will not act in a revolutionary way. That is why the most important job today is to integrate Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought with the struggles of the Australian people. We will continue to do this. 17. Trade unions are schools for communism. Don't abandon the workers. By Walter Linder. V. Tall questions about the role of trade unions under capitalism have been raised by the Communist Party of Australia in its publications The Vanguard and the Australian Communist, excerpts of which were reprinted in World Revolution. They bear directly on the role of communists in trade unions in the United States and are important ones for members of the Progressive Labour Party and all others who attempt to practice Marxism-Leninism. The Australian comrades make a number of points. 1. In Australia, the large trade union apparatus continually stimulates the erroneous idea that the unions themselves can force the capitalist class to give way and hand over their factories to the working class, and trade union and parliamentary politics generate the idea that social change can be achieved constitutionally, that is, through peaceful negotiations with the capitalist class. 2. Trade unions are necessary for the capitalist class. They are a burden on the backs of the working class. The capitalist class has adapted the trade union apparatus and trade union officials to itself, turned these trade unions from being centers of rebellion into centers of submission. These unions have the protection of law and are a thoroughgoing instrument for the administration of capitalism. 3. Even militant communists who become trade union officials inevitably end up as exponents of capitalist ideology. This is scarcely avoidable, because of the very character of the trade unions at this stage of the history of capitalism. If these leaders promoted revolution, they would be promoting themselves out of good comfortable jobs. Their very position depends upon the permanence of capitalism. The Australian comrades conclude that, strengthening trade union organization, only strengthens the hold of the capitalist class over the working class. They therefore believe that energies should not be diverted into strengthening trade unions, but rather into strengthening revolutionary organization. The job is to smash up the trade union bureaucracy and begin a complete rebellion against conventional trade unionism. The Australian comrades say there is no blueprint, no panacea. They believe that if communists spread revolutionary truth to wider and wider sections of the working people, the workers in struggle will rapidly build their revolutionary organizations. This thesis resurrects two old questions: should communists work in recessionary-led unions under capitalism, and what of the danger of communists falling into the trap of economism, that is, making trade union activity and the fight for immediate demands the end-all of working-class struggle? Certainly this was what happened to the PUSA during the organization of industrial unions 30 years ago. There is no doubt that because of the recessionary, collaborationist character of its lead heirship, the U.S. trade union structure is virtually controlled by the capitalist class. The Meany S., Ruther S., Livingston S. and Bridges all conspire to control the workers and prevent them from achieving their class interests. They work with the bosses. Govern Walter Linder is a frequent contributor to PL, is a national committee member of the PLP and is PLP trade union director. 18. Meant to hamstring strikes and militant actions at every turn. And they serve their masters well abroad, too, cooperating with imperialism to force workers into company unions wherever U.S. bosses' profits are at stake. These flunkies are truly labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. It is also true that though U.S. trade It is just this absurd theory that communists must not belong to reactionary trade unions that demonstrates most clearly how frivolously these left communists regard the question of influence over the masses, how they misuse their outcries about the masses. In order to be able to help the masses, it is necessary to brave all difficulties and to be unafraid of the pinpricks, obstacles, insults, and persecution of the leaders, and it is imperatively necessary to work wherever the masses are to be found. Unions began as fighting class struggle organizations in most cases. The ruling class has succeeded, temporarily, in dampening that militancy. But a clear distinction must be made between the goals of the union misleaders and the needs of the workers. It is wrong to lump the use of unions by the bosses as instruments for the administration of capitalism with the need for workers to organize themselves to fight for immediate economic demands. U.S. bosses do not look kindly on the 75% of the working class that is unorganized when it attempts to form unions that will fight in its class interests. If the bosses thought that unionization was such a burden on the backs of the workers, why would they use all the power of their state apparatus against workers organizing in the South? The Charleston hospital strike and the Memphis sanitationmen's strike are but two recent examples. Of course, when rank-and-file workers engage in too militant a class struggle, as in these two battles, the bosses move to cut the battle short. They bring in flunkies like King and Ruther, allow a union that will soon reverse the militancy and prevent the rank-and-file from maintaining their momentum. They fear that such battles for even simple economic demands can get out of hand and leap to higher political levels. We agree that trade unions are not revolutionary organizations and fight only for limited demands within the system. Furthermore, once rank-and-file workers force the boss to recognize the union, the next step for the bosses is to attempt to reverse that workers' victory. The bosses attempt this because a strong, militant union will eat into their profits and because such a union will become a vehicle for still greater struggle by the workers. Out of this struggle, given the presence of communists, longer-range, revolutionary ideas and goals can be learned. Trade unions need communists. The history of U.S. trade unions shows that the bosses have been quite successful in blunting militant union struggle. But it is the absence of communists, Marxist-Leninists, from the ranks of the workers that has permitted this reversal. Communists must move the workers' struggle for immediate economic demands to a higher stage. They must spread the understanding that the struggle for higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions is a treadmill as long as the bosses can undercut such victories through their control of the government and the economic system. It is not the strengthening of trade union organization or the building of job organization in and of itself that promotes class collaboration. If that were true, the bosses would welcome unionization instead of opposing militant, rank-and-file unionism. Rather, it is the lack of communists within the working class that permits union misleaders to develop. Without a long-range, revolutionary understanding of the nature of capitalism, a militant worker elected to trade union leadership will be unable to withstand the onslaught of the bosses. Only communists can expose the class collaborationist, self-defeating nature of such bosses' tools as arbitration, teach the necessary political lessons and prevent the struggle from going backwards. For communists to do this, they must be immersed in the struggle with a political base among the workers. Communists must not stand aloof from the workers' struggles with the excuse that the trade union structure and its leaders are tied to the capitalist class. The class enemy would love to keep the workers fighting in trade union struggles separated from any revolutionary thought. Organizing into unions by militant rank-and-filers gives the workers a greater vehicle for class struggle and sharpens the fight against the ruling class. Communists must plunge into the fight and 19. Win the respect of the workers, leading them to listen to their views about the limited nature of the struggle. In the course of such immersion in trade union struggle, naturally a danger of becoming overwhelmed by it exists. But the trade unions represented a gigantic step forward for the working class at the beginning of the development of capitalism, as the transition from the disintegration and helplessness of the workers to the rudiments of a class organization. When the highest form of proletarian class organization began to arise, viz., the revolutionary party of the proletariat, the trade unions inevitably began to reveal certain reactionary traits, a certain craft narrowness, a certain tendency towards becoming non-political, a certain inertness, etc. But the development of the proletariat did not and could not, anywhere in the world, proceed otherwise than through the trade unions, through their interaction with the party of the working class. Opportunity exists also to learn from the experience and from the workers how better to fight the class struggle to the end. Therefore the existence of this danger is not a reason to forego the struggle. Nor is it inevitable that participation in the immediate economic struggles of the workers in a trade union form will lead to sellout, inhibition, or encirclement by capitalist ideology. If this were true, Marxism-Leninism would be a weak weapon indeed in the battle against capitalism. History has proven otherwise. It is significant to note that the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Ceylon, Ansan Magathasan, writing of the Australian position, said that in his country Marxist-Leninists were the trade union leadership inside the Communist Party led the fight against modern revisionism, succeeding in retaining the Ceylon Trade Union Federation, the biggest mass organization under the leadership of the party, under correct Marxist-Leninist leadership. If workers choose to elect a communist to union office, it is not inevitable that he will eventually betray them. If workers know their co-worker is a communist, and if they understand the relationship between that fact and their ability to wage sustained class struggle against the boss, then the election of a communist to union office is a good thing. It will surely force the boss to counterattack. Bosses invariably recognize the potential danger of a communist as a leader of workers, and this will offer the communist an opportunity to advance the class struggle to a more radical political level. He can explain why the boss attacks communists and show the limited nature of trade union struggle and the necessity to adopt longer-range, revolutionary goals, the complete overthrow of the system. However, the main role of a communist is not to get elected but to be immersed in rank and file, class struggle and give leadership to it. Certainly the bosses will try anything to dislodge communists from leadership, or, failing that, corrupt them. And, of course, murder has never been an unthinkable last resort for bosses. But it is just such a fight that can force a discussion among the workers about the value and role of communists in the working class. This is not something to shy away from for fear of being encircled, but should be welcomed as an advanced state of the class struggle. No doubt the ruling class will not sit idly by and permit workers to put communists into leadership of the trade union movement. It will launch violent attacks against the working class before that stage can be reached. But it will be the communists' job to prepare the workers for such attacks and make them an opportunity for increased revolutionary activity. Such a struggle transforms the fight for simple economic demands to which trade unionism confines itself into a fight for revolutionary goals. Win workers to the party. We are not describing a two-stage strategy, that is, a communist's role is not to first participate in a trade union fight and later turn it into a revolutionary one. Rather, the struggle for revolutionary ideology must go on all the time, throughout the fight for so-called trade union demands. That is the only guarantee that political turns will be made. Communists must bring socialist ideology to the working class. To do this they must discuss issues that go far beyond the bounds of the trade union structure, solidarity with workers in other countries, the need to ally with students and revolutionary intellectuals, the need to struggle on fronts other than the factory communities, schools, on questions of taxes, services, and all the other areas in which the bosses exploit the working class, and ultimately the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the PLP trade union program we offered a strategy for conducting such a struggle within the trade unions and the working class generally. At the heart of it is building a unity of left and center forces, a coalition of revolutionary, 20 Munist forces along with the mass of workers ready to fight the bosses. The role of communists in this fight includes pointing out the relationship of the smallest fight to the overall class struggle, to the role of the state as a servant of the bosses, and to the whole capitalist SYS there can be no doubt that Messieurs the Gomperses, Hendersons, Jouerho, Leglands, and the like, are very grateful to such left revolutionaries, who, like the German opposition on principle or like some revolutionaries in the American industrial workers of the world, advocate leaving the reactionary trade unions and refusing to work in them. Undoubtedly, Messieurs the leaders of opportunism will resort to every trick of bourgeois diplomacy, to the aid of bourgeois governments, the priests, the police, and the courts, in order to prevent communists from getting into the trade unions, to force them out by every means, to make their work in the trade unions as unpleasant as possible, to insult, to hound, and persecute them. It is necessary to be able to withstand all this, to agree to any and every sacrifice, and even if need be to resort to all sorts of devices, maneuvers, and illegal methods, to evasion and subterfuge, in order to penetrate into the trade unions, to remain in them, and to carry on communist work in them at all costs. Bin. A party that guarantees that such tasks are carried out among the workers is one that will prevent, for the most part, betrayals by its members as they begin to win the respect of workers and come into leadership of the working class. The Australian comrades are also concerned that the trade unions foster the idea of peaceful takeover of the factories. But this problem does not exist in the US. Here the union lacks are open advocates of the capitalist system. As far as trade union politics generating the idea that social change can grow out of peaceful negotiations, the actual facts of the ILAS struggle belie that idea. Though it is true that the union flunkies push this concept, communists working correctly can easily disprove it by using the experiences of the workers themselves in constant battle with the bosses. Thus we would conclude that trade union struggle is, in Lenin's phrase, a school for communism. It is a limited, non-revolutionary ORM, but within it the seeds of understanding necessary to final overthrow of the system can take root. Trade unions that have been corrupted by the capitalist class into following ruling class ideology and serve to hold the workers in check cannot be abandoned to the reactionary union bureaucrats. If workers are still bound by that form, communists must work in them and strive to break these bonds, to make unions into fighting, class struggle, organizations. In the course of this long struggle, the political lessons learned will enable the workers, under the leadership of communists, to break the reformist chains of trade unionism once and for all. As the Ceylonese comrade also pointed out, it is very essential to organize workers and help them to fight for their day-to-day demands. Because it is only in the course of these fights that the workers learn about the system of capitalist exploitation and the need to abolish it. Trade union struggles are necessary to educate the workers. What is wrong is to stop at that stage, limiting ourselves always to trade union struggles. In summary, we work in the trade unions to win workers to revolution. Our primary aim is to win workers to the Revolutionary Party. Only by building the Communist Party can workers gain the skills and strength to win the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Communist Party is the revolutionary organ of the working class. This was and is true all over the world and is valid for the United States and Australia. Many of the dangers correctly pointed out by our Australian comrades cannot be avoided by abandoning the workers to union bosses and the bourgeois, but we wage the struggle against the labor aristocracy in the name of the working masses, and in order to attract the latter to our side, we wage the struggle against the opportunist and social chauvinist leaders in order to attract the working class to our side. To forget this most elementary and self-evident truth would be stupid. But the German left communists are guilty of just this stupidity when, because of the reactionary and counter-revolutionary character of the heads of the trade unions, they jump to the conclusion that it is necessary to leave the trade unions, to refuse to work in them, to create new, fantastic forms of labor organizations. This is an unpardonable blunder that would equal the greatest service the communists could render to bourgeoisie. GOSI. The best way to avoid errors is to win workers to Marxist-Leninist ideology. The workers are the best judge of who is selling out and who is fighting. Eventually, workers in the US will have to adopt other fighting forms. This will signify that workers have moved from the level of trade unionism to the acute struggle for workers' power. We want to thank our Australian and Ceylonese comrades for posing many vital questions. This is why we printed both articles in our magazine World Revolution. Both articles improved our understanding of the trade union question. 21. Moscow's Conference of Revisionist Parties by Frank Roberts. Although camouflaged as anti-imperialist, the Moscow Conference of 75 so-called communist and workers' parties, June 5 to 17, had as its chief aim the creation of a counter-revolutionary bloc, which would be controlled by the Soviet revisionists and would be useful to them in their collaboration with imperialism against revolution and communism, against people's freedom and independence. Toward this end, the conference, though itself rent by quarrels and disagreements, set up a continuations committee to try to convene a world anti-imperialist congress at an unspecified future date. 5 years have passed since Khrushchev first tried to call an international conference which would obligingly rubber-stamp his revisionist ideas as new, creative Marxist-Leninism and unanimously repudiate the line defended so courageously and so ably by the Communist Party of China, the Labour Party of Albania and an ever-growing number of new Marxist-Leninist parties around the world. After dumping Khrushchev, his successors, headed by Brezhnev, have been no less anxious to complete this task. They have held literally hundreds of talks and meetings to prepare, draft, initiate and plan such a conference. They have issued innumerable press releases and communiques, and all sorts of dates were announced only to be later cancelled or postponed. Changes in political conditions, the most recent being the wave of protest aroused by the invasion of Czechoslovakia, forced the Soviet revisionists time and again to postpone abruptly or alter drastically their plans for a conference. Throughout this whole period, however, their basic objective has remained the same: to establish for themselves full and complete control over all the revisionist forces ideologically, politically, and organizationally, and to use this counter-revolutionary bloc against revolutionary movements everywhere, but particularly against the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China, which are the center of the world revolutionary movement. In order to continue their Marxist-Leninist masquerade, the Soviet revisionists are in urgent need of an international claque which will do their bidding, acclaim their revolutionary orthodoxy and assure people that the emperor is not really naked but is wearing the latest in socialist fashions. They are finding it more and more difficult to conceal from the people either at home or abroad their feverish efforts to restore capitalism in the Soviet Union, their working partnership with U.S. imperialism, their social imperialist designs in Asia and Europe, their double cross of the Arab people in the Middle East, and their role in pressuring the Vietnamese to engage in the fraudulent peace talks in Paris. More revealing of their social imperialist character than anything else was their armed invasion of Czechoslovakia. Although billed as a unity conference and intended to demonstrate the overwhelming support of communists everywhere for the line of the Soviet revisionists, the conference showed, on the contrary, how divided and weak, how lacking in popular support, the revisionist forces are. Notwithstanding all the arm twisting by Brezhnev and his organizers, some of the revisionist-led parties sent no delegations, e.g., Yugoslavia, North Korea, Japan, and North Vietnam. Cuba and Sweden sent only observers. Except for Yugoslavia, whose strongest ties are with U.S. imperialism and the capitalist countries of the West, the chief reason why these revisionist parties chose to stay away or send only observers was to preserve a cover for their phony neutralism. Before the conference was called, the Soviet revisionist hosts assured the guests that the purpose was to have a democratic discussion of how to strengthen unity and coordinate common activities in the fight against imperialism. They gave their solemn promise that no question would be raised concerning the foreign or domestic policy of any party that did not attend the conference, meaning, of course, China. Of course, they never had any intention of keeping this promise, and no sooner had the conference opened than the anti-China slanders were begun by a Paraguayan dealing. 22. Frank Roberts is a member of the staff of World Revolution. Gate, see Maciel. Premier Nicolae Ceausescu tried to object, not on the ground that the Communist Party of China is following a correct Marxist-Leninist line, but only that no party has a right to interfere in the affairs of another. Before Ceausescu could get the floor, however, Władysław Gomułka of Poland and Waldek Rochaith were allowed to continue the anti-China theme, and, when Ceausescu finally managed to read his 500-word statement, the chairman, John Marks of South Africa, brushed aside the objection and admonished him to make shorter statements in the future. Cover for counter-revolution. What the conference called its principal document was a so-called anti-imperialist resolution, a long, rambling, sometimes contradictory and for the most part innocuous affair. It was not anti-imperialist and was never so intended. Nor did it mention controversial issues, such as China or the invasion of Czechoslovakia. The chief purpose of the conference organizers was to use it as a ruse, inveigling the delegates to sign what was ostensibly a bland anti-imperialist document while actually committing them willy-nilly to Brezhnev's anti-China strategy. In his bellicose speech to the conference on June 7, Brezhnev threatened China not only with conventional warfare but also with nuclear warfare and called for the formation of a general Asian collective security pact. The U.S. imperialists were delighted over his speech, of which the NY Times said, "Shades of John Foster Dulles." A decade after his death, the concept of Asian containment, to which he dedicated much of the time and energy of his last years, has suddenly been revived in Moscow. The Times went on to detail some of the steps already taken by Brezhnev and his clique to form a crescent-shaped perimeter around China that would include India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore and Japan. It notes that they are even openly flirting with Taiwan. Here we see what the Soviet revisionists mean by unity, not against imperialism but with US imperialism and against socialist China. Toward this end, they are busy plotting and making deals with such notorious cutthroats as Chiang Kai-shek, the Nasution Suharto military dictatorship in Indonesia that murdered several 100,000 communists, the Sato government in Japan, the Thai rulers who are sending troops to fight against the Vietnamese people, the Indian government that tried to invade China, etc. New Tsars are imperialists. To carry out their expansionist ambitions, the Soviet revisionists are trying to consolidate their control over all the revisionist forces and establish Moscow as the epicenter of operations. This is why the principal document issued by the conference, though containing a lot of nonsense about imperialism, is studded with language calling for coordination of the actions of parties, strengthening the unity of the communist movement and united action by communist and workers' parties. At one point it says, each communist party's national and international responsibilities are indivisible, thus contradicting other passages professing respect for independence and equality, and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. These contradictions are a reflection of the sharp fights that took place behind closed doors. Obviously, the Brezhnev forces were able to put over only fragments of the social imperialist doctrine which they offer in the name of Marxism-Leninism under such labels as limited sovereignty, international dictatorship, socialist community, full integration, etc. In his report to the 9th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, Lin Piao said, "In order to justify its aggression and plunder, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique trumpets the so-called theory of limited sovereignty, the theory of international dictatorship and the theory of socialist community. What does all this stuff mean? It means that your sovereignty is limited, while his is unlimited. You want to obey him. He will exercise international dictatorship over you, dictatorship over the people of other countries, in order to form the socialist community ruled by the new Tsars, that is, colonies of social imperialism, just like the New Order of Europe of Hitler, the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere of Japanese militarism and the Free World Community of the United States." The Soviet revisionists began using their new lexicon of social imperialism to justify the invasion of Czechoslovakia. Employing the machinery of the Warsaw Treaty Organization and the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, they have been striving to reduce all of the member nations of Eastern Europe and also Mongolia to a colonial status. They have stationed several 100,000 troops in various East European countries. According to the Albanian newspaper, Zarii. Populat, the Soviet social imperialists have unscrupulously plundered the strategic materials of some East European countries and have carried off nearly all the uranium of Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Bulgaria, nearly all Hungary's. 23. Bauxite and Bulgaria's copper. They are aptly characterized by Lenin's definition, social imperialists, that is, socialists in words and imperialists in deeds. Imperialism is war. But the Moscow Conference dusted off and reaffirmed the old Khrushchevian bromides of peaceful coexistence, and war is not fatally inevitable. One of the documents said, for example, the defense of peace is inseparably linked up with the struggle to compel the imperialists to accept peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems. While colluding with U.S. imperialism to divide up the spoils of world conquest, the Soviet social imperialists try to cast themselves in the role of peacemakers. What hypocrisy! Some refused to sign. Notwithstanding the efforts of Brezhnev with the help of his stage managers and public relations men to demonstrate the unity of the revisionists and their unswerving loyalty to the new tsars in the Kremlin, the result was quite different. Even the vapid anti-imperialist resolution, the so-called principal document, did not get the approval of all the delegations. Some did not sign it and some signed only part of it, while others signed in full but voiced objections that largely nullified their signatures. Here is how the NY Times reported the tally. 5 parties did not sign. They were the Cuban and Swedish parties, present only as observers, the British and Norwegian parties, which will consult their memberships before deciding whether to sign, and the party from the Dominican Republic, which refused outright. 4 parties signed only the third section of the document, dealing with the struggle against imperialism. They were the Italian, San Marino, Australian and Reunion parties. 5 parties from Romania, Spain, Switzerland, Morocco, and the Sudan signed after having expressed reservations. While the bourgeois press in the US was generally sympathetic to the Moscow Conference and, of course, featured the anti-China slanders, it was not at all impressed by the vaunted display of unity. Said one reporter, Moscow's hold over the world communist movement is roughly equal to the reach of the ground forces of its armies. Another called it a circus, but a bad one. Contradictions are irreconcilable. Obviously there are deep-seated differences and disagreements among the revisionists. While they can agree on being revisionists, i.e., anti-Marxism-Leninism, anti-socialism and anti-revolution, this does not mean that they want to follow Brezhnev's baton, suffer an invasion as in Czechoslovakia, or supply conscripts for the United Military Command that the Soviet revisionists have already set up in Mongolia. In objecting to Soviet hegemony, President Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania declared, "It is not necessary to have any leading center." Ceausescu represents the rising capitalist class in Romania, which has strong ties with the US and wants to have a free hand to carry on its own wheeling and dealing. Romania's capitalists do not want to see their country turned into a Soviet colony, and the same is true of the capitalists in other East European countries. At the conference, the Soviet revisionists exhibited Gustav Husak of Czechoslovakia as a testimonial to the virtues of its theory of limited sovereignty and the benefits of Soviet military occupation. Exemplifying what Brezhnev means by the unity of the socialist community, Husak signed every document without a murmur, praised the conference for its almost complete unity, and, when asked at a press conference about Soviet troops in Czechoslovakia, he obsequiously replied, "On these matters, Czechoslovakia and the Soviet Union will consult each other and come to an agreement." But the performance of this quisling was not at all convincing. Everyone knew that he spoke only for the Soviet social imperialists and a handful of Czech compradors. The delegations from Eastern European countries know that in their plans for economic integration and specialization in production, the Soviet economists are proposing to turn Czechoslovakia to subsidiary processing plants and openly state that Poland, Hungary and Bulgaria should be limited to agricultural production. Of the parties that came from countries outside the Soviet bloc, the most fulsome and uncritical support was given Brezhnev's policies by those having little or no base in their own country. Thus, the U.S. Communist Party went down the line, even defending the invasion of Czechoslovakia and accusing the Chinese of provoking recent border incidents. Gus Hall, its general secretary, praised Brezhnev's speech as a rounded-out, balanced, well-reasoned explanation of the world today and said the new thing that came out of the conference is the deeper recognition that anti-Sovietism posed a serious threat to the world. So anxious was Hall to be helpful to his hosts that at a Moscow press meeting he even invented the absurd fiction that in the U.S. Cold War groups like the notorious China Lobby are now promoting U.S. Chinese relations, the implication being that this is all part of a worldwide anti-Soviet conspiracy. Outside the Soviet bloc, the chief opposition to 24. Brezhnev's policies at the conference came from delegates representing parties in Italy, Britain, Sweden, Switzerland, Austria, Norway, Australia, etc. In these as well as other countries, the revisionist parties are increasingly reflecting the interests of their own national bourgeoisie, and the interests of these various national bourgeois groups are not only mutually contradictory but also contradictory to the interests of the Soviet bourgeoisie. Divided as they are by divergent nationalist and capitalist interests, there can be no worldwide unity of revisionists. While the Moscow Conference tried to paper over the quarrels and disagreements among the revisionists, it could not conceal the fact that the chief issues were left unresolved. According to reports, the three most heated issues before the conference were attitudes toward China, the invasion of Czechoslovakia, and the relations between the revisionist parties. On none of these, however, did Brezhnev submit a clear-cut statement of policy and put it to a vote. Instead, the method used was to try to stifle free discussion and thereby achieve a sham unity. An example of this was Waldek Rochate's speech to the conference, in which he made no mention of the invasion of Czechoslovakia even though the French Communist Party had condemned the action at the time. At a press conference where newsmen asked about this omission, Georges Marchais, then acting as spokesman for the delegation, lamely replied that the Czechoslovak representatives had asked that it not be mentioned, and to do so would be an interference into their domestic affairs. Hardly a principled stand for a party that professes to be Marxist-Leninist and to act in the interest of the working class. The Italian and French revisionist parties, the two largest non-ruling parties at the conference, acted quite differently. Enrico Berlinguer, who headed the Italian delegation, was the most conspicuous representative of the opposition trend. In his speech on the conference floor, he objected to the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, challenged the idea of Moscow's hegemony over the revisionist forces, and even suggested that the Soviet leaders were going too far in their anti-China campaign. Berlinguer formulated in a more systematic way than others the disputes and divergences his party has with the Soviet leadership and its satellites. Basing himself on the late Togliatti's theories, he argued that polycentrism was inevitable in the relationships between the parties. Even so, however, Berlinguer concluded that the differences must not become a cause leading to a breakdown in relations between the parties. In signing the third section of the anti-imperialist document, Berlinguer sought to justify his action on the ground that it contained no condemnation or excommunication whatever of any party or country. On this basis, however, he could have signed the entire document. But what difference did it make that the document did not mention China, since Brezhnev and nearly all of the other revisionists had aimed their attacks at China? Of course, Berlinguer, like the other speakers at the conference, based all of his arguments on revisionist premises, but what is significant is that his position revealed the discords that already exist and are continuing to develop. Contrary to the press reports and other propaganda put out by the conference officials, who said the proceedings were taking place in a social spirit and a unity of viewpoints is reigning, the revisionists were so sharply divided that the quarrels could not be muffled. If anything, the conference only deepened the divisions and, since the contradictions are irreconcilable and indissoluble, they are bound to become more violent and lead to the disintegration of the entire revisionist front. To hasten this process, the international working class must intensify its efforts to expose revisionism for what it is, an ideological arid political product of imperialism. The main task, of course, is to build genuine Marxist-Leninist parties in all parts of the world, parties that use the method of self-criticism, are linked with the masses of the people, and clearly advance the revolutionary strategy of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 25. Nixon's Asian Tour by Frank Roberts. When President Nixon made his 12-day global tour at the beginning of August, the U.S. propaganda media did their best to portray him and his new policy as harbingers of peace. Notwithstanding his new tactics and double talk, however, Nixon's new policy is the same as the Johnson administration's old policy, to advance the designs of U.S. imperialism for aggression and war in Asia. To represent Nixon as an angel of peace, the mass media here played up Nixon's vague expressions of hope for non-involvement and a more limited role for the U.S. in Asia, no more Vietnams and eventually, maybe, the withdrawal of U.S. troops. In contradiction to Nixon's non-involvement demagoguery, however, were his brash declarations that the U.S. has no intention of getting out of Asia. In fact, Nixon called the war in Vietnam one of America's finest hours. Asia's where the action is, said Nixon in Manila. Geography makes it necessary for the U.S. to be an Asian power and the U.S. must honor its commitments, he blustered, dusting off the old imperialist war cries. U.S. imperialism has not changed its nature. Its basic objectives in Asia remain the same, to maintain and enlarge its occupation of Asia, to suppress the Asian people's revolutionary movement and together with the Soviet imperialists to develop a ring of encirclement around China. The people of Asia voiced their protests. In Manila, at least 5 demonstrations took place as the presidential party made its way from the airport into the city. At one, a U.S. flag was torn down and ripped into shreds and, at another, Nixon was burned in effigy. In New Delhi, big demonstrations filled the streets with banners urging Yankees go home, and Nixon, India shall not be involved in your aggressive plans against Asia. In Bangkok, several hours before Nixon's arrival, the Thailand people attacked the Yabon air base and clashed with the armed security guards there. In Indonesia, the Suharto Nasution fascist military regime sent out trucks with loudspeakers to coerce people into welcoming Nixon, but so scanty were the spectators, mainly school children, that newsmen reported long empty gaps along the dreamy route. In Saigon, motorcades were deemed unsafe and, instead, the presidential party was lifted from the airport to the U.S. Palace in 4 U.S. Army helicopters. Nixon's most cordial reception was in Romania. The revisionist leadership of President Socscu went all out to mobilize a huge welcome to the leader of world reaction and aggression by closing government offices and schools for the occasion. USA-USSR allies compete for spoils. Nixon's trip took him to many of the same capitals that had just been visited by Brezhnev, the chieftain of Soviet social imperialism. Like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, both were peddling the same Nostrum, a system of collective security, although under slightly different labels. While both conspire to rig up a ring of encirclement around China and to opposing people's armed struggles, like two armed gangsters, they also fight each other to get as large a share of the loot as possible. Some idea of the importance ascribed to Southeast Asia by U.S. imperialism is indicated by the figures on foreign aid payments. Since 1953, a total of over $33.3 billion has gone into this region, of which $23.2 billion was economic aid and $10.1 billion was military aid. Most of this so-called aid went to India, Thailand, and Indonesia. The totals do not include any payments to South Vietnam. Trade with Southeast Asia has been on terms highly favorable to U.S. imperialists. In 1968, the total volume of U.S. exports to Southeast Asia amounted to $3,584 million and U.S. imports from there to $2,499 million, thus contributing a net balance of trade amounting to $1,085 million. In 1938, U.S. exports to Southeast Asia amounted to only $170 million, less than 1/20th of the current volume. These figures reflect the extent to which U.S. interests have tightened their economic and political control over this region. While lining up support for a system of collective security, Nixon on his mission was therefore anxious. 26. Frank Roberts is a WR staff writer. To see that his Asian agents did not switch to similarly packaged products supplied by Soviet sources. U.S. imperialism does not want to lose these lucrative sources of super profits either to the Soviet imperialists or to the revolutionary peoples of Southeast Asia. By his Asian tour, Nixon sought to improve the mud-splattered image of U.S. imperialism. However, one look at the content of his new policy reveals the same old stuff, such as, 1. The U.S. must continue to play a significant role in Asia, provide its Asian lackeys with some kind of military umbrella, and stand behind its commitments. In other words, the U.S. will continue its policy of war and aggression in Asia. 2. U.S. imperialism wants its Asian lackeys to assume more responsibility for putting out the flames of revolutionary armed struggle at home, and under ordinary circumstances it will supply money and guns for Asians to fight Asians. Of course, the imperialists expect to boss the whole show. This is the so-called non-involvement policy. 3. A collective security system in Asia should be set up under the control of U.S. imperialism by organizing a new anti-China military alliance under the guise of regional economic cooperation with Japan as its mainstay. What Nixon called informal structures of common purposes, i.e., existing organizations of an anti-China, anti-people, counter-revolutionary character, would be linked to the collective security system to bolster the military encirclement of China. U.S. imperialism is beset with difficulties at home and abroad. In Asia, notwithstanding all the troops and billions of dollars poured in, it is bogged down and its heaviest armor has proved incapable of stopping the spread of the people's armed struggle. Independent Marxism is dependent revisionism. This article is an editorial from the Canadian Worker, organ of the Canadian Party of Labour, August, 1969. Nixon went to Asia because he thinks he is beginning to get some breaks. The imperialist two-pronged strategy of bombs for the people and Soviet revisionist advice to the leaders paid off. Not only has Brezhnev and co. worked overtime to convince the opportunist leadership of Vietnam to go for a negotiated settlement in Paris, they have also been scouring Asia in search of reactionaries to join their anti-China alliance. Naturally, Nixon is flat-tiered with the Soviet effort, though, no doubt, he figures on them for bigger and better sellouts. The Soviets imported their counter-revolutionary influence to Vietnam via aid. Many have cynically argued that the Soviets could be used as if Brezhnev and his crowd are dummies and don't know what they are doing. Besides, the argument goes, the Vietnamese can't win without the Russian hardware. If that were true, then People's War would be a hypocritical phrase and revolution would be unthinkable, since the Soviets are opposed to both. Taking aid from the Soviet revisionists is like writing your own death warrant. Trace Soviet aid around the world and you will see a string of shattered revolutionary movements, all the way from the Congo, through the Middle East to Indonesia. As Lin Piao pointed out, to achieve victory in 27. People's War, it is necessary to oppose Khrushchevite modern revisionism. This was not done in Vietnam, far from it. The Vietnamese leaders have gone to the point of upholding the Soviet social imperialist invasion of Czechoslovakia as a noble deed / praised Brezhnev as a great Marxist-Leninist, and, of course, have been at pains to boost the so-called Communist Party of Canada, a weather-beaten mob which prides itself on being the first to attack Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China. Not only did the leaders of the DRV bring Timbuktu to Vietnam to raise the sagging reputation of the Canadian revisionists, the Vietnamese came themselves to Canada to parade around on the arms of these fakers who had made a farce of the people's bitter struggles by staging picnics and vigils in favor of an end to the fighting. But the Vietnam deal is just one aspect of the joint U.S. Soviet effort in Asia. The main object, quite simply, is to get China Twice in recent months the Soviet bosses have directed attacks against the People's Republic of China to prove to their partners in crime that they are prepared to draw blood. Both are shaking in their boots at the prospect, but they know the main obstacle to their plans for redivision of the world is the indivisible proletarian dictatorship in China. The 9th Congress of the Communist Party of China closed a final door on their dreams of a Khrushchevite turn. Once again at the 9th Congress the CPC, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the Lenin of our era, has called for an irrevocable struggle against imperialism and Soviet modern revisionism. Hence, Nixon's ace in the hole won't do him any good. This will be a life or death struggle for all the stakes. Canadian Marxist-Leninists have to be sharp and get rid of all revisionist nonsense about third roads and independent Marxism. Revisionism can't be laughed off or ignored. It has to be explicitly identified and defeated. Given that, proletarian revolutionaries can be really united and victorious in their struggle for socialism. Quebec workers need socialism. This is a translation of a leaflet passed out by the Canadian Party of Labour in Quebec City to the demonstrateurs, construction workers, and others, at the recent Union Nationale Convention in Quebec. Reprinted from the Canadian Worker, organ of the Canadian Party of Labour, August, 1969. To attack the convention of the Union Nationale is like fighting against a shadow. Who really holds the power? The Canadian capitalists and especially the American monopolies. In a plant or big company, there is always an owner or many shareholders that live off the work of others. These are the ones who really hold the power. The foremen and superintendents are only their watchdogs. They apply the rules the capitalist owners dictate. They direct the workers in such a way as to ensure as much profit as possible, and when the industry is facing difficulties, they are charged with the laying off, or they do the pushing to raise production. They also try to create division among the workers as they fight against their union or try to buy off their representatives. That is but one aspect of the capitalists' power. As masters of production and of the economy, they control the state and the mass media. All the big newspapers, radio, and television defend the outlook of those who invest in them, and they try to turn the people away from the true problems. The liberal, or conservative, or nationalist parties, and all the parties that are not under the direction of the working class but are the watchdogs of capital and U.S. imperialism. They may show democratic and consistent facades, but what interests do they defend? If a party does not want to abolish capitalist exploitation, it can only serve capitalism. Its role is that of the foreman in the plant. All the things that are tied to the state, the army, the laws, the injunctions, the taxation systems, are laid down according to the needs of the capitalist class, not according to the will of the parties. U.S. imperialism is being shaken by all sorts of difficulties, and the workers in Canada are paying for this. The role of Jean-Jacques Bertrand is to ensure U.S. imperialism of a convenient climate for its domination. To pretend that the Union Nationale is the cause of all the problems is to deliberately fool the people. In spite of the circuses and the 28 disputes among politicians, one must see that the capitalists and imperialists are nevertheless united. The disputes among politicians are only disputes among four men, the owners are one. The Confederation of National Trade Unions bureaucrats, who are either liberals under camouflage or pro-imperialist Parti Québécois PA artisans, are trying to fool the workers. They cry out loudly against exploitation and shout, "Down with the Union Nationale," but that is only done the better to manipulate the workers and to favor the bourgeois parties. If they truly take at heart the interests of the workers, why don't they denounce the very essence of exploitation, the capitalist system? They call themselves socialists, but that doesn't mean anything. These are hollow words. One is not truly a socialist who does not want to abolish the private ownership of the means of production, who does not want to expropriate the capitalists and the U.S. companies, who does not want to establish workers' power. And that is not really what the syndicalists wish. These bureaucrats hide the truth and enter the game of the bourgeoisie. They fight each other for their own interests instead of attacking the system itself. The nationalists Raymond Lemieux and his chauvinists are pretending to be revolutionaries. They want to rally the working class behind the nationalist cause. But nationalism disarms the workers. Shall we fight only to have French-speaking bosses instead of English-speaking ones? Shall we unite with these small French-Canadian exploiters in order to defend their nation against the bad Englishmen? That is pure folly and very dangerous. According to Lemieux, the Union Nationale was better when Danny Boy Johnson was there because he was far more nationalist. Nationalism is a vain attempt to rally the working class behind the cause of our petty bourgeoisie, seeking a better place in the sun. Nationalism does not oppose capitalism. Furthermore, it is used to divide the workers among themselves so they can ignore their real enemy. In order to overthrow capitalism and U.S. imperialism, the workers of all Canada need to unite. Their main interests lie in such unity. That does not mean that we should not struggle for our rights and for the equality of our nation within Canada, on the contrary. But the struggle against imperialism and the struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeois state both require a greater unity among the workers in Canada. The separation of Quebec would divide the workers of Canada in two and draw the Quebec workers nearer to the bourgeoisie. We must fight nationalism. The national/socialists are but the appendices of the petty bourgeoisie's nationalist movement, and their acts serve the interests of our rising bourgeoisie. Is it through a miraculous putsch that they hope to take the lead of a movement that has nothing to do with ascending to the leadership of the organized working class? There are no shortcuts to the socialist revolution, and those who enter the nationalist paths retard the coming of a popular revolutionary movement by chasing fake enemies. Workers' power within the trade unions. The social revolution is an immense task and should not be dreamt of if one cannot first install workers' power within the trade unions. The workers must have their own organizations. It is common knowledge that the syndicalists and the bosses are acquainted and that the bourgeois parties have got a firm hold over the trade unions. Who has not heard of the fact that the Quebec Federation of Labour is serving the interests of the Union Nationale and that the Confederation of National Trade Unions is the stronghold of the Liberals? Is it not true to say that most trade union leaders fight for their own interest or for the prestige of their union, or to prepare themselves to serve the aims of the old line parties? How many union leaders have gone on the other side, and how many of them today are looking forward to doing so? All of that is a roadblock to a workers' movement that should be revolutionary. To fight for economic gains, yes. But to fight for the emancipation victory of the working class and to sustain a revolutionary political struggle, the better. In order to achieve this, we must kick out of the workers' movement all the representatives of big capital. That is a long and straining struggle to the finish. Only workers with a solid organization at the base and with a consistent political formation can transform syndicalism into a firm instrument for class struggle. Workers' power in Canada. All the struggles, the strikes and the present discontent sharpen the questioning of the whole system. To achieve victory over capitalism and imperialism, the working class must organize itself on a solid base and have a political party under its own direction. 29. Socialist Revolution and Strategy. This article was translated from Ligne Rouge, No. 2, March-April 1969. Originally entitled Against the Theory of the Two-Stage Revolution, Long Live the Socialist Revolution. The article is a contribution to the discussion of the correct Marxist-Leninist strategy for a socialist victory. This does not mean that WR endorses every point in the article. If the unity of all the revolutionaries of France is to be attained, it is necessary to at least agree on the character of the revolution to be carried out in our country. Now, on this question, serious divisions exist in the ranks of the revolutionaries, which are all ultimately inspired by the revisionist thesis of the PCF of the two-stage revolution. How is the character of our revolution determined? By studying French society, its nature, its character, in order to define the principal contradiction in our society, the contradiction which determines the development of all the other contradictions. This is the only Marxist method, which was used by Lenin and Mao Zedong to define and lead the Russian and Chinese revolution. The nature of French society and the character of our revolution. What is the nature of French society? It is a capitalist imperialist society where the dominant economic system is state monopoly capitalism, which means, monopoly capitalism in which the monopoly capitalists and state power are combined. State and private monopolies complement each other in order to permit the monopolist bourgeoisie to grab enormous profits, domestically as well as internationally. In France, this is not a new situation, it had been established as far back as the first WW. Since then, particularly with the economic crisis of 1929-33 and the second WW, state monopoly capitalism kept on expanding its ruling influence on all economies, intensifying the exploitation of the workers of the mother country and the countries it oppresses, accelerating the concentration and accumulation of capital, and absorbing or controlling small and middle enterprises. In this way, the monopolist bourgeoisie has conscientiously consolidated its power which it exercises in the name of the entire bourgeoisie against the proletariat and the working people. But if it is only the big monopolist bourgeoisie which influences and exercises state power, it is the whole bourgeois economic system, the capitalist system, which restrains the development of the productive forces of our society. This is due to the private character of capitalist ownership, the anarchy which it causes in the organization of production, the enormous waste which arises from intercapitalist competition, and the merciless exploitation of the working class which it justifies in the natney of maximum profit for the capitalists. This private character of capitalist ownership comes into violent contradiction with the social character of production that capitalism itself created, and which demands the abolition of private ownership and the planning of production to the scale of the whole of society for the fundamental needs of the masses. The economic crises of the capitalists, the incessant political and economic oppression of the workers and their daily rebellion continually demonstrate this fact. This is why the principal contradiction of our society is that which opposes the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. All the other contradictions are dependent on the solution of this contradiction. Only the proletariat, the vanguard class, can, by freeing itself, free with them all the classes exploited by the bourgeoisie. In order to be victorious, it must, guided by its party, unite around itself and under its direction, all the social classes and strata which are concerned with the suppression of the capitalist system, which means principally the semi-proletarians of the city and the rural areas who sell, at least in part, their labor power, the small employees whose conditions of life and work are near those of the workers and who do not have at their disposal any means of production, as well as the revolutionary intellectuals who adopt the point of view of the proletariat. 30. And defend their class interest. The proletariat must strive to neutralize in its struggle the urban and rural bourgeoisie, which means, the small producer and independent merchant, who defend their private property against monopoly capitalist encroachment but who inevitably face proletarianization. The proletariat must resolutely fight against the whole bourgeoisie, who exploit the industrial and agricultural workers, oppress society, and hold back its development. Only the proletarian revolution can liberate all the productive forces whose development are impeded by the private character of capitalist ownership. Only the proletarian revolution can violently destroy the capitalist system and the entire bourgeois state apparatus, install the dictatorship of the proletariat, repress with violence the attempts of the bourgeoisie to return to power, establish proletarian state power, guaranteeing the widest democracy for the masses, build the socialist society and progress toward the classless society, the communist society. All this proves that our revolution can only be socialist and proletarian, that it is led against the bourgeoisie as a whole and against the capitalist system, and that there is no intermediary stage. The revolution arises directly from the nature of our society, which has as the dominant economic system, state monopoly capitalism. State monopoly capitalism, Lenin said, is the most complete material preparation, the anteroom of socialism, the historic stage with no intermediary stage separating the stage called socialism. Socialism is nothing else but the stage immediately following state monopoly capitalism. He is very clear on the question before us. Revisionist conception of our revolution. Advanced democracy. the revisionist PCF does not want the socialist revolution. But as it cannot overtly admit it under penalty of losing all influence in the working class, it has built up a theory of the two-stage revolution in order to put off the socialist revolution until the time when pigs fly, under the pretext of the need to prepare for it properly. So the PCF shouts from the rooftops that it is struggling in a first stage for a true democracy, advanced, genuine, hardy, and innovating, and as it is stated in I Humanite on March 25, able to open the road to socialism. This theory of the two-stage revolution in France, which is explained anew in the Evil Manifest of the PCF, contains all the repudiations of Marxism-Leninism, distortion of the Marxist conception of the state, parliamentary cretinism in the name of the peaceful road to socialism, etc. We systematically denounce all these treasons by limiting ourselves at this time to a single point, the class content of this true democracy and its fundamental opposition to the socialist revolution. In order to justify its theory, the PCF alleges that the principal contradiction in our society is that which opposes the private monopolies to the anti-monopolist strata, which includes all the social classes and strata other than the big monopolist bourgeoisie, from the working class up to the non-monopolist bourgeoisie through the peasants, merchants, etc. big, middle, or small. This justifies for the PCF the necessity of an intermediary stage of true democracy characterized by gradual nationalization of the principal monopolies, which is guaranteed by the so-called anti-monopolist strata coming to power through the electoral victory of the left forces. All this simply means that the PCF expresses the interests of the non-monopolist bourgeoisie, middle and small, to whom it proposes an economic development based on private property and capitalist exploitation, which is not impeded by the stifling presence of the big private monopolies, up to the point where it inevitably reaches, in its turn, the monopolist stage. They would then have the advantage of power to put off indefinitely the task of true democracy. In THI's way, the PCF attempts to set us back 2 centuries by wanting to accomplish for the French proletariat the tasks of the anti-feudal bourgeois democratic revolution against this new feudalism of the monopolies, personal power, and the autocracy of their goalless suzerain. One wonders then, how the true democracy of the PCF could open the road to socialism any more effectively than the bourgeois revolution of 1789 did so. Revisionist influence on the revolutionary movement, anti-monopolist united front. The revisionist conception of the two-stage revolution for France, beside being an open betrayal of the socialist revolution, also exercises a strong influence on the movement which claims to follow Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong. The most contemptible case is that of the ex-UJC one who called in May 68 for the People's Democratic Revolution, a preliminary stage for the social sit revolution. This conception, which is directly copied from the true democracy of the PCF, was criticized in Ligne Rouge, No. 1 and Economism. Although this conception was developed in its most 31 explicit form by the UJC, it was presented in less open forms in the Marxist-Leninist movement. The latter had proposed since its inception a strategy of revolution in 2 stages. The 10-point manifesto of the First Congress of the MCF states, the principal contradiction is the contradiction between the power of the monopolies and proletariat. The alternative to the power of the monopolies can only be the opening of the road to socialism by a people's democracy imposed and controlled by the proletariat, with the perspective of very rapidly reaching the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In a crisis situation, correctly prepared and exploited, the alliance of the working class with the other social strata under the direction of the Marxist-Leninist Party, accompanied by a large movement of mass uprising, can impose a people's power in actual fact, opposing the existing bourgeois power, beginning the destruction of the monopolies, and preparing the way to socialism by the establishment of the people's democracy. It is clear that such a conception of the fundamental contradiction and of the people's democracy opening the road to socialism is directly inspired by the true democracy of the revisionist PCF. Although this conception has not been expressly repeated since, it has not been carefully refuted and appears under veiled forms, particularly in the political report of the founding Congress of the PCMLF and in some slogans advanced by the party in May '68. More recently, Humanité Rouge, in order to support an open or implied appeal for an anti-monopolist united front, developed a fundamentally identical class analysis which consists of opposing the interests of the bourgeoisie to those of the anti-monopolist classes and strata, workers, revolutionary students, employees, artisans, peasants, small merchants, in this way establishing the line of cleavage between the counter-revolutionary camp and the revolutionary camp. This conception is seriously in error on a whole series of points. On one hand, it presents as social classes and strata, social groups which are not constituted as such and does not in general, make distinctions within some non-homogeneous strata. The peasants only exist as a class in feudal society. The development of capitalism quickly divided them into distinct classes with contradictory interests. On the other hand, when the distinction is made, as in the report to the Congress of the PCMLF at the end of '67, it is in order to conclude that the peasants are the closest allies of the working class in its class struggle against monopoly power, against state monopoly capitalism. This analysis of the allies of the proletariat is only cogent for a bourgeois democratic revolution. It is totally false and misplaced when it is veneered onto the French situation. In fact, it amounts to recommending for the socialist revolution, the alliance of the proletariat, the vanguard class, economically and politically, with some classes which are historically doomed by the development of capitalism, the small independent producers, and who are therefore, economically more reactionary than the bourgeoisie themselves. This alliance is recommended under the pretext that the development of the small independent producers is hampered by the monopolies, which therefore impels them to struggle against the monopolies. There are two choices if one accepts this analysis. If one agrees with the PCF that it is not yet time for the socialist revolution and places himself without hesitation in the wake of the backward social strata, one openly betrays the proletariat and the socialist revolution. Then one manufactures a theory of the two-stage revolution, with the first stage inevitably leading to the previous state of monopoly capitalism by allowing the petty bourgeois strata to freely develop under a rejuvenated and renewed capitalism. In brief, one knowingly betrays the socialist revolution by opposing it, or else one considers that it is a question of leading the socialist revolution, but that the small urban and rural producers have an immediate interest, for the same reason as the proletariat, and so one commits a serious error in principle which leads to the worst failures and involves the work of the Marxist-Leninist in an impasse. If one does not correct these errors in time, one will then begin to depart from reality, to support the actions of the small producers without reservation and analysis, and defend them in spite of anything, even though they oppose the interests of the proletariat. In this way, one places himself little by little in the wake of the small bourgeoisie, and thus, because of an incorrect principled position, slips into an open revision of fundamental principles and a rediscovery of the two-stage revolution. In effect, under these conditions, the situation is in no way changed whether from the start one regards the industrial non-monopolist middle 32 bourgeoisie as being in the united front, or simply silently ignores them. One is in danger of retraveling back on the rotten road of revisionism and of being stranded with bad company, indeed in the quagmire of true democracy. At the present time, Humanité Rouge runs this serious risk. What does Humanité Rouge say, and what does Marxism teach on the question of small producer? The first issue of Humanité Rouge unequivocally states in its editorial, in order to struggle, we must form a united front against the monopolies and imperialism. This front is formed by gathering at the base all those who are oppressed by the monopolies, workers, French and immigrant, peasants, students, employees, etc. Although the expression, united front, does not appear anymore in the following issues, the content remains absolutely the same. Thus, the editorial in number 4 states, what he too calls France, is in truth the people, workers, revolutionary and progressive students, employees, artisans, small merchants, peasants. Of all the anti-monopolist classes and straight, only the proletariat can take the lead. The same conception, for example, is contained in the evaluation of the March 5 strike called by the PME3. Throughout, the strike was a success. This strike of independence gave the light of a new day to the class struggle, the exploited against the exploiters, waged against the power of the monopoly capitalist bourgeoisie, or in the decidedly inadequate criticism which did not aim at the essential feature of the advanced democracy of the PCF. Finally, the following statement in Issue No. 1: the United Front against the monopolies of imperialism, will be able to be converted into an anti-fascist front if the events call for it, is revealing insofar as it indicates that the class alliances in these two types of united fronts are the same, which in the final analysis, allows the liberal anti-fascist bourgeoisie to be in the anti-monopolist united front. Now, the question of an anti-fascist united front is not on the same level as the United Front for Socialism. The history of the European workers' movement under the correct direction of the Third International between the two world wars has shown that it might be necessary for the proletariat to set up a very large defensive united front to bar the way for fascism and to protect, at least, the essential part of the workers' gains. Consequently, it is not a matter of a first stage of the revolution. Since the question of suppressing capitalism and instituting socialism is not raised. Once the fascist danger is out of the way to struggle offensively for socialism is open, and then, only the stage of the socialist revolution, the only revolutionary stage which is conceivable in capitalist society. In the present situation, it would be defeatist to call for the constitution of a defensive anti-fascist front when revolutionary mobilization can still abort nascent fascism. The position of I Humanité Rouge places the communists on the defensive, even if it does not focus on the question of fascism. Particularly, it prohibits them from carrying on revolutionary propaganda with the independent small producers from propagandizing among them not on the basis of the defense of their immediate reactionary interests but of their future interest, which is based on their inevitable proletarianization in the capitalist regime, a propaganda for socialist collectivization against petty bourgeois individualism. They are also constrained, in preparing for the socialist revolution, from candidly and openly declaring war on private ownership as Marx and Engels had proudly done, because I Humanité Rouge finds fault only with monopoly private ownership. We invite the comrades of I Humanité Rouge to seriously assimilate the historical materialist point of view in order to surmount these grave errors which enter into all aspects of the strategy for revolution in France, and to study in particular, this fundamental thesis of the Communist Manifesto often cited by Lenin. Of all the classes which at the present time are opposed to the bourgeoisie, the proletariat alone is a truly revolutionary class. The other classes totter and decay with big industry. The proletariat, on the contrary, is the most authentic product of it. The middle classes, small manufacturers, retailers, artisans, peasants, all fight against the bourgeoisie because it is a threat to their existence as middle classes. They are not therefore revolutionaries but conservatives. Even more, they are reactionaries. They seek to turn the wheel of history back. If they are revolutionaries, it is because of their imminent passage into the proletariat. They then defend their future interests and not their present interests. They abandon their own point of view in order to place themselves with the proletariat. Only this point of view will make possible correct leadership of the alliances of classes for the socialist revolution, lead to correct judgment of the revolutionary character of such and such social group, and prevent 33. The revolutionary movement from being diverted from the socialist revolution. Lackey's development of the two-stage revolution, cause du peuple. In order to conclude, it is necessary to point out a still more malignant form of the two-stage revolution theory in France. The serious ambiguities contained in the book by Comrade J. Jourquet, The Revolutionary Springtime of May 1968, has already been criticized in Ligne Rouge, No. 1. These ambiguities allow the door to be opened to the conception of a cultural revolution modeled on the great proletarian cultural revolution in China as a preliminary stage for the socialist revolution in France. Although answering negatively to the theoretical question of the possibility of developing a cultural revolution before taking state power, the author in effect develops the contrary analysis in evaluating the import of the May movement. The passage of the Cultural Revolution from the university to the factories such as had been achieved in China was proven to be much more difficult in France, etc. Thus, he gives the impression that, in fact, May had opened the stage of the Cultural Revolution, a preliminary stage of the Socialist Revolution. But if, at the very least, the question is categorically answered in the negative, the authors of Cause du Peuple who call themselves proletarian revolutionary communists are not burdened with such mental restrictions. This anti-Marxist newspaper, which in its first series in May '68 had imperturbably called for the People's Democratic Revolution preparing the Socialist Revolution, recommends at this time as a preliminary stage, an ideological revolution against authority and for liberty. This anarchistic conception of the anti-authoritarian struggle emptied of all class content is dependent on the purest spontaneism. One decides that the principal characteristic of the spontaneous movement since May is its anti-authoritarian aspect. One concludes by this that the revolution is in an anti-authoritarian stage and proudly puts forth the slogan of anti-authoritarian revolution. Up until the time, without doubt, the masses spontaneously discover the necessity of the socialist revolution, in which case our spontaneists, always one step ahead of the spontaneous movement, will then call for the socialist revolution. This is what they call systematizing the ideas of the masses. For the present time, they call for the students to struggle against authority in order to explain to the workers, on the basis of their own experiences, that the authority of the bosses, scholars, or the state exists only in their imagination and that if only they cast the cops out of their heads power is within reach of their hand. The most explicit form of this new theory of the two-stage revolution is given in a local newspaper edited by the supporters of Cause du Peuple, at the democratic anti-authoritarian stage of the revolution, which is the stage opened since May '68, the students and the intellectual masses have an important autonomous role to play. Comrades, forward in our prolonged struggle for the democratic revolution and the socialist revolution in France. It needs to be stated that although Marxist-Leninists have always estimated that the ideological preparation for the socialist revolution was an indispensable condition for its success, they would not rank this as a socialist cultural revolution, inconceivable under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, nor make it a preliminary stage of the socialist revolution, nor more than they would adopt anarchistic slogans of struggle against authority in general or the state in the abstract. They strictly adhere to the principle of historical materialism which defines the contents of revolutions from the analysis of the means of production and the law of its development, not by anarchistic idealism. In order not to lead the revolutionary struggle astray and put it in the wake of the petty bourgeoisie, in order to assume from now on the tasks of the socialist revolution in France, in order to progress toward the unification of all Marxist-Leninists and the whole revolutionary movement, let us make a clean sweep of the revisionist theory of the two-stage revolution and its new variations. 1U.J.C Union of Communist Youth 2 Duhamel a Cabinet Minister 3P.M.E a Union 34. Albania's Revolution in Education. November 29, 1969 marks the 25th anniversary of Albania's liberation and revolution which brought the Albanian working class to power under the leadership of the Albanian Party of Labour. The following article on revolutionizing the Albanian education system is a summary of the report of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the PLA presented by Comrade Mehmet Çihu. The summary is based on the Albanian Telegraphic Agency's news bulletin of June 30, 1969. The public debates which have been held throughout the country on the problems of education have been based on the theses presented by Comrade Enver Hoxha in his speech of March 7 last year for the further revolutionary development of our schools. The ideas put forth in this speech constitute a creative development of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism about education in accordance with the concrete historic conditions of our country and of our new school system. Our party has consistently implemented the mass line throughout these public discussions. the debates were marked by an unprecedented participation on the part of the broad masses of people. Hundreds of thousands of persons, teachers and pupils, cadres of education, culture, and production, parents of pupils and working people of all fields of activity have participated in the debates throughout the entire country. In addition to public debates in the press, 21,000 meetings and consultations have been held with some 600,000 people in attendance and over 1,610,000 persons having spoken. This proves once again that in our country the question of education is a matter of great concern to the party, government, the people, and the entire society. Since liberation, an authentic revolution has been carried out in the people's education under the leadership of the party. Our schools have developed along the revolutionary and socialist road. It must further develop along revolutionary lines, deepening the struggle waged by the party for the fulfillment of the tasks of socialist revolution in the field of education. The liquidation of illiteracy, the extension of the network of primary schools to all the corners of the country, the almost complete realization of the compulsory 8th-grade basic education, the extension at an accelerated pace of secondary education, the extension of adult education, the founding of higher education, and especially the founding of the State University of Tirana. These are the principal achievements of the rapid development of our educational system. As a result of this development, more than 500,000 people, i.e., more than a quarter of the population, attend school daily. Our schools have already trained about 24,000 middle cadres and 12,500 high cadres. The general and most fundamental feature of the present stage of development of our country is the transition from the stage of the construction of the economic basis of socialism to the stage of the complete building of the socialist society. Although the exploiting classes have been liquidated, vestiges are still found, along with various anti-socialist elements. A fierce class struggle, as an inevitable objective phenomenon, continues to be waged in all fields, especially on the ideological front between us and the enemies of socialism. The same class struggle continues among the people over the two opposite roads, socialist and capitalist. The danger of a reversion to capitalism continues, and it will continue to exist. This is the internal reason for which the victory of the socialist road over the capitalist road of development cannot yet be considered complete and final. At the same time, there exists the external danger which will continue to exist for a very long time as long as socialism and communism have not finally triumphed throughout the world. We must ensure the complete victory of socialism in all spheres of our life. For this, we need a consistent revolutionary educational system, both in content and structure. It should play an important and active role in the achievement of the complete and final triumph of socialism in all fields, especially in the four principal fronts of our struggle: ideological, economic and cultural, political and social, and defense. Study Marxism-Leninism. Our new school system must be characterized above all by giving absolute priority in all of its work to the ideology of Marxism-Leninism. It must provide the youth and working people who attend schools with an all-round training and education basis on Marxism-Leninism. It must arm them with Marxist-Leninist theory, with the philosophy of dialectical and historical materialism, with the ideology and policy of our party. Although we recognize the importance of practice and the absolute necessity to integrate theory. 35. With practice, we must devote the majority of classroom time to the study of theory, of science. We must fight and wipe out the tendency to content ourselves with little, to precocious and narrow professionalism, to the underestimation of theory. These are all reflections of the influence of bourgeois pragmatism. We must also fight the harmful tendency toward any abstract political approach devoid of meaning, as well as a conservative attitude towards the results of modern science and technology. 7. And towards the necessity of continually reflecting the results of science in the work of our schools. Our new school system must integrate education with productive work and with physical and military training. The integration of these three on the basis of Marxist-Leninist ideology must be considered as a question of world outlook, of a profoundly ideological and political character. It is only on this basis that our new man will be in a position to learn, to work, and to defend the homeland at the same time. The new man will be in position to better master these three indispensable activities and put them in the service of our struggle to build a socialist society. Only in this way will he always hold high the banner of socialism and communism. We do not want people to leave our schools with only a certain degree of general culture or technical competence. Lenin said a communist who had done nothing but read a few communist brochures and books cannot be called educated. The communist education of men relies on a broad cultural development, on a critical and revolutionary assimilation of the substance of human knowledge as reflected in the principal foundations of science. We must produce real proletarian revolutionaries, faithful to the end to the cause of Marxism-Leninism and of socialism. We must always remember that if we rest content with simply endowing men and women with education and culture without providing them with solid revolutionary ideopolitical tempering, we will lay the basis for these people to become presumptuous and arrogant. There will be a tendency for them to detach themselves from the masses, forming new elites and creating favorable ground for revisionist, petty bourgeois and bourgeois degeneration, as shown by the negative experience of the Soviet Union and of some other countries. One of the most important features of our educational system should be its mass character. We aim, Comrade Enver Hoxha has said, at educating en masse the people and youth, the workers and collectivized peasantry, who in the immediate future must have a general as well as a technico-professional education sufficient to advance the socialist economy and culture. It is extremely important to continually increase the active participation of the whole people in the political and social life of the country, to further deepen proletarian democracy, to eradicate the dangerous disease of bureaucracy, to gradually narrow the differences between town and country, between intellectual and manual work, and to avoid the creation of privileged elites which can serve as a basis for the birth of revisionism. Workers must control schools. Our new school system must be under the control of the working class. The working class must play the decisive role incumbent on it, designed by history not only to work in the factory, but while in the factory, it should direct every sector and everybody should advance on its road in factories, fields, administration, schools, etc. This is absolutely necessary to protect our school and school youth from the danger of revisionist and bourgeois degeneration, to make our schools real proletarian melting pots for the revolutionary tempering of the younger generation. Workers must exercise control in the most diverse forms from outside, and the school must be open to the broad masses of workers and of all the working people of the city and the country. This is a major way of ensuring effective control by the working class over the entire work and life of the schools. In order to ensure that workers control the schools, we must expose as incorrect the idea that the school is the domain of the teacher with everything subjected to a pedagogical approach, since this idea nourishes bureaucratic and technocratic tendencies and hampers the implementation of the mass line in directing public education. The inner life of the school must be fully characterized by the norms of socialist democracy, by strengthening proletarian self-discipline, and by the cooperation of students and teachers. In order to carry out the revolutionary 7 development of our schools, we must defeat some bourgeois concepts existing in our generation about schools. First, the concept that school is the place where one learns must become school is the place where one learns and works. Second, we must defeat the idea that one learns only at school or mainly at school. This must be replaced by one does not learn only at school, but also in life and at work, and indeed even more so there. Third, we should fight the concept that school makes one an intellectual, gives one a diploma and a sure job. Such a concept nourishes intellectualism and careerism, technocratism and bureaucratism. It considers the ultimate objective of the whole school system to be graduation from the university. We must replace this concept with the 36. Marxist-Leninist revolutionary concept that I must learn, inasmuch as without knowledge I cannot properly serve the people, the homeland, the society, socialism. Fourth, we should fight and eradicate the backward concept what is the use of school. It should be replaced with the progressive, Marxist-Leninist concept that without schooling the socialist and communist life cannot be built. Fifth, we should defeat the idea that the most suitable teaching method is the one connected with the book, that culture is only theory and that theory is learned only from books, and we should replace it with the concept that the best and most revolutionary method of teaching integrates the book with the revolutionary practice of life, with the living experience of the working masses, with their productive work. The schools must not only provide people with knowledge, but must teach them the best methods of learning both in and out of the classroom. The defeat of these old bourgeois and revisionist concepts about schools and their replacement with new revolutionary Marxist-Leninist concepts are a necessary condition for the further revolutionary development of the school system. This development is closely connected with the fight our party is waging throughout society against bureaucracy and careerism, intellectualism and technocratism, against individualism and selfishness, against conservatism and other bourgeois and revisionist influences. The new educational system. The new educational system will be characterized by the following. First, it will have as its basis the integration of study, productive work, and physical and military training. Second, there will be a probationary period following the completion of high school. Before entering college, the student will have to work as a rank and file worker and win the approval of the working collective where he is working. Another probationary period will be served after graduation from college. This probationary period is a component part of the training of cadres. It is necessary for the preparation and defense of the graduation thesis. Third, all categories of high schools, technical and general, will implement programs in which the subject matter of Marxism-Leninism, science and mathematics, and technical subjects will be given in equal or approximately equal volume. Fourth, a shortening of the time required to complete programs in the colleges. Fifth, further development and extension of adult education. Sixth, integration of students with workers and collectivized peasantry and effective control of education by workers. The new educational system will include preschool institutions, which will pursue important educational goals. State planning organs must provide the needed increase of kindergartens every year in the city, and even more so in the country. The opening of kindergartens must be encouraged by economic enterprises themselves, especially by the agricultural cooperatives. Children will begin the compulsory basic 8th grade school at 6 years of age instead of the present 7. All children will follow the same curriculum during these 8 years. Diversification will begin in the high schools. Both technical and general high schools will have 4-year programs. The general high school will preserve the present volume of general cultural subjects including science and mathematics. It will integrate study with work, both from the theoretical and practical viewpoints, according to the concrete conditions of the place the school is located. During the coming period, priority will be given to technical high schools. These will serve working adults as well as the youth. They must aim at a comparatively high level of equal or AP approximately equal to that of the general high schools in math and science. This will allow graduates of the technical schools to enter college not only in their field but in other branches, if necessary. All high school students will be obliged to undergo a 1-year probationary period in productive work and then will be entitled to attend Coll. This 1-year probationary period is indispensable, for through it the students will be tempered as revolutionaries in the midst of the working class or collectivized peasantry. The general opinion resulting from discussions was that, with few exceptions, most programs in college could be curtailed by a full year. Thus, most programs will require only 3 or 4 years. Such a curtailment is in accord with the mass line in higher education, allowing a broad participation by workers and peasants, and especially by their children. This curtailment can be achieved without lowering the ideological, scientific, and professional level for the training of cadres. Students will be admitted to colleges or technical institutes only after having been recommended by the working collective with which they spent their probationary period. This recommendation will be required even for those students who wish to follow 37. Their studies without quitting work. Postgraduate courses for requalification and specialization will be established. These may be taken only after a certain probationary period at work. They might last from several weeks to a year or more, according to needs and capabilities. These postgraduate courses will gain in importance in the future, serving not only to deepen the knowledge of Cotter, but also to train scientific workers with high qualifications, and providing for specialization according to the needs of the national economy and culture. Marxist-Leninist ideology will be taught in a programmed and systematic way, taking account of the age of the pupils. It will be based on the teachings and works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, as well as on the works of Comrade Mao Zedong and of Comrade Enver Hoxha. It will include the history of our party, its fundamental documents and its revolutionary practice, as well as the revolutionary experience of the international Marxist-Leninist communist movement. There is a need for an increase in and improvement of literary works as well as of scientific and technical literature for children and youth, of stage performances, of film radio broadcasts, of the press, and of all the means of mass culture and propaganda with a high revolutionary content, in compliance with the party line. We oppose the bourgeois and revisionist schools. Our new school system is diametrically opposed to the bourgeois and revisionist schools. While the bourgeois and revisionist schools are a weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie and serves it for the strengthening of the bourgeois dictatorship, our socialist school is a weapon in the hands of the working class for the dictatorship of the proletariat and for the achievement of complete and final victory for Marxism-Leninism and of the socialist road. The bourgeois and revisionist schools are primarily attended by the children of the ruling classes, of the rich, of the old and new bourgeoisie. In our country, it forces the children of the working people and of the collectivized peasantry that attend schools. While the bourgeois and revisionist schools continually intensify the antagonism and the essential differences between the town and the country, mental and manual work, our socialist schools actively help in narrowing these differences. The bourgeois and revisionist schools deepen the gap dividing the students from the workers and peasants, while our socialist schools draw them closer together, integrating the students with the workers and peasants. It trains and educates students to serve the working people with all their energies. The bourgeois and revisionist school poisons the youth with bourgeois and revisionist ideology, it disorients them and causes them to degenerate, whereas our socialist school system prepares the younger generation to be a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist generation, determined to the end for the cause of revolution, socialism, and communism. In the bourgeois and revisionist schools the students are brutally oppressed by the regime, by the bourgeois dictatorships and the revisionist cliques in power, and they rightfully revolt and fight against them. In our consistently revolutionary schools, socialist democracy thrives and students are in the vanguard of the struggle to defend the dictatorship of the proletariat. While the bourgeois and revisionist schools are in a state of continuous confusion, of non-stop decay, on the road to disintegration and degeneration, our new socialist school system is developing and becoming strong. It is progressing and flourishing, forging ahead courageously towards the highest peaks of socialism and communism. The public debates on the revolutionary development of our schools confirmed Comrade Enver Hoxha's conclusion that we must take into consideration the sad experience of the catastrophe suffered by the Bolshevik Party after Stalin's death. We must not forget for a single moment all these situations, these dangers. We must be clear and have an iron hand against the enemies of the PEOPLE, of the party and of socialism. We must clearly understand the role of the masses and the tremendous importance of the younger generation that strengthens the present and ensures the future. We must never forget that in all this big struggle which the party is successfully waging, the struggle for the successful building of a new socialist school system is one of our greatest and most delicate tasks, in which we are fully convinced that the party, as always, in this and in everything, will emerge with success. 38. Communist Party of India founded. The Communist Party of India was founded on April 22, 1969. This was announced by the All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries in a communiqué issued on the same day. The communiqué said, The All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, which met in a plenary session from 19th to April 22, 1969, announces the formation of the Revolutionary Party, Communist Party of India, based on the thought of Mao Zedong. On April 22, 1969, the 100th birthday of Great Lenin, a task it set itself 18 months ago, in November 1967. According to the May issue of the monthly Liberation, Kanu Sanyal announced the formation of the Communist Party of India at the May Day rally in Calcutta. The announcement was met with prolonged and tumultuous cheers by the masses attending the rally. In his address, Kanu Sanyal said, "Our party was formed on a memorable day of the international Communist movement, the 100th birthday of the great Lenin. When our party was born, the historic 9th National Congress of the Great Communist Party of China was in session under the personal guidance of Chairman Mao Zedong. I firmly believe that the great Indian people will warmly welcome this event, will realize the formation of this party as a historic step forward for the Indian Revolution. On the other hand, I am also convinced that the announcement of the formation of the party will strike terrible fear in the hearts of all the enemies of the people, open or disguised." Sanyal said, "Chairman Mao has said, bitter sacrifice strengthens bold resolve which dares to make sun and moon shine in the new sky. We will certainly be able to make a new sun and a new moon shine in the sky of our great motherland India. It is certain that our great people of India, led by the newly formed Communist Party, will march forward in unison with the people of all other countries and build a free, happy, and prosperous India free from exploitation of man by man." Political Resolution of the Communist Party of India. Adopted at the plenary session of the All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries. The resolution points out that the history of the Communist Party of India is the history of struggle between the line of class struggle and the line of class collaboration and treachery, between the proletarian revolutionary ranks and the bourgeois reactionary leadership, and that the line of rejecting the parliamentary path and adopting the path of revolutionary struggle is wholly correct. It points out that the Revolutionary Communist Party will build a revolutionary united front on the basis of worker-peasant alliance, lead the Indian people in carrying out a people's democratic revolution, the main content of which is the agrarian revolution, and seize power through armed struggle. It calls on the Indian revolutionaries to unite with the people of various countries to destroy world imperialism and its chief accomplice, modern revisionism. The May issue of the Indian Monthly Liberation published the political resolution of the Communist Party of India adopted at the plenary session of the All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries held from April 19 to 22, 1969. The resolution pointed out that the most important task today is to build up a revolutionary communist party armed with Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought. It also pointed out that the nature of the Indian Revolution at the present stage is a people's democratic revolution, the main content of which is the 39. Agrarian Revolution. It is the responsibility of the working class as the leader of the revolution to unite with the peasantry, the main force of the revolution, and to advance towards seizure of power through armed struggle. The resolution said that to fulfill this task the Revolutionary Communist Party must study Mao Zedong thought. It called on the Indian revolutionaries to unite with the great people of China and the people of various countries to destroy world imperialism and its chief accomplice, modern revisionism. The resolution said, the events of the last 18 months since we repudiated the neo-revisionists prove beyond doubt that the line of rejecting the parliamentary path and adopting the path of revolutionary struggle is wholly correct. It said, we stated that India is a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, that the Indian state is the state of the big landlords and comprador bureaucrat capitalists, and that its government is a lackey of US imperialism and Soviet social imperialism. The abject dependence of Indian economy on aid from imperialist countries, chiefly from US imperialism and Soviet revisionism, the thousands of collaboration agreements, imperialist plunder of our country through unequal trade and aid, the utter dependence for food on Public Law 480 etc. go to prove the semi-colonial character of our society, the increasing concentration of land in the hands of a few landlords, the expropriation of almost the total surplus produced by the toiling peasantry in the form of rent, the complete landlessness of about 40% of the rural population, the backbreaking usurious exploitation, the ever-growing evictions of the poor peasantry coupled with the brutal social oppression including lynching of Harijans, reminiscent of the medieval ages, and the complete backwardness of the technique of production clearly demonstrate the semi-feudal character of our society. The fleecing of the Indian people by extracting the highest rate of profit, the concentration of much of India's wealth in the hands of 75 comprador bureaucrat capitalists, the utilization of the state sector in the interest of foreign monopolies and domestic big business, and the unbridled freedom of the landlords to plunder and oppress the peasantry with the help of the state machinery all go to prove that it is the big landlords and comprador bureaucrat capitalists who run the state. The political, economic, cultural, and military grip of U.S. imperialism and Soviet social imperialism on the Indian state, the dovetailing of its foreign policy with the U.S. Soviet global strategy of encircling socialist China and suppressing the national liberation struggles. The total support given by the Indian government to the Soviet armed provocation against China, the tacit approval of Soviet aggression against Czechoslovakia and its active collaboration with the U.S. imperialists against the national liberation struggle of Vietnam clearly show that the Indian government is a lackey of U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionism. The resolution said, the Indian Revolution at this stage is the democratic revolution of the new type, the People's Democratic Revolution, the main content of which is the agrarian revolution, the abolition of feudalism in the countryside. To destroy feudalism, one of the two main props of imperialism in our country, the Indian people will have to wage a bitter, protracted struggle against US and Soviet imperialism too. Referring to the situation of the World Revolution and the Indian Revolution, the resolution said, a very excellent revolutionary situation prevails in the world today. The US imperialists and their chief accomplice, the Soviet revisionists, are facing increasing difficulty in their dirty efforts to redivide and enslave the whole world. The growing intensity of the armed struggles in countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America for national liberation is destroying the very foundations of imperialist rule. A new upsurge of struggles of the working class and the toiling peasantry has overtaken the capitalist countries, and the reactionary ruling classes are facing insoluble contradictions at home. An unprecedented wave of struggle of the Afro-American people against racial oppression coupled with working class action is dealing powerful blows at the rule of the monopolists in the United States. The revisionists headed by the Soviet Union are also confronted with an acute crisis, and the people in the countries ruled by them are rising in revolt against the restoration of capitalism and national subjugation and for the restoration of the dictatorship of the proletariat. On the other hand, Socialist China is performing miracles of socialist construction. The great proletarian cultural revolution has consolidated the dictatorship of the proletariat in every sphere of life and created conditions for the emergence of the socialist man. The victories of the Cultural Revolution have culminated in the triumph of the historic 9th National Congress of the Great Communist Party of China. The thought of Chairman Mao is winning ever new victories. The international class struggle has grown more intense than before, and the doom of imperialism and all other reaction is near. The world has entered a new era in history, the era of Chairman Mao's thought. The resolution said, the revolutionary situation in India is quite excellent. Today, the ruling classes are enmeshed in a deeper economic and political crisis than ever before. Contradictions between imperialism and the people, between feudalism and peasants, between capital and labor, and between different SEC. 40. Shins of the ruling classes are growing sharper and sharper every day. It continued, everywhere in India the people are rising in bitter struggles to remove the four mountains that weigh upon them heavily. These mountains are US imperialism, Soviet social imperialism, feudalism, and comprador bureaucrat capital. Armed peasant struggles, which started in Naxalbari, are spreading to ever newer areas, the resolution said. The resistance of our people, both in the rural and in the urban areas, is fast developing and bringing about a new upsurge in the agrarian revolution, the main content of the democratic revolution. The resolution said, the reactionary ruling classes are resorting to brutal repression in order to beat back the rising tide of people's struggles. The ruling classes are every day arming themselves with all sorts of draconic legislative powers to crush the class struggle. National chauvinism is being fanned against socialist China and neighboring Pakistan to dupe the people and suppress their struggles. It said, in such a situation when revolutionary struggles are advancing rapidly and when the ruling classes are making frantic efforts to suppress them, the revisionists have come forward to serve as the lackeys of imperialism and domestic reaction. By presenting the so-called United Front governments as organs of struggles, by raising the slogan of providing relief to the people, they are trying to create illusions among the people in order to blunt their revolutionary consciousness and divert them from the path of revolutionary struggle. These United Front governments are in essence the answer of the reactionary ruling classes to the challenge thrown out by the people. There is no doubt now that these lackeys of foreign and domestic reaction are only trying their best to dampen the revolutionary spirit of our toiling people in order to save their masters from the fiery wrath of the people. Reviewing the history of the struggle between the two lines in the Communist Party of India since its founding, the resolution said, the history of the Communist Party of India is the history of struggle between the line of class struggle and the line of class collaboration and treachery, between the proletarian revolutionary ranks and the bourgeois reactionary leadership. An appraisal of party history will show that the leadership has always acted as conscious traitors to the revolutionary cause of our people. It said, with the great victory of the anti-fascist war, in which the Soviet people led by Stalin played the most outstanding role, and the glorious victory of the Chinese people, led by Comrade Mao Zedong, over Japanese imperialism, the fascist imperialist powers met with their doom, thus severely weakening imperialism as a whole. The world-shaking victory of the great Chinese Revolution under the wise leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong breached the imperialist front in the East and the world balance of forces underwent a change. It is during the anti-Japanese War of Resistance that Comrade Mao Zedong's theory of people's war was fully developed. It charted a new path, the path that all the peoples of colonial and semi-colonial countries like India must pursue to liberate themselves from the yoke of imperialism and domestic reaction. A storm of revolutionary struggles raged over various countries of Asia where the people followed the road indicated by Chairman Mao, the road of people's war. The pent-up wrath of the Indian people found expression in a widespread, heroic revolt against the rule of the imperialists. Led by the working class, India's peasantry took to the path of armed struggle. The peasants of Punnapravilar put up resistance against the reactionary armed forces. The peasants of Telangana rose arms in hand against the rule of the feudal lords. The peasants of Bengal waged the Tabhaga struggle against feudal exploitation. There was an upsurge of working class struggle all over the country. The revolt spread even among the ranks of the police, the army, and the navy. But the revisionist leadership acted as the lackey of the imperialists and the domestic reactionaries and betrayed these great struggles. The resolution said, the Second Congress of the party witnessed the revolt of the ranks against the sordid betrayal. The Ranadive clique utilized this revolt to seize the leadership of the party. The Secretariat of the Andhra Provincial Committee, which was then leading the Telangana struggle, correctly pointed out that the Indian Revolution could win victory only by following the road blazed by China, the road of people's war. The Ranadive clique opposed this correct formulation of the Andhra Secretariat and adopted the Trotskyite theory of accomplishing both the democratic revolution and the socialist revolution at one stroke. Thus, this clique diverted the attention of the party ranks from the agrarian revolution, the basic task of the democratic revolution. Though the Ranadive clique followed this wrong and suicidal policy, the peasant revolutionaries of Telangana did not deviate from the path of struggle. They carried this struggle forward by adopting the tactics of guerrilla war. But the same tree share us policy was restored by this clique with the adoption of the program of 1951. It said, the program and the tactical line of 1951 were adopted on the understanding that the Indian big bourgeoisie has a dual character. By this dual character was meant that the Indian big bourgeoisie has an anti-imperialist role as well as a proneness to compromise with imperialism. In other words, the Indian big bourgeoisie is regarded as the national bourgeoisie. This enabled the revisionist leadership to describe the Indian state as an independent bourgeois state. Taking advantage of this theory, the Dange clique adopted the political line that feudalism does no longer exist in India. 41. And capitalism has developed in agriculture. Thus, Nehru was described as the representative of the progressive bourgeoisie. The Dange clique adopted a liquidationist policy as they held that India's national democratic government would be set up by forming an alliance with the bourgeoisie. At the same time they preached that the more Soviet aid India received, the more secure would be India's freedom. That is, Soviet aid would enable India to move out of the orbit of imperialist domination. The treacherous revisionist leadership of the Communist Party of India opposed every kind of revolutionary struggle. They forced Telangana's revolutionary peasants to surrender arms and stabbed the struggles of the peasants in India in the back wherever they rose in revolt. The resolution said, when, in 1962, the Indian government launched an attack against the Chinese frontier guards, the treacherous role of the Dange clique was clearly exposed before the party ranks. The party members rebelled against the renegade Dange clique. Taking advantage of this revolt, the Ranadive clique again seized the leadership of the party, as in 1948. No sooner had the 7th Congress been over than it was declared on behalf of the Politburo that the party did not entertain any thought of armed struggle and that the party would pursue the legal, parliamentary path. So, no revolutionary party but another bourgeois party emerged out of the 7th Congress. And this party has today forged unity with world reaction by allying itself with the renegade Dange clique and has become a party hostile to the Indian masses, an instrument for suppressing the liberation struggle of the Indian people. Yet this period has witnessed increasing collaboration between Soviet and US imperialism for joint world domination. Bourgeois dictatorship has been set up in the Soviet Union. In collusion with US imperialism, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique is opposing every national liberation struggle in the world and has tightened its neo-colonial grip on India. Despite all this, the Ranadive clique not only sings praises of the Soviet Union as a socialist state but is also loud in praise of Soviet aid. Though the character of the Indian big bourgeoisie is essentially comprador and bureaucratic, the Ranadive clique propagates the lie that they are independent and sovereign and thus tries to make India's revolutionary struggle an appendage to the bourgeoisie. By underestimating the feudal exploitation of the peasant masses, they belittle the importance of the agrarian revolution and seek to lead the peasant struggles along the path of compromise. So, the most important task today is to build up a revolutionary communist party armed with Marxism-Leninism, the thought of Mao Zedong. Today the sparks of Naxalbari have spread to many states of India and will soon spread to newer and newer areas. Without overthrowing the enemies of the Indian people, US imperialism, Soviet social imperialism, India's comprador bureaucratic capital and feudalism, there can be no solution of any of the problems of the Indian people. The reign of darkness over India cannot be ended, nor can India advance one step along the road of progress. On the task of struggle confronting the revolution, the resolution pointed out, while this revolutionary party is formed in India, it should be borne in mind that the Indian party may commit both right and left deviations because the party of India's working class has never before given serious consideration to the role of the peasantry in the agrarian revolution. Chairman Mao has taught us, who are our enemies? Who are our friends? This is a question of the first importance for the revolution. The basic reason why all previous revolutionary struggles in China achieved so little was their failure to unite with real friends in order to attack real enemies. A revolutionary party is the guide of the masses, and no revolution ever succeeds when the revolutionary party leads them astray. To ensure that we will definitely achieve success in our revolution and will not lead the masses astray, we must pay attention to uniting with our real friends in order to attack our real enemies. To distinguish real friends from real enemies, we must make a general analysis of the economic status of the various classes in Chinese society and of their respective attitudes towards the revolution. If the poor and landless peasants, who constitute the majority of the peasantry, the firm ally of the working class, unite with the middle peasants, then the vastest section of the Indian people will be united and the democratic revolution will inevitably win victory. It is the responsibility of the working class as the leader of the revolution to unite with the peasantry, the main force of the revolution, and to advance towards seizure of power through armed struggle. It is on the basis of the worker-peasant alliance that a revolutionary united front of all revolutionary classes will be built up. As the party of the working class, the Communist Party must take upon itself the chief responsibility of organizing the peasantry and advancing towards seizure of power through armed struggle. To fulfill this task, the Revolutionary Communist Party must study Chairman Mao's thought, for it is only Chairman Mao's thought that can bring the peasant masses into the revolutionary front, and Chairman Mao's theory of people's war is the only means by which an apparently weak revolutionary force can wage successful struggles against an apparently powerful enemy and can win victory. The basic tactic of struggle of the revolutionary peasantry led by the working class is guerrilla warfare. We must bear in mind the chairman's teaching: guerrilla warfare is basic, but lose no chance for mobile warfare under favorable conditions. Our tactics as described by Comrade Lin Piao are: you fight in your way and we fight in ours, we fight when we can win and move away when we can't. The task of the party of the working class is not merely to master these tactics but also to rally all the other revolutionary classes behind the basic program of the agrarian revolution. The Revolutionary 42 Party will be able to carry out this task only when it educates itself in the thought of Chairman Mao, adopts the style of work taught by him, and practices self-criticism. The resolution said, the US and Soviet imperialists are using India as a main base for carrying out their strategy for joint world domination. India is also the center of conspiracies against socialist China, the base of world revolution, the hope of the exploited people of the whole world. That is why it is not merely the patriotic duty of the Indian people to accomplish the Indian Revolution, it is also their internationalist duty. The international significance of the Indian Revolution is very great. Great Lenin dreamed of the day when revolutionary India would unite with revolutionary China and bring about the collapse of the world imperialist system. That is why at the time of the formation of the party, the Indian revolutionaries must resolve that they shall unite with the great people of China and thus forge unity with the liberation struggles of the various countries, that they shall build up a revolutionary united front and destroy world imperialism and its chief accomplice, modern revisionism. Chairman Mao has given the call. People of the whole world, unite still more closely and launch a sustained and vigorous offensive against our common enemy, US imperialism, and against its accomplices. It can be said with certainty that the complete collapse of colonialism, imperialism, and all systems of exploitation, and the complete emancipation of all the oppressed peoples and nations of the world are not far off. Our task is to prepare ourselves to respond to this call. Japanese capitalists set up office in Moscow. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique is establishing closer connection with Japanese monopoly capital groups. It is allowing them to set up permanent offices in the Soviet Union in an attempt to step up its counter-revolutionary collusion with Japanese reaction so as to extricate itself from serious economic difficulties at home, according to reports from Moscow. It was reported that up to now, 12 trading companies of Japanese monopoly capital have set up permanent offices in Moscow. They include such big Japanese trading companies as the Itochu Trading Company, the Mitsui Company Limited and the Mitsubishi Trading Company. They represent the interests of 16 big Japanese monopoly capital groups. The crimes of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique in selling out the interests of the Soviet people won the immediate applause of Japanese monopoly capital groups. Nikkan Kogyo Shimbun, one of the mouthpieces of Japanese monopoly capital groups, said gleefully, "The formal consent of the Soviet Union to the establishment of so many permanent offices is an expression of its friendly policy towards Japan." Recently, the Soviet revisionists have further accelerated the tempo of their collusion with Japanese reaction. Even a Western paper said, hardly a day passes in Moscow without the news of some new venture in Soviet-Japanese cooperation. The contacts between the Kremlin and Japanese reaction have reached the degree of fraternizing with each other. Vidgard, September 25, 1969. The Wall Street Journal. Wednesday, July 9, 1969. Mitsui Group preparing to discuss Soviet pact to build ethylene plant. Tokyo. The Mitsui Industrial Group, with Lummus OO of the United States, is preparing to negotiate with the Soviet Union for end contract to build an ethylene plant with a capacity of 450,000 tons a year, it was learned today. If Mitsui receives the contract, the plant will use Lummus technology, a spokesman of Toyo Engineering OO of the Mitsui Industrial Group said. The contract is estimated at $50 million. This includes the plant, related equipment, and technological fees to be paid to Lummus through Toyo Engineering. The plant, to be located in a Siberian petrochemical complex, would be one of the largest of its type in the world. The biggest ethylene plant in Japan, which is said to rank second to the US in ethylene production, has a capacity of 300,000 tons a year. 43. Mao, on Black Liberation. The People's Daily on April 17, 1969 devoted its editorial to commemorating the anniversary of Chairman Mao's statement in support of the Afro-American struggle. The editorial, entitled "The Just Struggle of the Afro-Americans is Sure to Win," clearly emphasizes the class nature of the black people's struggles. On April 16, a year ago, our great leader Chairman Mao issued a statement in support of the Afro-American struggle against violent repression. This statement is another glorious Marxist-Leninist document on the Afro-American struggle after the statement supporting the Afro-Americans in their just struggle against racial discrimination by U.S. imperialism, made by Chairman Mao in 1963. Chairman Mao has pointed out in the statement, the Afro-American struggle is not only a struggle waged by the exploited and oppressed black people for freedom and emancipation, it is also a new clarion call to all the exploited and oppressed people of the United States to fight against the barbarous rule of the monopoly capitalist class. The development in depth of the Afro-American struggle and the new upsurge of the revolutionary mass movement of the American people in the past year have vividly borne out this scientific thesis of Chairman Mao's. Following the black people's struggle against violent repression which swept more than 169 American cities on an unprecedented scale last spring, new waves of struggles against violent suppression raged one after another in Cleveland and dozens of other cities. Meanwhile, the workers' movement in the United States developed tremendously. American workers held a total of 4,950 strikes in 1968. Students in more than 100 American universities and colleges took part in strikes and demonstrations to strongly oppose the aggressive war in Vietnam, racial discrimination, and the decadent bourgeois system of education. The Afro-American struggle, the workers' movement and the progressive students' movement, which are interwoven with and echo one another, have dealt a telling blow to the reactionary rule of the U.S. monopoly capitalist class. Racial discrimination. Chairman Mao has pointed out in the statement, racial discrimination in the United States is a product of the colonialist and imperialist system. The contradiction between the black masses in the United States and U.S. ruling circles is a class contradiction. Only by overthrowing the reactionary rule of the U.S. monopoly capitalist class and destroying the colonialist and imperialist system can the black people in the United States win complete emancipation. With the daily sharpening of the class struggle and the development in depth of the Afro-American struggle in the United States, this truth has been recognized by more and more Afro-American people. The system of racial discrimination in the United States is one of the mainstays by which U.S. imperialism maintains its reactionary rule. The U.S** monopoly capitalist class uses racial discrimination as an important means to grab super profits and divide the broad laboring masses. So long as the capitalist system exists in the United States, the U.S. ruling circles will never forsake the policy of racial discrimination. On the contrary, they will only intensify the racial oppression and class oppression of the broad Afro-American masses. Inheriting the mantle of the previous U.S. governments, Richard Nixon has employed counter-revolutionary dual tactics against the American black people. On the one hand, he emphasizes law and order and has intensified the violent suppression against them. What is especially vicious in this respect is his policy of using black people, to fight the black people by recruiting black people into the police force. On the other hand, he is vigorously engaged in political deception by advocating the development of black capitalism, pretending to be concerned over the welfare of the black people. This trick of Nixon's is most ridiculous. The root cause of the sufferings of the Afro-Americans lies precisely in capitalism. To develop black capitalism means none other than the fostering of a handful of black capitalists to reduce the broad masses of the Afro-Americans to slaves of capital forever. How can such a clumsy trick deceive people? From the practice of their own struggle, the Afro-American masses have come to understand more and more clearly that to win complete emancipation, they must unite with the broad masses of the white working people, merge their own struggle with the workers' movement and use revolutionary violence to overthrow the criminal rule of the U.S. monopoly capitalist class. 44. In the statement, Chairman Mao has made a great call: people of the whole world, unite still more closely and launch a sustained and vigorous offensive against our common enemy, U.S. imperialism, and against its accomplices. At present, the tide of the great struggle waged by the proletariat and the broad masses of the people in the world against U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionism is rising vigorously. It is of great international significance that the Afro-American struggle is being waged in the very heart of the world's counter-revolutionary forces, the United States. This struggle is an integral part of the world people's great struggle against U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionism, and an integral part of the world revolutionary movement of our era. The valiant struggle of the black people in the United States is a powerful support to the people of other countries fighting against U.S. imperialism, while the anti-U.S. struggles of the people of various countries are a support to the revolutionary struggle of the Afro-Americans. All these revolutionary struggles which support one another have converged into a huge torrent of the world revolutionary movement in the present era, pounding vigorously on the entire old world. It can be said with certainty that under the support of the revolutionary people comprising over 90% of the world population, the Afro-American struggle and the revolutionary struggle of the American people will inevitably sweep the whole country like a raging fire and reduce U.S. imperialism to ashes. 45. Lin Piao's speech. Political report to the 9th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. Comrades, the 9th National Congress of the Communist Party of China will be a congress with a far-reaching influence in the history of our party. Our present Congress is convened at a time when great victory has been won in the great proletarian cultural revolution personally initiated and led by Chairman Mao. This great revolutionary storm has shattered the bourgeois headquarters headed by the renegade, hidden traitor and scab Liu Shaoqi, exposed the handful of renegades, enemy agents, and absolutely unrepentant persons in power taking the capitalist road within the party, with Liu Shaoqi as their arch-representative, and smashed their plot to restore capitalism. It has tremendously strengthened the dictatorship of the proletariat in our country, tremendously strengthened our party and thus prepared ample conditions for this Congress politically, ideologically, and organizationally. On the preparation for the great proletarian cultural revolution. China's great proletarian cultural revolution is a genuine proletarian revolution on an immense scale. Chairman Mao has explained the necessity of the current great revolution in concise terms. The current great proletarian cultural revolution is absolutely necessary and most timely for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, preventing capitalist restoration and building socialism. In order to comprehend this scientific thesis of Chairman Mao's fully, we should have a deep understanding of his theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1957, shortly after the conclusion of the party's 8th National Congress, Chairman Mao made public his great work on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, in which, following his report to the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, he comprehensively set forth the existence of contradictions, classes, and class struggles under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, set forth the thesis of the existence of two different types of contradictions in socialist society, those between ourselves and the enemy and those among the people, and set forth the great theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. This great work, like a radiant beacon, illuminates the course of China's socialist revolution and socialist construction, and it has laid the theoretical foundation for the current great proletarian cultural revolution. In order to have a deeper understanding of Chairman Mao's great historic contribution, it is necessary briefly to review the historical experience of the international communist movement. In 1852, Marx said, "Long before me bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this class struggle and bore Geois economists the economic anatomy of the classes. What I did that was new was to prove, 1. That the existence of classes is only bound up with particular historical phases in the development of production, 2. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, 3. That this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society." Marx's theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat clearly distinguished scientific socialism from utopian socialism and sham socialism of every kind. Marx and Engels fought all their lives for this theory and for its realization. After the death of Marx and Engels, almost all the parties of the Second International betrayed Marxism, with the exception of the Bolshevik Party led by Lenin. Lenin inherited, defended, and developed Marxism in the struggle against the revisionism of the Second International. The struggle focused on the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In denouncing the old revisionists, Lenin time and again stated, "Those who recognize only the class struggle are not yet Marxists. Only he is a Marxist who extends the recognition of the class struggle to the recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat." Lenin led the proletariat of Russia in winning the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution and founding the first socialist state. Through his great revolutionary practice in leading the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin perceived the danger of the restoration of capitalism and the protracted nature of class struggle. The transition from capitalism to communism represents an entire historical epoch. Until this epoch has terminated, the exploiters inevitably cherish the hope of restoration, and this hope is converted into attempts at 46. Restoration. Lenin stated, "The bourgeoisie, whose resistance is increased tenfold by its overthrow, and whose power lies not only in the strength of international capital, in the strength and durability of the international connections of the bourgeoisie, but also in the force of habit, in the strength of small production." For, unfortunately, small production is still very, very widespread in the world, and small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. His conclusion was, "For all these reasons the dictatorship of the proletariat is essential." Lenin also stated that the new bourgeoisie was arising from among our Soviet government employees. He pointed out that the danger of restoration also came from capitalist encirclement. The imperialist countries will never miss an opportunity for military intervention, as they put it, i.e., to strangle Soviet power. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique has completely betrayed these brilliant teachings of Lenin's. From Khrushchev to Brezhnev and company, they are all persons in power taking the capitalist road, who had long concealed themselves in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. As soon as they came to power, they turned the bourgeoisie's hope of restoration into attempts at restoration, usurped the leadership of the party of Lenin and Stalin and, through peaceful evolution, turned the world's first state under the dictatorship of the proletariat into a dark fascist state under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Chairman Mao has waged a tit-for-tat struggle against modern revisionism with the Soviet revisionist renegade clique as its center and has inherited, defended, and developed the Marxist-Leninist theory of proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Chairman Mao has comprehensively summed up the historical experience, both positive and negative, of the dictatorship of the proletariat and, in order to prevent the restoration of capitalism, has put forward the theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. As early as March 1949, on the eve of the transition of the Chinese Revolution from the New Democratic Revolution to the Socialist Revolution, Chairman Mao explicitly pointed out in his report to the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the party, after the countrywide seizure of power by the proletariat, the principal internal contradiction is the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie. The heart of the struggle is still the question of state power. Chairman Mao especially reminded us, after the enemies with guns have been wiped out, there will still be enemies without guns. They are bound to struggle desperately against us, and we must never regard these enemies lightly. If we do not now raise and understand the problem in this way, we shall commit the gravest mistakes. Having foreseen the protracted and complex nature of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, after the establishment of the dictators WP of the Protein * riot, Chairman Mao set the whole party the militant task of fighting imperialism, the Kuomintang, and the bourgeoisie in the political, ideological, economic, cultural and diplomatic spheres. Our party waged intense battles in accordance with the resolution of the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee and the party's general line for the transition period formulated by Chairman Mao. By 1956, the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production in agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce had been in the main completed. That was the crucial moment for deciding whether the socialist revolution could continue to advance. In view of the rampancy of revisionism in the international communist movement and the new trends of class struggle in our country, Chairman Mao, in his great work on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, called the attention of the whole party to the following fact: in China, although in the main socialist transformation has been completed with respect to the system of ownership, there are still remnants of the overthrown landlord and comprador classes, there is still a bourgeoisie, and the remolding of the petty bourgeoisie has only just started. Countering the fallacy put forward by Liu Shaoqi in 1956 that in China, the question of which wins out, socialism or capitalism, is already solved, Chairman Mao specifically pointed out, the question of which will win out, socialism or capitalism, is still not really settled. The class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the class struggle between the different political forces, and the class struggle in the ideological field between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will continue to be long and tortuous and at times will even become very acute. Thus, for the first time in the theory and practice of the international communist movement, it was pointed out explicitly that classes and class struggle still exist after the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production has been in the main completed, and that the proletariat must continue the revolution. The proletarian headquarters headed by Chairman Mao led the broad masses in carrying on the great struggle in the direction he indicated. From the struggle against the bourgeoisists in 1957 to the struggle to uncover Peng Dehuai's anti-party clique at the Lushan meeting in 1959, from the great debate on the general line of the party in building socialism to the struggle between the two lines in the socialist education movement, the focus of the struggle was the question of whether to take the socialist road or to take the capitalist road, whether to uphold the dictatorship of the proletariat or to restore the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Every single victory of Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, every victory in every major campaign launched by the party against the bourgeoisie, was gained only after smashing the revisionist line represented by Liu Shaoqi, which either was right or was left in form but right in essence. Now it has been proved through investigation that Liu Shaoqi betrayed the party, capitulated to the enemy and became a hidden traitor and scab as far back as the first revolutionary civil war period, that he was a crime-steeped lackey of the imperialists, modern revisionists and Kuomintang reactionaries, and that he was the 47. arch-representative of the persons in power faking the capitalist road. He had a political line by which he vainly attempted to restore capitalism in China and turn her into an imperialist and revisionist colony. In addition, he had an organizational line to serve his counter-revolutionary political line. For many years, recruiting deserters and turncoats, Liu Shaoqi gathered together a gang of renegades, enemy agents, and capitalist roaders in power. They covered up their counter-revolutionary political records, shielded each other, colluded in doing evil, usurped important party and government posts and controlled the leadership in many central and local units, thus forming an underground bourgeois headquarters in opposition to the proletarian headquarters headed by Chairman Mao. They collaborated with the imperialists, modern revisionists and Kuomintang reactionaries and played the kind of disruptive role that the US imperialists, the Soviet revisionists and the reactionaries of various countries were unable to do. In 1939, when the war of resistance against Japan and for national liberation led by Chairman Mao was vigorously surging forward, Liu Shaoqi came up with his sinister book Self-Cultivation. The core of that book was the betrayal of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It did not touch at all upon the questions of defeating Japanese imperialism and of waging the struggle against the Kuomintang reactionaries, nor did it touch upon the fundamental Marxist-Leninist principle of seizing state power by armed force. On the contrary, it urged Communist Party members to depart from the great practice of revolution and indulge in idealistic self-cultivation, which actually meant that communists should cultivate themselves into willing slaves going down on their knees before the counter-revolutionary dictatorship of the imperialists and the Kuomintang reactionaries. After the victory of the War of Resistance against Japan, when the US imperialists were arming Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary troops in preparation for launching an all-out offensive against the liberated areas, Liu Shaoqi, catering to the needs of the U.S. Chiang reactionaries, dished up the capitulationist line, alleging that China has entered the new stage of peace and democracy. It was designed to oppose Chairman Mao's general line of go all out to mobilize the masses, expand the people's forces and, under the leadership of our party, defeat the aggressor and build a new China, and to oppose Chairman Mao's policy of give tit for tat and fight for every inch of land, which was adopted to counter the offensive of the U.S. Chiang reactionaries. Liu Shaoqi preached that at present the main form of the struggle of the Chinese Revolution has changed from armed struggle to non-armed and mass parliamentary struggle. He tried to abolish the party's leadership over the people's armed forces and to unify the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army, predecessors of the People's Liberation Army, into Chiang Kai-shek's National Army and to demobilize large numbers of worker and peasant soldiers led by the party in a vain attempt to eradicate the people's armed forces, strangle the Chinese Revolution and obeisantly hand over to the Kuomintang the fruits of victory which the Chinese people had won in blood. In April 1949, on the eve of the countrywide victory of China's new democratic revolution when the Chinese People's Liberation Army was preparing to cross the Yangtze River, Liu Shaoqi hurried to Tientsin and threw himself into the arms of the capitalists. He fiercely opposed the policy of utilizing, restricting, and transforming private capitalist industry, a policy decided upon by the Second Plenary Session of the 7th Central Committee of the party which had just concluded. He clamored that capitalism in China today is still in its youth, that it needed an unlimited big expansion and that capitalist exploitation today is no crime, it is a merit. He shamelessly praised the capitalist class, saying that the more they exploit, the greater their merit, and feverishly advertised the revisionist theory of productive forces. He did all this in his futile attempt to lead China onto the capitalist road. In short, at the many important historical junctures of the new democratic revolution and the socialist revolution, Liu Shaoqi and his gang always wantonly opposed Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line and engaged in counter-revolutionary conspiratorial and disruptive activities. However, since they were counter-revolutionaries, their plots were bound to come to light eventually. When Khrushchev came to power, and especially when the Soviet revisionists ganged up with the US imperialists and the reactionaries of India and other countries in whipping up a large-scale anti-China campaign, Liu Shaoqi and his gang became all the more rabid. Chairman Mao was the first to perceive the danger of the counter-revolutionary plots of Liu Shaoqi and his gang. At the working conference of the Central Committee in January 1962, Chairman Mao pointed out the necessity of guarding against the emergence of revisionism. At the Working Conference of the Central Committee at Paiteho in August 1962 and at the 10th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party in September of the same year, Chairman Mao put forward more comprehensively the basic line of our party for the whole historical period of socialism. Chairman Mao pointed out, socialist society covers a considerably long historical period. In the historical period of socialism, there are still classes, class contradictions, and class struggle. There is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road, and there is the danger of capitalist restoration. We must recognize the protracted and complex nature of this struggle. We must heighten our vigilance. We must conduct socialist education. We must correctly understand and handle class contradictions and class struggle, distinguish the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy from those among the people and handle them correctly. Otherwise a socialist country like ours will turn into its opposite and degenerate, and a capitalist restoration will take place. From now on we must remind ourselves of this every year, every month, and every day so that we can retain a rather sober understanding of this problem and have a Marxist-Leninist line. This Marxist-Leninist line advanced by Chairman Mao is the lifeline of our party. Following this, in May 1963, under the direction of Chairman Mao, the draft decision of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party on certain problems in our present rural work was worked out, which laid down the line, principles, and policies of the party for the socialist education movement. Chairman Mao again warned the whole party, if classes and class struggle were forgotten and if the dictatorship of the proletariat were forgotten, then it would not be long, perhaps only several years or a decade, or several decades at most, before a counter-revolutionary restoration on a national scale would inevitably occur. The Marxist-Leninist Party would undoubtedly become a revisionist. 48. Party, a fascist party, and the whole of China would change its color. Comrades, please think it over. What a dangerous situation this would be. Thus Chairman Mao still more sharply showed the whole party and the people of the whole country the danger of the restoration of capitalism. All these warnings and struggles did not and could not in the least change the reactionary class nature of Liu Shaoqi and his gang. In 1964, in the Great Socialist Edukation movement, Liu Shaoqi came out and repressed the masses, shielded the capitalist roaders in power and openly attacked the Marxist scientific method of investigating and studying social conditions initiated by Chairman Mao, branding it as outdated. He raved that whoever refused to carry out his line was not qualified to hold a leading post. He and his gang were working against time to restore capitalism. At the end of 1964, Chairman Mao convened a working conference of the Central Committee and, under his direction, the document Some Current Problems Raised in the Socialist Education Movement in the Rural Areas was drawn up. He denounced Liu Shaoqi's bourgeois reactionary line which was left in form but right in essence and repudiated Liu Shaoqi's absurdities, such as the intertwining of the contradictions inside and outside the party and the contradiction between the four cleans and the four uncleans. And for the first time Chairman Mao specifically indicated, the main target of the present movement is those party persons in power taking the capitalist road. This new conclusion drawn by Chairman Mao after summing up the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, domestic and international, set right the course of the socialist education movement and clearly showed the orientation for the approaching great proletarian cultural revolution. Reviewing the history of this period, we can see that the current great proletarian cultural revolution with the participation of hundreds of millions of revolutionary people has occurred by no means accidentally. It is the inevitable result of the protracted and sharp struggle between the two classes, the two roads and the two lines in socialist society. The great proletarian cultural revolution is a great political revolution carried out by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes. It is a continuation of the prolonged struggle waged by the Chinese Communist Party and the masses of revolutionary people under its leadership against the Kuomintang reactionaries, a continuation of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The heroic Chinese proletariat, poor and lower middle peasants, People's Liberation Army, revolutionary cadres and revolutionary intellectuals, who were all determined to follow the great leader Chairman Mao closely in taking the socialist road, could no longer tolerate the restoration activities of Liu Shaoqi and his gang, and so a great class battle was unavoidable. As Chairman Mao pointed out in his talk in February 1967, in the past we waged struggles in rural areas, in FAC Tories, in the cultural field, and we carried out the socialist education movement. But all this failed to solve the problem because we did not find a form, a method, to arouse the broad masses to expose our dark aspect openly, in an all-round way and from below. Now we have found this form. It is the great proletarian cultural revolution. It is only by arousing the masses in their hundreds of millions to air their views freely, write big character posters and hold great debates that the renegades, enemy agents, and capitalist rabaters in power who have wormed their way into the party can be exposed and their plots to restore capitalism smashed. It was precisely with the participation of the broad masses in the examination of Liu Shaoqi's case that his true features as an old-line counter-revolutionary, renegade, hidden traitor, and scab were brought to light. The enlarged 12th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party decided to dismiss Liu Shaoqi from all posts both inside and outside the party and to expel him from the party once and for all. This was a great victory for the hundreds of millions of the people. On the basis of the theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, our great teacher Chairman Mao has personally initiated and led the great proletarian cultural revolution. This is indeed absolutely necessary and most timely, and it is a new and great contribution to the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism. 2. On the course of the great proletarian cultural revolution. The great proletarian cultural revolution is a great political revolution personally initiated and led by our great leader Chairman Mao under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, a great revolution in the realm of the superstructure. Our aim is to smash revisionism, seize back that portion of power usurped by the bourgeoisie, exercise all-round dictatorship of the proletariat in the superstructure, including all spheres of culture, and strengthen and consolidate the economic base of socialism so as to ensure that our country continues to advance in giant strides along the road of socialism. Back in 1962, at the 10th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party, Chairman Mao pointed out, to overthrow a political power, it is always necessary first of all to create public opinion, to do work in the ideological sphere. This is true for the revolutionary class as well as for the counter-revolutionary class. This statement of Chairman Mao's dealt the Liu Shaoqi counter-revolutionary revisionist clique a blow at the heart. It was for the sole purpose of creating public opinion to prepare for the overthrow of the dictatorship of the proletariat that they spared no effort in seizing upon the field of ideology and the superstructure, violently exercising counter-revolutionary dictatorship over the proletariat in the various departments they controlled and wildly spreading poisonous weeds. To overthrow them politically, we must likewise first vanquish their counter-revolutionary public opinion by revolutionary public opinion. Chairman Mao has always attached major importance to the struggle in ideology. After the liberation of our country, he initiated many criticisms including those of the film The Life of Wu Sun, the Hufeng counter-revolutionary clique and studies of The Dream of the Red Chamber. And this time it was Chairman Mao again who led the whole party in launching the offensive on the positions occupied by Liu Shaoqi and his gang for the bourgeoisie. 49. Chairman Mao wrote the celebrated essay Where Do Correct Ideas Come From? And other documents, in which he criticized Liu Shaoqi's bourgeois idealism and metaphysics, criticized the departments of literature and art under Liu Shaoqi's control as being still dominated by the dead, criticized the Ministry of Culture by saying that if it refuses to change, it should be renamed the Ministry of Emperors, Kings, Generals, and Ministers, the Ministry of Talents and Beauties or the Ministry of Foreign Mummies, and said that the Ministry of Health should likewise be renamed the Ministry of Health for Urban Overlords. At the call of Chairman Mao, the proletariat first launched a revolution in the fields of Peking opera, the ballet, and symphonic music, fields that had been regarded as sacred and inviolable by the landlord and capitalist classes. It was a fight at close quarters. Despite every possible kind of resistance and sabotage by Liu Shaoqi and his gang, the proletariat finally scored important successes after arduous struggles. A number of splendid model revolutionary theatrical works appeared, and the heroic figures of workers, peasants, and soldiers finally took the center of the stage. After that, Chairman Mao initiated the criticism of Haijui dismissed from office and other poisonous weeds, focusing the attack right on the den of the revisionist clique, that impenetrable and watertight independent kingdom under Liu Shaoqi's control, the old Peking Municipal Party Committee. The circular of May 16, 1966 worked out under Chairman Mao's personal guidance laid down the theory, line, principles, and policies for the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution and constituted the great program for the whole movement. The circular thoroughly criticized the February outline turned out by Liu Shaoqi's bourgeois headquarters for the purpose of suppressing this great revolution. It called upon the whole party and the people of the whole country to direct the spearhead of struggle against the representatives of the bourgeoisie who had sneaked into the party, and to pay special attention to unmasking persons like Khrushchev, who are still nestling beside us. This was a great call, mobilizing the people of the whole country to unfold a great political revolution. The Cultural Revolution Group under the Central Committee, which was set up by decision of the circular, has firmly carried out Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, the broad revolutionary masses plunged into the fight. In Peking University, a big character poster was written in response to the call of the Central Committee. And soon big character posters criticizing reactionary bourgeois ideas mushroomed all over the country. Then Red Guards rose and came forward in large numbers, and revolutionary young people became courageous and daring pathbreakers. Thrown into a panic, the Liu Shaoqi clique rushed out with the bourgeois reactionary line, cruelly suppressing the revolutionary movement of the student youth. However, this did not win them much time in their deathbed struggle. Chairman Mao called and presided over the 11th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party. The plenary session adopted the programmatic document, Decision of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Chairman Mao put up his big character poster bombard the headquarters, thus taking the lid off Liu Shaoqi's bourgeois headquarters. In his letter to the Red Guards, Chairman Mao said that the revolutionary actions of the Red Guards express your wrath against and your denunciation of the landlord class, the bourgeoisie, the imperialists, the revisionists, and their running dogs, all of whom exploit and oppress the workers, peasants, revolutionary intellectuals, and revolutionary parties and groups. They show that it is right to rebel against reactionaries. I warmly support you. Afterwards, Chairman Mao received 13 million Red Guards and other revolutionary masses from all parts of the country on 8 occasions at Tiananmen in the capital, which heightened the revolutionary fighting will of the people of the whole country. The revolutionary movements of the workers, peasants, and revolutionary functionaries developed rapidly. Increasing numbers of big character posters spread like a raging prairie fire and roared like guns. The slogan "It is right to rebel against reactionaries" resounded throughout the land. And the battle of the people in their hundreds of millions to bombard Liu Shaoqi's bourgeois headquarters developed vigorously. No reactionary class will ever step down from the stage of history of its own accord. When the revolution touched that portion of power usurped by the bourgeoisie, the class struggle became all the more acute. After Liu Shaoqi's downfall, his revisionist clique and his agents in various places changed their tactics time and again, putting forward slogans which were left in form but right in essence, such as suspecting all and overthrowing all, in a futile attempt to go on hitting hard at the many and protecting their own handful. Moreover, they created splits among the revolutionary masses and manipulated and hoodwinked a section of the masses so as to protect themselves. When these schemes were shattered by the proletarian revolutionaries, they launched another frenzied counterattack, that is, the adverse current lasting from the winter of 1966 to the spring of 1967. This adverse current was directed against the proletarian headquarters headed by Chairman Mao. Its general program boiled down to this: to overthrow the decisions adopted by the 11th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party, reversing the verdict on the overthrown bourgeois headquarters headed by Liu Shaokai, reversing the verdict on the bourgeois reactionary line, which had already been thoroughly repudiated and discredited by the broad masses, and repressing and retaliating on the revolutionary mass movement. However, this adverse current was seriously criticized by Chairman Mao and resisted by the broad revolutionary masses. It could not prevent the main current of the revolutionary mass movement from surging forward. The twists and reversals in the revolutionary movement further brought home to the broad masses the importance of political power. The main reason why Liu Shaoqi and his gang could do evil was that they had usurped the power of the proletariat in many units and localities, and the main reason why the revolutionary masses were repressed was that power was not in the hands of the proletariat in those places. In some units, the socialist system of ownership existed only in form, but in reality the leadership had been usurped by a handful of renegades, enemy agents, and capitalist roaders in power, or it remained in the hands of former capitalists. Especially when the capitalist roaders in power failed in their scheme to suppress the revolution on the pretext of grasping production and whipped up the evil counter-revolutionary wind of economism, the broad masses came to under 50. Stand still better that only by recapturing the lost power was it possible for them to defeat the capitalist roaders in power completely. Under the leadership and with the support of Chairman Mao and the proletarian headquarters headed by him, the working class in Shanghai with its revolutionary tradition came forward courageously and, uniting with the broad revolutionary masses and revolutionary cadres, seized power from below in January 1967 from the capitalist roaders in power in the former Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Peopled Council. Chairman Mao summed up in good time the experience of the January storm of revolution in Shanghai and issued his call to the whole country: proletarian revolutionaries, unite and seize power from the handful of party persons in power taking the capitalist road. Following that, Chairman Mao gave the instruction: the People's Liberation Army should support the broad masses of the left. He went on to sum up the experience of Heilongjiang province and other provinces and municipalities, laid down the principles and policies for the establishment of revolutionary committees which embrace representatives of the revolutionary cadres, representatives of the People's Liberation Army and representatives of the revolutionary masses, constituting a revolutionary 3-in combination, and thus pushed forward the nationwide struggle for the seizure of power. The struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie for the seizure and counter-seizure of power was a life and death struggle. During the year and 9 months from Shanghai's January storm of revolution in 1967 to the establishment of the revolutionary committees of Tibet MD Xinjiang in September 1968, repeated trials of political strength took place between the two classes and the two ends. Fierce struggles went on between proletarian and Marx the Great, decisive victory achieved by this revolution. However, the revolution is not yet over. The proletariat must continue to advance, carry out the tasks of struggle, criticism, transformation conscientiously, and carry the socialist revolution in the realm of the superstructure through to the end. Chairman Mao says, struggle, criticism, transformation in a factory, on the whole, goes through the following stages: establishing a 3-in-1 revolutionary committee, carrying out mass criticism and repudiation, purifying the class ranks, consolidating the party organization, and simplifying the administrative structure, changing irrational rules and regulations and sending office workers to the workshops. We must act on Chairman Mao's instruction and fulfill THSA tasks in every single factory, every single school, every single commune and every single unit in a deep-going, meticulous, down-to-earth and appropriate way. Confronted with 1,001 tasks, a revolutionary committee must grasp the fundamental: it must put the living study and application of Mao Zedong thought above all work and place Mao Zedong thought in command of everything. For decades, Mao Zedong thought has been showing the orientation of the revolution to the whole party and the people of the whole country. However, as Liu Shaoqi and his gang of counter-revolutionary revisionists blocked Chairman Mao's instructions, the broad revolutionary masses could hardly hear Chairman Mao's voice directly. The storm of the present Great Revolution has destroyed the big and little palaces of hell rulers and has made it possible for Mao Zedong thought to reach the broad revolutionary masses directly. This is a great victory. This wide dissemination of Mao Zedong thought in a big country with a population of 700 million is the most significant achievement of the great proletarian cultural revolution. In this revolution, hundreds of millions of people always carry with them quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, which they study and apply conscientiously. As soon as a new instruction of Chairman Mao's is issued, they propagate it and go into action. This most valuable practice must be maintained and persevered in. We should carry on in a deep-going way the mass movement for the living study and application of Mao Zedong thought, continue to run well the Mao Zedong thought study classes of all types and, in the light of Chairman Mao's May 7 directive of 1966, truly turn the whole country into a great school of Mao Zedong thought. All revolutionary comrades must be clearly aware that class struggle will by no means cease in the ideological and political spheres. The struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie by no means dies out with our seizure of power. We must continue to hold high the banner of revolutionary mass criticism and use Mao Zedong thought to criticize the bourgeoisie, to criticize revisionism and all kinds of right or extreme left erroneous ideas which run counter to Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line and to criticize bourgeois individualism and the theory of many centers, that is, the theory of no center. We must continue to criticize thoroughly and discredit completely the stuff of the renegade, hidden traitor, and scab Lushaoqi such as the slavish comprador philosophy and the doctrine of trailing behind at a snail's pace, and must firmly establish among the cadres and the masses of the people Chairman Mao's concept of maintaining independence and keeping the initiative in our own hands and relying on our own efforts, so as to ensure that our cause will continue to advance in the direction indicated by Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao points out, the Revolutionary Committee should exercise unified leadership, eliminate duplication in the administrative structure, follow the policy of better troops and simpler administration and organize itself into a revolutionized leading group which maintains close ties with the masses. This is a basic principle which enables the superstructure to serve its socialist economic base still better. A duplicate administrative structure divorced from the masses, scholasticism which suppresses and binds their revolutionary initiative, and a landlord and bourgeois style of going in for formality and ostentations, all these are destructive to the socialist economic base, advantageous to capitalism and harmful to socialism. In accordance with Chairman Mao's instructions, organs of state power at all levels and other organizations must keep close ties with the masses, first of all with the basic masses, the working class and the poor and lower middle peasants. Cadres, old and new, must constantly sweep away the dust of bureaucracy and must not fall into the bad habit of acting as bureaucrats and overlords. They must keep on practicing frugality in carrying out revolution, run all socialist undertakings industriously and thriftily, oppose extravagance and waste and guard against bourgeois attacks with sugar-coated bullets. They must maintain the system of cadre participation in collective productive labor. They must be concerned with the well-being of the masses. They must themselves make investigation and study in accordance with Chairman Mao's teachings, dissect one or several sparrows and constantly sum up experience. They must make criticism and self-criticism regularly and, in line with the 5 requirements for the successors to the revolution as set forth by Chairman Mao, fight self, criticize revisionism and conscientiously remold their world outlook. The People's Liberation Army is the mighty pillar of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Chairman Mao has pointed out many times, from the Marxist point of view the main component of the state is the army. The Chinese People's Liberation Army, personally founded and led by Chairman Mao, is the army of the workers and peasants, the army of the proletariat. It has performed great historic feats in the struggle for overthrowing the 3 big mountains of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and in the struggles for defending the motherland, for resisting U.S. aggression and aiding Korea, and for smashing aggression by imperialism, revisionism, and the reactionaries. In the great proletarian cultural revolution, large numbers of commanders and fighters have taken part in the work of 3 supports and 2 militaries, and representatives of the army have taken part in the 3-in-1 combination. They have tempered themselves in the class struggle, strengthened their ties with the masses, promoted the ideological revolutionization of the army, and made new contributions to the people. And this is also the best preparation against war. We must carry forward the glorious tradition of supporting the government and cherishing the people, supporting the army and cherishing the people, strengthen the unity between the army and the people, strengthen the building of the militia and of national defense, and do a still better job in all our work. For the past 3 years, it is precisely because the people have supported the army and the army has protected the people that renegades, enemy agents, absolutely unrepentant persons in power taking the capitalist road and counter-revolutionaries have failed in their attempts to undermine this great people's army of ours. Departments of culture, art, education, the press, health, etc., occupy an extremely important position in the realm of the superstructure. The line "we must wholeheartedly rely on the working class" was decided upon at the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. And now, at Chairman Mao's call that the working class must exercise leadership in everything, the working class, which is the main force in the proletarian revolution, and its staunch ally the poor and lower middle peasants, have mounted the political stage of struggle, criticism, transformation in the superstructure. From July 27, 1968, mighty contingents of the working class marched to places long dominated by the persons in power taking the capitalist road, and to all places where intellectuals were predominant in number. It was a great revolutionary action. Whether the proletariat is able to take firm root in the positions of culture and education and transform them with Mao Zedong thought is the key question in carrying the great proletarian cultural revolution through to the end. Chairman Mao has attached profound importance to our work in this connection and personally grasped typical cases, thus setting us a brilliant example. We must overcome the wrong tendency of some comrades to slight the ideological, cultural, and educational front. We must closely follow Chairman Mao and consistently do hard and careful work. On its part, the working class should always raise its political consciousness in the course of struggle, sum up experience in leading the struggle, criticism, transformation in the superstructure, and win the battle on this front. For on the policies of the great proletarian cultural revolution, in order to continue the revolution in the realm of the superstructure, it is imperative to carry out conscientiously all Chairman Mao's proletarian policies. Policies for the great proletarian cultural revolution were early stipulated explicitly in the circular of May 16, 1966 and the 16-point decision of August 1966. The series of Chairman Mao's latest instructions, including serious attention must be paid to policy in the stage of struggle, criticism, transformation in the great proletarian cultural revolution, have further specified the various policies. The main question at present is to carry them out to the letter. The party's policies, including those towards the intellectuals, the cadres, the sons and daughters that can be educated, the MNSS organizations, the struggle against the enemy, and economic policy, all these policies come under the general heading of the correct handling of the 2 different types of contradictions, those between ourselves and the enemy and those among the people. The majority or the vast majority of the intellectuals trained in the old type of schools and colleges are able or willing to integrate themselves with the workers, peasants, and soldiers. They should be re-educated by the workers, peasants, and soldiers under the guidance of Chairman Mao's correct line, and encouragement should be given to those who do well in such integration and to the Red Guards and educated young people who are active in going to the countryside or mountainous areas. Chairman Mao has taught us many times, help more people by educating them and narrow the target of attack, and carry out Marx's teaching that only by emancipating all mankind can the proletariat achieve its own final emancipation. With regard to people who have made mistakes, stress must be laid on giving them education and re-education, doing patient and careful ideological and political work, and truly acting on the principle of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones, and curing the sickness to save the patient, in order to achieve the twofold objective of clarity in ideology and unity among comrades. With regard to good people who committed the errors characteristic of the capitalist rotor in power but have now raised their political consciousness and gained the understanding of the masses, they should be promptly liberated, assigned to suitable work and encouraged to go among the masses of the workers and peasants to remold their world outlook. As for those who have made a little progress and become awakened to some extent, we should continue to help them, proceeding from the viewpoint of unity. Chairman Mao has recently pointed out, the proletariat is the greatest class in the history of mankind. It is the most powerful revolutionary class ideologically, politically, and in strength. It can and must unite the overwhelming majority of people around itself so as to isolate the handful of enemies to the maximum and attack them. In the struggle against the enemy, we must carry out the policy, make use of contradictions, win over the many, oppose the few and crush our enemies one by one, which Chairman Mao has always advocated. Stress should be laid on the weight of evidence and on investigation and study, and it is strictly forbidden to obtain confessions by compulsion and to give them credence. We must implement Chairman Mao's policies of leniency towards those who confess their crimes and severe punishment of those who refuse to do so and of giving a way out. We rely mainly on the broad masses of the people in exercising dictatorship over the enemy. As for bad people or suspects ferreted out through investigation in the movement for purifying the class ranks, the policy of killing none and not arresting most should be applied to all except the active counter-revolutionaries against whom there is conclusive evidence of crimes such as murder, arson, or poisoning, and who should be dealt with in accordance with the law. As for the bourgeois reactionary academic authorities, we should either criticize them and see, or criticize them and give them work to do, or criticize them and provide them with a proper livelihood. In short, we should criticize their ideology and at the same time give them a way out. To handle this part of the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy in the manner of handling contradictions among the people is beneficial to the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat and to the disintegration of the enemy ranks. In carrying out the policies of the party, all units must study their specific conditions. In places where the revolutionary Great Alliance has not yet been sufficiently consolidated, it is necessary to help the revolutionary masses bring about the revolutionary Great Alliance in accordance with revolutionary principles and on the basis of different fields of work, trades and school classes so that they will become united against the enemy. In units where the work of purifying the class ranks has not yet started or has only just started, it is imperative to grasp the work firmly and do it well in accordance with the party's policies. In units where the purification of the class ranks is by and large completed, it is necessary to take firm hold of other tasks in keeping with Chairman Mao's instructions concerning the various stages of struggle criticism transformation. At the same time, it is necessary to pay close attention to new trends in the class struggle. What if the bad people get unruly again? Chairman Mao has a well-known saying, "Thoroughgoing materialists are fearless." If the class enemies stir up trouble again, just arouse the masses and strike them down again. As the 16-point decision indicates, the great proletarian cultural revolution is a powerful motive force for the development of the social productive forces in our country. Our country has seen good harvests in agricultural production for years running, and there is also a thriving situation in industrial production and science and technology. The enthusiasm of the broad masses of the working people both in revolution and production has soared to unprecedented heights. Many factories, mines, and other enterprises have time and again topped their production records, creating all-time highs in production. The technical revolution is making constant progress. The market is flourishing and prices are stable. By the end of 1968 we had redeemed all the national bonds. Our country is now a socialist country with neither internal nor external debts. Grasp revolution, promote production. This principle is absolutely correct. It correctly explains the relationship between revolution and production, between consciousness and matter, between the superstructure and economic base, and between the relations of production and the productive forces. Chairman Mao always teaches us, political work is the lifeblood of all economic work. Lenin denounced the opportunists who were opposed to approaching problems politically. Politics cannot but have precedence over economics. To argue differently means forgetting the ABC of Marxism. Lenin again stated, to put politics on a par with economics also means forgetting the ABC of Marxism. Politics is the concentrated expression of economics. If we fail to make revolution in the superstructure, fail to arouse the broad masses of the workers and peasants, fail to criticize the revisionist line, fail to expose the handful of renegades, enemy agents, capitalist rotters in power and counter-revolutionaries, and fail to consolidate the leadership of the proletariat, how can we further consolidate the socialist economic base and further develop the socialist productive forces? This is not to replace production by revolution but to use revolution to command production, promote it and lead it forward. We must make investigation and study, and actively and properly solve the many problems of policy in struggle criticism transformation on the economic front in accordance with Chairman Mao's general line of going all out, aiming high and achieving greater, faster, better and more economical results in building socialism, in accordance with his great strategic concept: be prepared against war, be prepared against natural disasters, and do everything for the people, and with the series of principles such as take agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor. We must bring the revolutionary initiative and creativeness of the people of all nationalities into full play, firmly grasp revolution and energetically promote production and fulfill and overfulfill our plans for developing the national economy. It is certain that the great victory in the great proletarian cultural revolution will continue to bring about new leaps forward on the economic front and in our cause of socialist construction as a whole. On the final victory of the revolution in our country. The victory in the great proletarian cultural revolution in our country is indeed a very great one. But we must in no way think that we may sit back and relax. Chairman Mao pointed out in his talk in October 1968, we have won great victory. But the defeated class will still struggle. These people are still around and this class still exists. Therefore, we cannot speak of final victory. Not even for decades. We must not lose our vigilance. According to the Leninist viewpoint, the final victory of a socialist country not only requires the efforts of the proletariat and the broad masses of the people at home, but also involves the victory of the world revolution and the abolition of the system of exploitation of man by man over the whole globe, upon which all mankind will be emancipated. Therefore, it is wrong to speak lightly of the final victory of the revolution in our country. It runs counter to Leninism and does not conform to facts. There will still be reversals in the class struggle. We must never forget class struggle and never forget the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the course of carrying out our policies at present, there still exists the struggle between the two lines and there is interference from the left or the right. Much effort is still required to accomplish the tasks for all the stages of struggle criticism transformation. We must closely follow Chairman Mao and steadfastly rely on the broad revolutionary masses to surmount the difficulties and twists and turns on our way forward and seize still greater victories in the cause of socialism. 6. On the consolidation and building of the party. The victory in the great proletarian cultural revolution has provided us with valuable experience on how we should build the party under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. As Chairman Mao has indicated, the whole party, the party organization should be composed of the advanced elements of the proletariat. It should be a vigorous vanguard organization capable of leading the proletariat and the revolutionary masses in the fight against the class enemy. Chairman Mao's instruction has determined our political orientation for consolidating and building the party. The Communist Party of China has been nurtured and built up by our great leader Chairman Mao. Since its birth in 1921, our party has gone through long years of struggle for the seizure of state power and the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat by armed force. Led by Chairman Mao, our party has always stood in the forefront of revolutionary wars and struggles. Under the guidance of Chairman Mao's correct line, our party has, in the face of extremely strong domestic and foreign enemies and in the most complex circumstances, led the proletariat and the broad masses of the people of China in adhering to the principle of maintaining independence and keeping the initiative in our own hands and relying on our own efforts, in upholding proletarian internationalism and in waging heroic struggles with one stepping into the breach as another fell, and it is only thus that our party has grown from communist groups with only a few dozen members at the outset into the great, glorious, and correct party leading the powerful People's Republic of China today. We deeply understand that without the armed struggle of the people, there would not be the Communist Party of China today and there would not be the People's Republic of China today. We must forever bear in mind Chairman Mao's teaching. Comrades throughout the party must never forget this experience for which we have paid in blood. The Communist Party of China owes all its achievements to the wise leadership of Chairman Mao, and these achievements constitute victories for Mao Zedong thought. For half a century now, in leading the great struggle of the people of all the nationalities of China for accomplishing the new democratic revolution, in leading China's great struggle for socialist revolution and socialist construction, and in the great struggle of the contemporary international communist movement against imperialism, modern revisionism and the reactionaries of various countries, Chairman Mao has integrated the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of revolution, has inherited, defended and developed Marxism-Leninism in 54. The political, military, economic, cultural, philosophical, and other spheres, and has brought Marxism-Leninism to a higher and completely new stage. Mao Zedong thought is Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to worldwide victory. The entire history of our party has borne out this truth. Departing from the leadership of Chairman Mao and Mao Zedong thought, our party will suffer setbacks and defeats. Following Chairman Mao closely and acting on Mao Zedong thought, our party will advance and triumph. We must forever remember this lesson. Whoever opposes Chairman Mao, whoever opposes Mao Zedong thought, at any time or under any circumstances, will be condemned and punished by the whole party and the whole country. Discussing the consolidation and building of the party, Chairman Mao has said, a human being has arteries and veins through which the heart makes the blood circulate, and he breathes with his lungs, exhaling carbon dioxide and inhaling fresh oxygen, that is, getting rid of the stale and taking in the fresh. A proletarian party must also get rid of the stale and take in the fresh, for only thus can it be full of vitality. Without eliminating waste matter and absorbing fresh blood, the party has no vigor. With this vivid analogy, Chairman Mao has expounded the dialectics of inter-party contradiction. The law of contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of materialist dialectics/opposition and struggle between the two lines within the party are the reflection inside the party of contradictions between classes and between the new and the old in society. If there were no contradictions in the party and no struggles to resolve them, and if the party did not get rid of the stale and take in the fresh, the party's life would come to an end. Chairman Mao's theory on inter-party contradiction is and will be the fundamental guiding thinking for the consolidation and building of the party. The history of the Communist Party of China is one in which Chairman Mao's Marxist-Leninist line combats the right and left opportunist lines in the party. Under the leadership of Chairman Mao, our party defeated Chen Tuxiu's right opportunist line, defeated the left opportunist lines of Chu Chupai and Li Lisan, defeated Wang Ming's first left and then right opportunist lines, defeated Chang Kuo-tao's line of splitting the Red Army, defeated the right opportunist anti-party bloc of Peng Dehuai, Cao Kang, Zhao Shushi and others and, after long years of struggle, has shattered Liu Shaoqi's counter-revolutionary revisionist line. Our party has consolidated itself, developed and grown in strength precisely in the struggle between the two lines, especially in the struggles to defeat the three renegade cliques of Chen Tuxiu, Wang Ming, and Liu Shaoqi, which did the gravest harm to the party. In the new historical period of the dictatorship of the proletariat enforces its dictatorship and exercises its leadership in every field of work through its vanguard, the Communist Party. Departing from the dictatorship of the proletariat and from continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is impossible to solve correctly the question of party building. the question of building what kind of party and how to build it. Liu Shaoqi's revisionist line on party building betrayed the very essence of the Marxist-Leninist teaching on the dictatorship of the proletariat and of the Marxist-Leninist theory on party building. At the crucial moment when China's socialist revolution was deepening and the class struggle was extraordinarily acute, Liu Shaoqi had his sinister book Self-Cultivation republished, and it was precisely his aim to overthrow the dictatorship of the proletariat in our country and restore the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. When he copied the passage from Lenin on the necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which we quoted earlier in this report, Liu Shaoqi once again deliberately omitted the most important conclusion, that the dictatorship of the proletariat is essential, thereby clearly revealing his own counter-revolutionary features as a renegade to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moreover, Liu Shaoqi went on spreading such reactionary fallacies as the theory of the dying out of class struggle, the theory of docile tools, the theory that the masses are backward, the theory of joining the party in order to climb up, the theory of inter-party peace, and the theory of merging private and public interests, in a vain attempt to corrupt and disintegrate our party, so that the more the party members cultivated themselves, the more revisionist they would become. And so that the Marxist-Leninist party would evolve peacefully into a revisionist party and the dictatorship of the proletariat into the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. We should carry on revolutionary mass criticism and repudiation and thoroughly eliminate the pernicious influence of Liu Shaoqi's reactionary fallacies. The great proletarian cultural revolution is the broadest and most deep-going movement for party consolidation in the history of our party. The party organizations at various levels and the broad masses of communists have experienced the acute struggle between the two lines, gone through the test in the large-scale class struggle, and undergone examination by the revolutionary masses both inside and outside the party. In this way, the party members and cadres have faced the world and braved the storm and have raised their class consciousness and their consciousness of the struggle between the two lines. This great revolution teaches us, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, we must educate the masses of party members on classes, on class struggle, on the struggle between the two lines, and on continuing the revolution. We must fight revisionism both inside and outside the party, clear the party of renegades, enemy agents, and other elements representing the interests of the exploiting classes, and carry it into the party the genuine advanced elements of the proletariat who have been tested in the great storm. We must strive to ensure that the leadership of party organizations at all levels is triply in the hands of Marxists. We must see to it that the party members really integrate theory with practice, maintain close ties with the masses, and are bold in making criticism and self-criticism. We must see to it that the party members will always keep to the style of being modest, prudent, and free from arrogance and rashness, and to the style of arduous struggle and plain living. Only thus will the party be able to lead the proletariat and the revolutionary masses in carrying the socialist revolution through to the end. Chairman Mao teaches us, historical experience merits attention. A line or a viewpoint must be explained constantly and repeatedly. It won't do to explain them only to a few people, they must be made known to the broad revolutionary masses. The study and spread of the basic experience of the great proletarian cultural revolution, the study and spread of the history of the struggle between the two lines, and the study and spread of Chairman Mao's theory of continuing. 55. The revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat must be conducted not just once but should be repeated every year, every month, every day. Only thus will it be possible for the masses of party members and the people to criticize and resist erroneous lines and tendencies the moment they emerge, and will it be possible to guarantee that our party will always forge ahead victoriously along the correct course charted by Chairman Mao. The revision of the party constitution is an important item on the agenda of the 9th National Congress of the party. The Central Committee has submitted the draft party constitution to the Congress for discussion. This draft was worked out jointly by the whole party and the revolutionary masses throughout the country. Since November 1967, when Chairman Mao proposed that basic party organizations take part in the revision of the party constitution, the Central Committee has received several thousand drafts. On this basis the enlarged 12th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the party drew up the draft party constitution, upon which the whole party, the whole army and the revolutionary masses throughout the country once again held enthusiastic and earnest discussions. It may be said that the draft of the new party constitution is the product of the integration of the great leader Chairman Mao's wise leadership with the broad masses. It reflects the will of the whole party, the whole army and the revolutionary masses throughout the country, and gives a vivid demonstration of the democratic centralism and the mass line to which the party has always adhered. Especially important is the fact that the draft party constitution has clearly reaffirmed that Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought is the theoretical basis guiding the party's thinking. This is a great victory for the great proletarian cultural revolution in smashing Liu Shaoqi's revisionist line on party building, a great victory for Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. The Central Committee is convinced that, after the discussion and adoption of the new party constitution by the Congress, our party will, in accordance with its provisions, surely be built into a still greater, still more glorious and still more correct party. 7. On China's relations with foreign countries. Now we shall go on specifically to discuss China's relations with foreign countries. The revolutionary struggles of the proletariat and the oppressed people and nations of the world always support each other. The Albanian Party of Labour and all other genuine fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations, the broad masses of the proletariat and revolutionary people throughout the world, as well as many friendly countries, organizations, and personages have all warmly acclaimed and supported the great proletarian cultural revolution in our country. On behalf of the great leader Chairman Mao and the 9th National Congress of the party, I hereby express our heartfelt thanks to them. We firmly pledge that we, the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people, are determined to fulfill our proletarian internationalist duty and, together with them, carry through to the end the great struggle against imperialism, modern revisionism, and the reactionaries of various countries. The general trend of the world today is still as Chairman Mao described it: the enemy rots with every passing day, while for us things are getting better daily. On the one hand, the revolutionary movement of the proletariat of the world and of the people of various countries is vigorously surging forward. The armed struggles of the PEOPLE of southern Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Burma, Malaya, Indonesia, India, Palestine, and other countries and regions in Asia, Africa and Latin America are steadily growing in strength. The truth that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun is being grasped by ever broader masses of the oppressed people and nations. An unprecedentedly gigantic revolutionary mass movement has broken out in Japan, Western Europe, and North America, the heartlands of capitalism. More and more people are awakening. The genuine fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations are growing steadily in the course of integrating Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of revolution in their own countries. On the other hand, U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionist social imperialism are bogged down in political and economic crises and beset with difficulties both at home and abroad, and find themselves in an impasse. They collude and at the same time contend with each other in a vain attempt to redivide the world. They act in coordination and work hand in glove in opposing China, opposing communism, and opposing the people, in suppressing the national liberation movement, and in launching wars of aggression. They scheme against each other and get locked in strife for raw materials, markets, dependencies, important strategic points and spheres of influence. They are both stepping up arms expansion and war preparations, each trying to realize its own ambitions. Lenin pointed out, imperialism means war. Imperialist wars are absolutely inevitable under such an economic system, as long as private property in the means of production exists. Lenin further pointed out, imperialist war is the eve of socialist revolution. These scientific theses of Lenin's are by no means out of date. Chairman Mao has recently pointed out, with regard to the question of world war, there are but two possibilities. One is that the war will give rise to revolution, and the other is that revolution will prevent the war. This is because there are four major contradictions in the world today: the contradiction between the oppressed nations on the one hand and imperialism and social imperialism on the other, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the capitalist and revisionist countries, the contradiction between imperialist and social imperialist countries and among the imperialist countries, and the contradiction between socialist countries on the one hand and imperialism and social imperialism on the other. The existence and development of these contradictions are bound to give rise to revolution. According to the historical experience of World War I and World War II, it can be said with certainty that if the imperialists, revisionists and reactionaries should impose a third world war on the people of the world, it would only greatly accelerate the development of these contradictions and help arouse the people of the world to rise in revolution and send the whole pack of imperialists, revisionists, and reactionaries to their graves. Chairman Mao teaches us, all reactionaries are paper tigers. Strategically we should despise all our enemies, but tactically we should take them all seriously. This great truth enunciated by Chairman Mao heightens the revolutionary militancy of the people of the whole world and guides us from victory to victory in the struggle against imperialism, revisionism, and all reaction. The paper tiger nature of U.S. imperialism has long since been laid bare by the people throughout the world. U.S. imperialism, the most ferocious enemy of the people of the whole world, is going downhill more and more. Since he took office, Nixon has been confronted with a hopeless mess and an insoluble economic crisis, with the strong resistance of the masses of the people at home and throughout the world and with the predicament in which the imperialist countries are disintegrating and the baton of U.S. imperialism is getting ever less effective. Unable to produce any solution to these problems, Nixon, like his predecessors, cannot but continue to play the counter-revolutionary dual tactics, ostensibly assuming a peace-loving appearance while in fact engaging in arms expansion and war preparations on a still larger scale. The military expenditures of the United States have been increasing year by year. To date the U.S. imperialists still forcibly occupy our territory Taiwan. They have dispatched aggressor troops to many countries and have also set up hundreds upon hundreds of military bases and military installations in different parts of the world. They have made so many airplanes and guns, so many nuclear bombs and guided missiles. What is all this for? To frighten, suppress, and slaughter the people and dominate the world. By doing so they make themselves the enemy of the people everywhere and find themselves besieged and battered by the broad masses of the proletariat and the people all over the world, and this will definitely lead to revolutions throughout the world on a still larger scale. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique is a paper tiger, too. It has revealed its social imperialist features ever more clearly. When Khrushchev revisionism was just beginning to emerge, our great leader Chairman Mao foresaw what serious harm modern revisionism would do to the cause of world revolution. Chairman Mao led the whole party in waging resolute struggles in the ideological, theoretical, and political spheres, together with the Albanian Party of Labour headed by the great Marxist-Leninist comrade Enver Hoxha and with the genuine Marxist-Leninists of the world, against modern revisionism with Soviet revisionism as its center. This has enabled the people all over the world to learn gradually in struggle how to distinguish genuine from sham Marxism-Leninism and genuine from sham socialism and brought about the bankruptcy of Khrushchev revisionism. At the same time, Chairman Mao led our party in resolutely criticizing Liu Shaoqi's revisionist line of capitulation to imperialism, revisionism, and reaction and of suppression of revolutionary movements in various countries and in destroying Liu Shaoqi's counter-revolutionary revisionist clique. All this has been done in the fulfillment of our party's proletarian internationalist duty. Since Brezhnev came to power, with its baton becoming less and less effective and its difficulties at home and abroad growing more and more serious, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique has been practicing social imperialism and social fascism more frantically than ever. In turn it has intensified its suppression of the Soviet people and speeded up the all-round restoration of capitalism. Externally, it has stepped up its collusion with U.S. imperialism and its suppression of the revolutionary struggles of the people of various countries, intensified its control over and its exploitation of various East European countries and the People's Republic of Mongolia, intensified its contention with U.S. imperialism over the Middle East and other regions, and intensified its threat of aggressive against China. Its dispatch of hundreds of thousands of troops to occupy Czechoslovakia and its armed provocations against China on our territory Qinbao Island are two foul performances staged recently by Soviet revisionism. In order to justify its aggression and plunder, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique trumpets the so-called theory of limited sovereignty, the theory of international dictatorship, and the theory of socialist community. What does all this stuff mean? It means that your sovereignty is limited, while his is unlimited. You want to obey him. He will exercise international dictatorship over you, dictatorship over the people of other countries, in order to form the socialist community ruled by the new tsars, that is, colonies of social imperialism, just like the N-W order of Europe of Hitler, the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere of Japanese militarism, and the Free World Community of the United States. Lenin denounced the renegades of the Second International Socialism in words, imperialism in deeds, the growth of opportunism into imperialism. This applies perfectly to the Soviet revisionist renegade clique of today, which is composed of a handful of capitalist rotters in power. We firmly believe that the proletariat and the broad masses of the people in the Soviet Union with their glorious revolutionary tradition will surely rise and overthrow this clique consisting of a handful of renegades. As Chairman Mao points out, the Soviet Union was the first socialist state and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was created by Lenin. Although the leadership of the Soviet Party and state has now been usurped by revisionists, I would advise comrades to remain firm in the conviction that the masses of the Soviet people and of party members and cadres are good, that they desire revolution, and that revisionist rule will not last long. Now that the Soviet government has created the incident of armed encroachment on the Chinese territory Qinbao Island, the Sino-Soviet boundary question has caught the attention of the whole world. Like the boundary questions between China and other neighboring countries, the Sino-Soviet boundary question is also one left over by history. As regards these questions, our party and government have consistently stood for negotiations through diplomatic channels to reach a fair and reasonable settlement. Pending a settlement, the status quo of the boundary should be maintained and conflicts avoided. Proceeding from this stand, China has satisfactorily and successively settled boundary questions with neighboring countries such as Burma, Nepal, Pakistan, the People's Republic of Mongolia, and Afghanistan. Only the boundary questions between the Soviet Union and China and between India and China remain unsettled to this day. The Chinese government held repeated negotiations with the Indian government on the Sino-Indian boundary question. As the reactionary Indian government had taken over the British imperialist policy of aggression, it insisted that we recognize the illegal McMahon Line, which even the reactionary governments of different periods in old China had not recognized, and moreover, it went a step further and vainly attempted to occupy the Aksai-Chin area, which has always been under Chinese jurisdiction. 57. Thereby disrupting the Sino-Indian boundary negotiations. This is known to all. The Sino-Soviet boundary question is the product of Tsarist Russian imperialist aggression against China. In the latter half of the 19th century, when power was in the hands neither of the Chinese people nor of the Russian people, the Tsarist government perpetrated imperialist acts of aggression to carve up China, imposed a series of unequal treaties on her, annexed vast expanses of her territory and, moreover, crossed in many places the boundary line stipulated by the unequal treaties and occupied still more Chinese territory. This gangster behavior was indignantly condemned by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. On September 27, 1920, the government of Soviets led by the great Lenin solemnly proclaimed, "It declares null and void all the treaties concluded with China by the former governments of Russia, renounces all seizure of Chinese territory and all Russian concessions in China, and restores to China, without any compensation and forever, all that had been predatorily seized from her by the Tsar's government and the Russian bourgeoisie." Owing to the historical conditions of the time, this proletarian policy of Lenin's was not realized. As early as August 22 and September 21, 1960, the Chinese government, proceeding from its consistent stand on boundary questions, twice took the initiative in proposing to the Soviet government that negotiations be held to settle the Sino-Soviet boundary question. In 1964, negotiations between the two sides started in Peking. The treaties relating to the present Sino-Soviet boundary are unequal treaties imposed on the Chinese people by the Tsars, but proceeding from the desire to safeguard the revolutionary friendship between the Chinese and Soviet people, we still maintain that these treaties be taken as the basis for the settlement of the boundary question. However, betraying Lenin's proletarian policy and clinging to its new Tsarist social imperialist stand, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique refused to recognize these treaties as unequal and, moreover, it insisted that China recognize as belonging to the Soviet Union all the Chinese territory which they had occupied or attempted to occupy in violation of the treaties. This big power chauvinist and social imperialist stand of the Soviet government led to the disruption of the negotiations. Since Brezhnev came to power, the Soviet revisionist renegade clique has frenziedly stepped up its disruption of the status quo of the boundary and repeatedly provoked border incidents, shooting and killing our unarmed fishermen and peasants and encroaching upon China's sovereignty. Recently it has gone further and made successive armed intrusions into our territory Qinbao Island. Driven beyond the limits of forbearance, our frontier guards have fought back in self-defense, dealing the aggressors well-deserved blows and triumphantly safeguarding our sacred territory. In an effort to extricate the Soviet revisionist renegade clique from its predicament, Kosygin asked on March 21 to communicate with our leaders by telephone. Immediately on March 22, our government replied with a memorandum, in which it was made clear that, in view of the present relations between China and the Soviet Union, it is unsuitable to communicate by telephone. If the Soviet government has anything to say, it is asked to put it forward officially to the Chinese government through diplomatic channels. On March 29, the Soviet government issued a statement still clinging to its obstinate aggressor stand, while expressing willingness to resume consultations. Our government is considering its reply to this. The foreign policy of our party and government is consistent. It is, to develop relations of friendship, mutual assistance, and cooperation with socialist countries on the principle of proletarian internationalism, to support and assist the revolutionary struggles of all the oppressed PEOPLE and nations, and to strive for peaceful coexistence with countries having different social systems on the basis of the 5 principles of mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence, and to oppose the imperialist policies of aggression and war. Our proletarian foreign policy is not based on temporary expediency, it is a policy in which we have long persisted. This is what we did in the past and we will persist in doing the same in the future. We have always held that the internal affairs of each country should be settled by its own people. The relations between all countries and between all parties, big or small, must be built on the principles of equality and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. To safeguard these Marxist-Leninist principles, the Communist Party of China has waged a long struggle against the sinister big power chauvinism of the Soviet revisionist renegade clique. This is a fact known to all. The Soviet revisionist renegade clique glibly talk of fraternal parties and fraternal countries, but in fact they regard themselves as the patriarchal party and as the new Tsars who are free to invade and occupy the territory of other countries. They conduct sabotage and subversion against the Chinese Communist Party, the Albanian Party of Labor and other genuine Marxist-Leninist parties. Moreover, when any party, or any country in their so-called socialist community, holds a slightly different view, they act ferociously and stop at nothing in suppression, sabotage and subversion and even in sending troops to invade and occupy their so-called fraternal countries and kidnapping members of their so-called fraternal parties. These fascist piratical acts have sealed their doom. US imperialism and Soviet revisionism are always trying to isolate China, this is China's honor. Their rabid opposition to China cannot do us the slightest harm. On the contrary, it serves to further arouse our people's determination to maintain independence and keep the initiative in our own hands, rely on our own efforts and work hard to make our country prosperous and powerful. It serves to prove to the whole world that China has drawn a clear line between herself on the one hand and US imperialism and Soviet revisionism on the other. Today, it is not imperialism, revisionism, and reaction but the proletariat and the revolutionary people of all countries that determine the destiny of the world. The genuine Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations of various countries, which are composed of the advanced elements of the proletariat, are a new rising force with infinitely broad prospects. The Communist Party of China is determined to unite and fight together with them. We firmly support the Albanian people in their struggle against imperialism and revisionism. We firmly support the Vietnamese people in carrying their war of resistance against US aggression and for national salvation through to the end. We firmly support the revolutionary struggles of the people of Laos, Thailand, Burma, Malaya, Indonesia, India, Palestine, and other countries and regions in Asia, Africa and Latin America. We firmly support the proletariat, the students and youth and the masses of the black people of the United States in their just struggle against the US ruling clique. 58. We firmly support the proletariat and the laboring people of the Soviet Union in their just struggle to overthrow the Soviet revisionist renegade clique. We firmly support the people of Czechoslovakia and other countries in their just struggle against Soviet revisionist social imperialism. We firmly support the revolutionary struggles of the people of Japan and the West European and Oceanian countries. We firmly support the revolutionary struggles of the PEOPLE of all countries, and we firmly support all the just struggles of resistance against aggression and oppression by US imperialism and Soviet revisionism. All countries and people subjected to aggression, control, intervention or bullying by US imperialism and Soviet revisionism, let us unite and form the broadest possible united front and overthrow our common enemies. On no account must we relax our revolutionary vigilance because of victory or ignore the danger of US imperialism and Soviet revisionism launching a large-scale war of aggression. We must make full preparations against their launching a big war and against their launching a war at an early date, preparations against their launching a conventional war and against their launching a large-scale nuclear war. In short, we must be prepared. Chairman Mao said long ago, "We will not attack unless we are attacked. If we are attacked, WRE will certainly counterattack. If they insist on fighting, we will keep them company and fight to the finish." The Chinese Revolution won out on the battlefield. Armed with Mao Zedong thought and tempered in the great proletarian cultural revolution, the Chinese people in their hundreds of millions and the Chinese People's Liberation Army, with full confidence in victory, are determined to liberate their sacred territory Taiwan and resolutely, thoroughly, wholly, and completely wipe out all aggressors who dare to come. Our great leader Chairman Mao points out, working hand in glove, Soviet revisionism and US imperialism have done so many foul and evil things that the revolutionary people the world over will not let them go unpunished. The people of all countries are rising. A new historical period of struggle against US imperialism and Soviet revisionism has begun. Whether the war gives rise to revolution or revolution prevents the war, US imperialism and Soviet revisionism will not last long. Workers of all countries, unite. Proletarians and oppressed people and nations of the world, unite. Bury US imperialism, Soviet revisionism, and their lackeys. 8. Let the whole party, let the people of the whole country unite to win still greater victories. The 9th National Congress of the party is convened at an important moment in the historical development of our party, at an important moment in the consolidation and development of the dictatorship of the proletariat in our country and at an important moment in the development of the international communist movement and world revolution. Among the delegates to the Congress are proletarian revolutionaries of the older generation and also a great deal of fresh blood. In previous Congresses of our party there have never been such great numbers of delegates from the party membership among the industrial workers, poor and lower middle peasants, and of women delegates. Among the delegates from the party membership in the People's Liberation Army are veteran Red Army fighters as well as new fighters. The delegates of party members from among the Red Guards are attending a national congress of the party for the first time. The fact that so many delegates have come to Peking from all comers of the country and gathered around the great leader Chairman Mao to discuss and decide on the affairs of the party and state signifies that our Congress is a congress full of vitality, a Congress of unity and a Congress of victory. Chairman Mao teaches us, the unification of our country, the unity of our people and the unity of our various nationalities. These are the basic guarantees of the sure triumph of our cause. Through the great proletarian cultural revolution our motherland has become unprecedentedly unified and our people have achieved a great revolutionary unity on the broadest scale under the great red banner of Mao Zedong thought. This great unity is under the leadership of the proletariat and is based on the worker-peasant alliance. It embraces all the fraternal nationalities, the patriotic Democrats who for a long time have done useful work for the cause of the revolution and construction in our motherland, the vast numbers of patriotic overseas Chinese and our patriotic fellow countrymen in Hong Kong and Macau, our patriotic fellow countrymen in Taiwan who are oppressed and exploited by the U.S. Chang Rise, and all those who support socialism and love our socialist motherland. We are convinced that after the present National Congress of our party, the people of all nationalities in our country will certainly unite still more closely under the leadership of the great leader Chairman Mao and win still greater victories in the struggle against our common enemy and in the cause of building our powerful socialist motherland. Chairman Mao said in 1962, the next 50 to 100 years or so, beginning from now, will be a great era of radical change in the social system throughout the world, an earth-shaking era without equal in any previous historical period. Living in such an era, we must be prepared to engage in great struggles which will have many features different in form from those of the past. This magnificent prospect far-sightedly envisioned by Chairman Mao illuminates our future path of advance and inspires all genuine Marxist-Leninists to fight valiantly for the realization of the grand ideal of communism. Let the whole party unite, let the people of the whole country unite, hold high the great red banner of Mao Zedong thought, be resolute, fear no sacrifice and surmount every difficulty to win victory. Long live the great victory of the great proletarian cultural revolution. Long live the dictatorship of the proletariat. Long live the 9th National Congress of the Party. Long live the great, glorious, and correct Communist Party of China. Long live great Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. Long live our great leader Chairman Mao. A long life to Chairman Mao. 50. The Constitution of the Communist Party of China. Chapter I. General Program. The Communist Party of China is the political party of the proletariat. The basic program of the Communist Party of China is the complete overthrow of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in place of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and the triumph of socialism over capitalism. The ultimate aim of the party is the realization of communism. The Communist Party of China is composed of the advanced elements of the proletariat. It is a vigorous vanguard organization leading the proletariat and the revolutionary masses in the fight against the class enemy. The Communist Party of China takes Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought as the theoretical basis guiding its thinking. Mao Zedong thought is Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to worldwide victory. For half a century now, in leading China's great struggle for accomplishing the new democratic revolution, in leading her great struggle for socialist revolution and socialist construction and in the great struggle of the contemporary international communist movement against imperialism, modern revisionism, and the reactionaries of various countries, Comrade Mao Zedong has integrated the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of revolution, inherited, defended and developed Marxism-Leninism and has brought it to a higher and completely new stage. Comrade Lin Piao has consistently held high the great red banner of Mao Zedong thought and has most loyally and resolutely carried out and defended Comrade Mao Zedong's proletarian revolutionary line. Comrade Lin Piao is Comrade Mao Zedong's close comrade in arms and successor. The Communist Party of China with Comrade Mao Zedong as its leader is a great, glorious, and correct party and is the core of leadership of the Chinese people. The party has been tempered through long years of class struggle for the seizure and consolidation of state power by armed force. It has strengthened itself and grown in the course of the struggle against both right and left opportunist lines, and it is valiantly advancing with supreme confidence along the road of socialist revolution and socialist construction. Socialist society covers a fairly long historical period. Throughout this historical period, there are classes, class contradictions, and class struggle. There is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road, there is the danger of capitalist residential tourism, and there is the threat of subversion and aggression by imperialism and modern revisionism. These contradictions can be resolved only by depending on the Marxist theory of continued revolution and on practice under its guidance. Such is China's great proletarian cultural revolution, a great political revolution carried out under the Con. 8. The whole party, the whole nation unite to win still greater victories. The 9th National Congress of the party is being held at an important moment in the historical development of our party, at an important moment in the consolidation and development of the dictatorship of the proletariat in our country, and at an important moment in the development of the international communist movement and world revolution. Among the delegates to the Congress are proletarian revolutionaries of the older generation and also a large number of fresh blood. In the previous congresses of our party there have never been such great number bears of delegates of party members from among the industrial workers, poor and lower middle peasants, and of women delegates. Among the delegates from the party members in the People's Liberation Army, there are veteran Red Army fighters as well as new fighters. The delegates of party members from among Red Guards are attending a national congress of the party for the first time. The fact that so many delegates have come to Peking from all corners of the country and gathered around the great leader Chairman Mao to discuss and decide on the affairs of the party and state signifies that our Congress is a Congress full of vitality, a Congress of unity and a Congress of victory. Chairman Mao teaches us the unification of our country, the unity of our people and the unity of our various nationalities. These are the basic guarantees of the sure triumph of our cause. Through the great proletarian cultural revolution our motherland has become unprecedentedly unified and our people have achieved a great revolutionary unity on an extremely broad scale under the great red banner of Mao Zedong thought. This great unity is under the leadership of the proletariat and is based on the worker-peasant alliance. It embraces all the fraternal nationalities, the patriotic Democrats who for a long time have done useful work for the cause of the revolution and construction of our motherland, the vast numbers of patriotic overseas Chinese and our patriotic compatriots in Hong Kong and Macau, our patriotic compatriots in Taiwan who are oppressed and exploited by the U.S. Chang reactionaries, and all those who support socialism and love our socialist motherland. We are convinced that after the present National Congress of our party, the people of all the nationalities of our country will certainly unite still more closely under the leadership of the great leader Chairman Mao and win still greater victories in the struggle against our common enemy and in the cause of building our powerful socialist motherland. Chairman Mao said in 1962, "The next 50 to 100 years, beginning from now, will be a great era of radical change in the social system throughout the world, an earth-shaking era without equal in any previous historical period. Living in such an era, we must be prepared to engage in great struggles which will have many features different in form from those of the past." This magnificent prospect far-sightedly envisioned by Chairman Mao illuminates our path of advance in the days to come and inspires all genuine Marxist-Leninists to fight valiantly for the realization of the grand ideal of communism. Let the whole party unite, let the whole nation unite, hold high the great red banner of Mao Zedong thought, be resolute, fear no sacrifice and surmount every difficulty to win victory. Long live the great victory of the great proletarian cultural revolution. Long live the dictatorship of the proletariat. Long live the 9th National Congress of the party. Long live the great, glorious, and correct Communist Party of China. Long live great Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. Long live our great leader Chairman Mao. A long life to Chairman Mao. 61. Conditions of socialism by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and all other exploding classes. The whole party must hold high the great red banner of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and lead the hundreds of millions of the people of all the nationalities of our country in carrying on the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production and scientific experiment, in strengthening and consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and in building socialism independently and with the initiative in our own hands, through self-reliance and hard struggle and by going all out, aiming high and achieving greater, faster, better and more economical results. The Communist Party of China upholds proletarian internationalism. It firmly unites with the genuine Marxist-Leninist parties and groups the world over, unites with the proletariat, the oppressed people and nations of the whole world and fights together with them to overthrow imperialism headed by the United States, modern revisionism with the Soviet revisionist renegade clique as its center and the reactionaries of all countries, and to abolish the system of exploitation of man by man on the globe, so that all mankind will be emancipated. Members of the Communist Party of China, who dedicate their lives to the struggle for communism, must be resolute, fear no sacrifice and surmount every difficulty to win victory. Chapter 2. Membership. Article 1. Any Chinese worker, poor peasant, lower middle peasant, revolutionary army man, or any other revolutionary element who has reached the age of 18 and who accepts the constitution of the party, joins a party organization and works actively in it, carries out the party's decisions, serves party discipline and pays membership dues may become a member of the Communist Party of China. Article 2. Applicants for party membership must go through the procedure for admission individually. An applicant must be recommended by 2 party members, fill out an application form for party membership and be examined by a party branch, which must seek the opinions of the broad masses inside and outside the party. Application is subject to acceptance by the general membership meeting of the party branch and approval by the next higher party committee. Article 3. Members of the Communist Party of China must study and apply Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought in a living way, work for the interests at the vast majority of the people of China and the world. Be able at uniting with the great majority, including those who have wrongly opposed them but are sincerely correcting their mistakes. However, special vigilance must be maintained against careerists, conspirators and double dealers so as to prevent such bad element * from usurping the leadership of the party and the state at any level and guarantee that the leadership of the party and the state always remains in the hands of Marxist revolutionaries. Consult with the masses when matters arise. Be bold in making criticism and self-criticism. Article 4. When party members violate party discipline, the party organizations at the levels concerned shall, within their functions and powers and on the merits of each case, take appropriate disciplinary measures: warning, serious warning, removal from posts in the party, placing on probation within the party, or expulsion from the party. The period for which a party member is placed on probation shall not exceed 2 years. During this period, he has no right to vote or elect or be elected.